Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. Welcome. There he is. He is here.
That's hilarious. Mountainous, even. That's hilarious. Mountainous, even. Woogie, 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 woogie. That's hilarious. Mountainous, even. Hilarious. Mountainous,
That's
even. Hilarious.
Mountainous,
Mountainous,
even.
even. Hilarious.
That's
Mountainous, even. Hilarious. Mountainous, even. That's hilarious. Mountainous, even. That's hilarious. Mountainous, even. That's hilarious. Mountainous, even. Hilarious. Mountainous, even. That's hilarious. Mountainous, even.
Hello. Hi. Howdy, 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 howdy. Oh, good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Oh, goodness. Welcome, small gay hand gremlin. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Ben! Oh my goodness. Ben, congrats on first. Wow. We've got a new king in the running. Chipster, congrats on second. Fly High, congrats on third. Wow. Fly High, thank you for checking in. Chipster, thank you for checking in. And Guytech, thank you for checking in. Hi. Hey, lovely small live 2D chase. Hi. I keep forgetting to uninstall VC Face and reinstall it because I think something broke. I think something broke on VC Face, which is why I haven't been using my 3D avatars. But we will have to see. Yeah. I just keep forgetting to do that. And then I'm like, I'll just do this. Don't worry, it's easy. I am comfy. I have little blanket. This asset is like honestly one of my favorite things ever because I love how reactive it is. Yeah. Anyways, it's a good time. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Today we are going to watch some video essays. Some of my favorites. And they're going to be long. They're not going to be short. They're going to be long video essays. This is what I usually do when I'm working on a lot of stuff. I usually put on like several super long video essays that range from anywhere between usually minimum 45 minutes, maximum 4 to 5 hours. Of just listening to this person talk about something that they're passionate about. And I love it. It makes me so happy. Also, oh my god, Twisted! Twisted, thank you so much for 4 months. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the lurkies regardless. I love my lurkers. Thank you. Howdy. Oh my god. We're only 6 away from our 2,200 follower goal? That's so sick. Maybe I should do something special at 2222. Because 2 is my favorite number. Alright. Oh, Lisa. Chase, I missed stream. Aww. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. I'm eepy. I'm eepy today. Alright. So, as you can see, I have my little projector over here. Do you guys like it? Do you like my little projector? It's very cute, isn't it? Look at it. It's so cute. So here's my little projector. And our current one, it's been a day. It's literally been one whole day. It's been a whole 24 hours. This is my little projector. The first I almost said the first episode we're going to be watching. The first video we'll be watching is by Moon Channel. I've recommended this channel before. We love Mooney here. We love Mooney. So Moon Channel specializes in some like legal dissection of cases, but he also really likes like geopolitical movements and times in history, periods in history, and how they relate to like pop culture and why like certain things we do are kind of commonplace. And so this one is about why do you always kill gods at the end of JRPGs? And oh boy, you guys are in for a fucking treat. This video was my introduction into Moon Channel, and I love this video. It has been a minute since I've watched it, so this will be a treat for me and you. It is an hour and 30 minutes and 56 seconds. There are spoiler alerts for it for anybody who cares about games that they're going to be covering. He gives a pretty exhaustive list at the start. But it includes like Persona and some Fire Emblem games, etc., etc. So yeah. Is glad that Chase is online again. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the big yawns. Oh no, just thinking about yawning is making me yawn. Oh, I hate that. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. So, I think first up, what we're doing is Axel's raffle sketch, and then I think we're gonna continue the Pokemon card. Yeah, yeah. Pokemon card, and then we've got a PFP to do. I think I can technically mark off this guy as well. Let me see. Where is Jed's folder? Do we have to write a test about it? No. No, that's okay. You don't got to. Alright. Alright. Cool. Cool. That's marked off. That's done. Cool. Alright. My VGen checklist has become much more manageable now. Alright. Hi, Zero Piccolo. Hello, hello. Hi, Noctis. Hi. Yeah, it's been so long. Yeah. Not that my last stream was Sunday or something. Hi. Sophie. Hi. How are you doing? All right. I have marked off my VGen, and we're gonna
5. Final Fantasy VII. Chrono Trigger.
let's
The
try that
following
again.
video contains heavy
There
plot
we go.
spoilers for Persona 5, Final Fantasy VII, Chrono Trigger, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, and Elden
Alright.
Ring.
How's that?
There
Is
are
that a
lighter
good volume for
spoilers
you
as well
guys?
for
Does it
many other
compete with my
Japanese
voice too
games
much?
scattered about the video, so please proceed with caution. Japanese role-playing games, or JRPGs, are notorious for their many tropes.
It's
gigantic
going,
unwieldy
Sophie.
weapons,
Thank you.
level grinding, complicated plots, and funny hair among them. However, one trope in JRPGs that has always stood out to me is how often you end up fighting a god, usually as the final or secret boss of a game. Moon Channel viewer Rando on the internet points out that even in games where the gods
You're
of the
lurking,
universe
but you
are
love the
not
art. Oh,
involved in the game,
thank
one
you.
often ends up killing a god anyway.
Woogie.
Take, for example, the Octopath Traveler series. A light spoiler warning for both games.
Black Chromatic, thank you so much
in
for the
Octopaths
follow.
1 and 2, the secret boss you fight at the end of the game is Galdera the Fallen, one of the 13 gods of that game's universe. These fights come out of essentially nowhere and only nominally tie back to the rest of the plot in a convoluted manner.
Thank you so
Why
much for
even bother
subscribing with
shoehorning
Prime.
a
Holy
godfight
crap.
into these
Thank you,
games?
thank you.
What's the point? Why does seemingly every JRPG from Dragon Quest to Chrono Trigger to Final Fantasy to Pokemon to Persona feature god slaying? And is this trope even limited to just JRPGs, or is this just a Japanese game trope in general? After all, You kill gods in Kirby, in Neo, and in Elden Ring as well. Well, the answers here are surprisingly complicated, especially if one is only familiar with a Western cultural context. Eastern philosophy and religious tradition views gods, immortality, and deification in very different ways than Western culture does. I'm going to forewarn you that this video starts off quite heavy in the history and then gets quite philosophical by the end. And in the process of discussing this topic, we will be exploring very heavy themes like nihilism, social isolation, and economic turmoil. So please proceed with caution. God-slaying in Japanese games and media comes from a cycle in Japanese history of false gods, corrupted utopias, gods being overthrown and new gods taking their place. And the emergence of this trope to such extremes in modern Japanese media comes as a result of a new historical cycle of false godhood reaching its zenith in the cultural perspective of Japan. But first, a word from today's sponsor, NordPass Business. If you are like me and you run your own business, you know how hard it is to keep track of the many accounts and passwords you have while keeping those accounts and passwords secure at the same time. My paralegals might need access to the office's Cordy electronic filing account, or Pacer account, or SEAC account. In Western games, I posit, one ends up killing a god for these reasons. Number 1, to prove to yourself, the player, that you have achieved something great. Number 2, to prove to others, both in-game and in the real world, that your accomplishments make you worthy. And number 3, because the highest stakes one can escalate to are gods. But in Japanese games and Eastern games in general, killing gods is not just for stakes. It is a complicated social metaphor which requires a substantial understanding of Japanese history, of Japanese culture, and of Japanese religion to completely contextualize. So let us start on our journey towards understanding then, by constructing the foundation we need for context. We'll begin with a look into East Asian culture, history, and theology, and identify the characteristics intrinsic to the Japanese cultural religious cycle. In so doing, we'll see how religion has shaped Japanese perceptions over time, and what that means for the contemporary Japanese person's perception of their modern existence. We will also look towards the latter half of the video at some JRPG examples and Western comparisons. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Instead, let us start our tale like any good JRPG, at the very beginning, with the religious history not of Japan, but of China. The history of Japan and China are closely interrelated, and the religious history of these two ancient cultures is no different. But to specifically understand the nature of god-slaying in Japanese video games and media, we must understand what a god is in the Eastern cultural context, and to do so, we must start with China. If you're familiar with Chinese manhua, then you may already be familiar with the spirit cultivation genre, known also as xianxia. Xianxia, or spirit cultivation, is like Chinese high fantasy.
Aren't we all true?
The rough equivalent of the Western genre of elves and magic. And just as how Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings with some biblical inspiration, and some inspiration from Norse, Germanic, Greek, Celtic, and even Slavic mythology, Chinese high fantasy also has religious roots, namely in the traditions of Taoism. It's not entirely clear when Taoism first emerged in China, but the earliest arguable Taoist work is the I Ching, the Book of Changes. The Book of Changes was initially written sometime between 1000 and 400 BC. During this time, it would grow from being a mere divination manual, which to this day inspires mechanics like elemental weaknesses in East Asian games, into a substantial cosmological and philosophical text. And part of the philosophical text within the Book of Changes discusses the behaviors of what Western translators call the superior man. In Chinese, however, it's translated more literally as Jingzi, a prince or noble youth. It is from this root that we see the idea of the immortal emerge into the Eastern religious tradition, intermixing along the way with Buddhism emerging from India. In the East, as it was in the West, old religious traditions tended to be polytheistic, meaning of many gods. In Chinese tradition, there is a cosmic hierarchy, in which the heavenly beings or gods are placed, with Sangdi, or the highest god, at the very top of the hierarchy. Chinese religion is also often pantheistic, meaning there is divinity inherent to the world. All godly things are of Tian, meaning heaven. All divine things are of Sangdi, of the highest god. As such, it is not quite accurate to refer to Chinese deities as gods per se. They are more like divinities, revered more like forces of nature traditionally, as opposed to like independently personable entities in the way that Zeus or Poseidon may have been revered by the Greeks. And where there is a hierarchy, there is a ladder to climb it. This is where we start to also see some Confucianism creep into the philosophical mixture. In the Chinese tradition, perhaps quite unlike the Western tradition, with some exceptions which we will get to, it is not only possible to climb the divine ladder by one's own strength and wisdom, but it is also righteous to do so. In East Asian mythology and religion, this climbing of the divine ladder is not the exception, it is the rule. This trope of great people ascending to godhood is present in the earliest texts we have concerning Chinese religious practices. Take, for example, the legend of Shen Nong, translated in English as the divine farmer. Shen Nong was said to have invented the hoe, the plow, the axe, agricultural irrigation, the Chinese calendar, and Chinese traditional medicine, amongst many other things. And he's revered in China and Japan to this day as a deity for his contribution. We can also look at an example us gamers might be more familiar with, the Chinese god of war Guan Yu, or Guan Yu. You might already be familiar with Guan Yu due to his portrayal in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and its various iterations in media including Dynasty Warriors. To summarize though, Guan Yu was said to have been one of the greatest warriors of the age, a match for 10,000 men in battle. The term 10,000 or wan often used as a stand-in for some uncountable number. Guan Yu died a great warrior, but was given ever higher placement on the divine hierarchy long after his passing. Liu Shan, the second emperor of Shu Han, gave Guan Yu the title of Marquis 4 decades after he passed. 600 years or so later, during the Song dynasty, Emperor Huizong bestowed the title of Zonghui Gong, translated roughly to Duke of Loyalty, upon Guan Yu. And after a few hundred years of further promotions, Guan Yu would receive a substantial promotion in 1614, when the Wanli Emperor of the Ming Dynasty bestowed upon Guan Yu the title of the Holy Emperor Guan, the great god who subdues demons in the 3 worlds and whose awe spreads far and moves heaven. Guan Yu gets a few more titles after that, but we're going to stop there before we get to Cetra the imperishable levels of title dropping. You may also be familiar with famous works of Chinese fiction and their derivatives, in which such concepts of immortality and ascension are explored at length. The anime Dragon Ball, for example, pulls inspiration directly from the Ming Dynasty novel Journey to the West, to the point where the name Son Goku is a direct translation of Journey to the West's Monkey King Sun Wukong. The takeaway is this: the practices of spiritual self-cultivation to become immortal and mortals becoming gods through great deeds are long traditions in China, and those traditions carried over into Japan. And positive godhood in Eastern culture is not seized, it is attained. Well, what does that mean? It means becoming an immortal in Chinese tradition is supposed to be, but as we will see, is not necessarily something one works towards. Divinity can be a product of birth, but it can also be, and arguably should be, a product of personal growth and cultivation. You can cultivate your chi to the point where you are immortal and divinely powerful. You can achieve such prowess in combat that you become the god of war, and this is considered more righteous than simply being born great. But how did these traditions then get to Japan? And in what ways do they influence the trope of god slaying in Japanese RPGs and media? Let us move forward from ancient China now, to ancient Japan. Early Japanese religious history is largely unknown, as Japan only adopted written language sometime around the start of the 5th century AD, a period known as the Asuka Jidai. What records we do have of early religion in Japan comes from Chinese accounts, including the account of the famous Queen Himiko, the first recorded ruler of Japan, who was said to be both an unmarried queen and a powerful shaman. Japan would adopt Chinese written language, philosophy, and religious practices, including Taoism and Buddhism, at around the same time, circa 500 AD via the Korean kingdom of Baekje. And it was this introduction of Chinese religious practices into Japanese religion and philosophy that would bring ideas such as ascension to immortality and divination to Japan. Taoism, in particular, developed into a sort of mixture of Shinto, the native folk religion,
Chinese
Buddhism, and Taoism, known as
Wow.
Koshin Shinko. The Koshin faith lacks a central organization to my knowledge,
My
and
luck
while it
is
still exists in Japan,
rubbing
it's
off on
not
people.
largely differentiated from Buddhism or Shinto there. You may recognize, however, Koshin's most distinctive symbols, the three monkeys, Mizaru, see no evil, Hikazaru, hear no evil, and Iwazaru, speak no evil. The introduction and infusion of Taoism, Buddhism, and Chinese religious practices into Japanese folk religion inspired, in large part, the formation of the Japanese religion of Shinto as we know it today. And as these religious influences entered Japanese culture at around the same time as written language, we can see as well how deeply these influences affected Japanese culture by reading the written accounts of the time in Japan. The two oldest written works of Japanese history are the Kojiki, translated into English as the Records of Ancient Matters, and the Nihon Shoki, also called the Nihongi, translated as the Chronicles of Japan. These works were produced in the period following the Asuka Jidai, known as the Nara Jidai. As is often the case with very old historical works, mythology and history are intermingled. The records and chronicles both contain Japan's creation myth, for example, which explains the origins of Japan's three progenitor deities, or kami, and the generations of divine beings that followed thereafter. You may be familiar with some of these names, especially if you play a lot of Japanese games, or gacha games, as the case may be. For example, you might know Izanagi and Izanami, the creators of Japan itself, through the Megami Tensei and Persona games. You might know Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, whom the current emperor of Japan is said to be a direct descendant of through Okami. You might be familiar with Yamata no Orochi, the eight-headed serpent, after killing it as the god boss in the game Nioh. And even if you aren't familiar with the myth of the god Susanoo slaying Yamata no Orochi, you may have already experienced it completely by playing Final Fantasy X, a modern retelling of that old myth. Japanese religion, with its intermingling of Japanese folk practices, Buddhism and Taoism, has an enormous influence on Japanese culture, and as such, naturally, a substantial influence on Japanese games. Understanding the ancient roots of Japanese religion is only one part of the puzzle, though. It informs the underlying themes of immortal attainment, divine hierarchy, and the nature of good and evil deities. But to fully comprehend why god-slaying is such a pervasive trope in Japanese media and JRPGs, we have to go beyond merely looking at the roots to examine the tree, and eventually the forest. In other words, we have to look at the philosophical conflicts that emerged due to these religious influences and then look at how those philosophical conflicts apply to the contemporary Japanese experience. When Taoism, Buddhism, and written language first arrived in Japan, they collided directly with Shinto. Shinto at the time, being a folk religion without religious texts, did not have consistent systematic dogma in the way that Taoism or Buddhism did. The introduction of written language and systematic written religion helped to bring cohesion and unity to the varying Japanese tribal states, a unifying system of ideology and communication that everyone could relate to. These tribal states, however, were not uncivilized barbarians. They had their own systems of political organization, a feudal system of sorts, and these political organizations came into direct conflict with the teachings of Taoism and Buddhism. Japanese nobles quickly adopted Chinese Mahayana Buddhism, a sort of mixture of Taoism and Buddhism, as it was the religion of learning and scholarship emerging from China and Korea at the time. But this form of Buddhism had a serious problem for the noble elite. It introduced organized religion as a political source of power, in conflict with the traditional Japanese tribal hierarchy. For example, circa 760 AD, a Japanese monk named Dokyo very nearly managed to overthrow the imperial house and establish his own dynasty through his political manipulation of Empress Shotoku. His plot was halted after it came into direct conflict with the power of existing political families, including the Fujiwara clan, who would have de facto power over Japan during the Heian period that would soon follow. Or consider, for example, the Tendai issue, a Mahayana Buddhist school founded in Japan by the monk Saicho in the year 806. Saicho was a monk who traveled to China in 804 and learned Chan Buddhism, known in Japan as Zen Buddhism, from Dao Sui, the seventh patriarch of the Tiantai school of Mahayana Buddhism. Saicho returned to Japan from China with copies of Tiantai texts and was given permission by the Emperor of Japan, then Emperor Kanmu, to build an independent Tendai school in Japan to counter the growing political power of the Hosso school, which was the Tendai school's ideological adversary due to disagreements over the Five Natures doctrine. The emperor's permission allowed the Tendai school to achieve substantial power and influence, and as the Tendai school emerged as a political land-owning organization, it would come into conflict with other political organizations, including the warlords of other tribes and the monks of other schools. This led to the emergence of a class of warrior monks in Japanese society known as the Sohei. And as these warrior monks assembled political power, they began to throw their weight around. In the year 949, 56 monks from the Todaiji Temple started an armed protest against a Kyoto official over a political appointment that they were against. In the year 970, the Enryakuji Temple had a dispute with the Yasaka Shrine of Kyoto, which led to the Enryakuji Temple establishing a standing army of warrior monks. And by 981, armed conflicts between temples of different subsects of Tendai were waging war against each other using these armies of monks. The period in which these conflicts took place, the Heian Jidai, saw Japan lose nearly half of its entire population to a plague of smallpox, and both substantial political upheaval and civil war. I won't go too deeply into all the various political occurrences of the Heian period, but the result was the Kamakura Jidai, the era of the first shogunate, and the beginning of samurai rule or military rule in Japan. And this military rule would last from roughly the year 1192 to the Meiji Restoration in 1868. The Kamakura period saw Buddhism expand to become the dominant religion not just of the scholarly class and nobles, but of the samurai, and eventually the common folk. But just as how Buddhism caused political upheaval for the upper classes in the form of new political organization, Buddhism also galvanized the lower classes. Remember how the blending of Taoism with its focus on immortality through personal enlightenment intermixed with Buddhism? The idea that a commoner could attain divinity through their own achievements was directly contrary to the ideas of nobility and divine right that was at the foundation of Japanese hierarchical society. And so the Kamakura period saw the beginning of what would become known as the Hyakushoiki, the peasant uprisings. These peasant uprisings would grow in ferocity throughout the Kamakura period and carry over into the era that followed, the Muromachi Jidai. The Muromachi period included the famous Sengoku Jidai, which was known for its century-long civil war, and one of the factions of this civil war was a Tendai sect of monks, who ostensibly represented the interests of the common people, called the Iko-Iki. To make a long story short, this religious peasant state movement would be brutally suppressed and crushed by three famous Japanese warlords, who would then be deified in Shinto for their exploits. These three warlords being Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. The period that followed the conflict-filled Muromachi period and the short-lived associated Azuchi Momoyama period was the Edo Jidai, a long period of peace starting in 1603 and the last era of the samurai. During the Edo period, the once powerful influences of Buddhism were very harshly cracked down upon and restricted. What was once a powerful political organization with its own military apparatus was reduced to a mere bureaucratic institution. Ironically, the religion that taught people that they could ascend to immortality by their own cultivation would be suppressed by mortals who had ascended by their own deeds to ostensible godhood. While all of this conflict was happening between Buddhism and the Japanese state, another influence was creeping up upon Japan. In 1543, a Chinese junk on the way to Ningbo was swept off course by a storm. The ship was carrying a crew of over 100 people, and amongst those people were a few Portuguese traders, including Antonio Mota and Francisco Zay
Did you see the other one?
The ship found itself at the Japanese island of Tanegashima, and these two men became the first Europeans to set foot on Japanese soil. They introduced, perhaps fatefully, handheld firearms to the Japanese before the junk was repaired and the men departed. In 1549, a more intentional journey to Japan was made, this time by one Francis Xavier, a Jesuit missionary seeking to spread the good word of Christianity to Japan. Xavier was permitted to land at Kagoshima in the Satsuma province as a representative of the Portuguese king. Xavier was the first missionary to Japan, but not the last, and Christianity grew in and around the Satsuma region surprisingly unimpeded, converting even members of the samurai class. Christianity, in many ways, appeared to offer the same sort of personal salvation that the now heavily suppressed Buddhism once offered. But there was a sinister motive behind the shogunate's permission of Christian missionaries. Oda Nobunaga, the shogun at the time, desired the guns that came from the merchants that traveled with Christian missionaries.
Rimlight really brings the drawing together sometimes.
Its own firearms, Nobunaga's successor Toyotomi Hideyoshi began to suppress Christians in the same way that his predecessors had suppressed the Buddhists. Once again, religion and the state were at odds. By the time Tokugawa had taken power, Christianity, much like Buddhism, was completely forbidden in Japan and religion was strictly controlled by the government. Like the Iko-Iki before them, Christian rebellions of peasants and samurai were crushed through military force and brutal executions, such as the quashing of the Shimbara Rebellion of 1637. In order to prevent further Western influences from seeping into the country, the Tokugawa shogunate implemented the Sakoku policy. No foreigners would be allowed to enter Japan, and no Japanese would be permitted to leave Japan. The Tokugawa shogunate was a period of relative peace and stability, when contrasted with the century of civil war that preceded it. But it was a period of increasingly strict regulation and centralization. The House of Tokugawa had complete control over a unified Japan, including the emperor, the imperial court, the regional warlords or daimyo, and the remaining religious organizations. The shogun himself was as a god among mere men. It was from this period of centralization and strict government control that we see the next piece of the puzzle emerge. The shogunate brutally oppressed religious influences in order to prevent religious organizations from challenging its power amongst both the elite and the citizenry. But the people still needed to believe something, and the institution of religion offered bureaucratic benefits. As the shogunate began to absorb those religious institutions and their bureaucracies, religion and the state gradually became a single entity, vast, unwieldy, and unstable. The stage was set for the emergence of a new religious order, state religion, Koka Shinto. The powder keg needed only a spark, and very soon after, just such a spark would emerge. The late 1700s to 1800s saw the vast, centralized bureaucracy of the shogunate collapse upon itself. The shogunate's mismanagement led to widespread discontent and severe famines, including the Great Tenmei Famine, which saw the deaths of nearly 1 million Japanese. By the late 18th century, the once all-powerful shogunate was rocked with unrest. The massive, ineffective bureaucracy inflicted a heavy tax burden on the people and without offering any help during famine and times of hardship. The shogunate's policy of sakoku, of closed borders, also caused Japan to stagnate industrially and technologically.
Jed, thank you for checking in.
It was the influence of the West that ended the reign of the shogun once and for all. Japan had many goods that captivated Western traders, and Japan had a substantial untapped market, ripe for the sale of Western industrial goods. But no matter how hard Western merchants begged the shogunate for access to Japanese markets, the shogunate refused. No one enters, no one leaves. On July 8th, 1853, Commodore Matthew Calbraith Perry of the United States Navy, under orders from American President Millard Fillmore, approached the Japanese town of Uraga at the entrance of Edo Bay. The expeditionary fleet he brought with him consisted of 4 steam warships: the Susquehanna, the Mississippi, the Plymouth, and the Saratoga. In defiance of the shogunate's orders, the ships sailed past Japanese lines directly toward the capital of Edo. The ships were soon surrounded by Japanese guard boats, one of which carried a sign written in French, which ordered the American ships to depart. But the Americans would not depart. The United States had 4 times before attempted to open Japan, and each time the Americans had left in failure without successfully negotiating a right to trade.
Yeah, sticking their nose in where it doesn't belong.
There would be no negotiating. Commodore Perry refused to speak to any Japanese representative who could not speak with the authority of the shogunate. And when a representative of the shogunate or at least a person pretending to be so, was finally permitted to meet Perry, Perry issued an ultimatum. He carried a letter from the President of the United States, and this letter was to be received by an official of sufficient authority. If no official attended him and his letter, Perry would land troops and march on Edo to deliver the letter himself. Perry accompanied his ultimatum with a very American gift to the Japanese, a white flag, and a letter which stated simply that if the Japanese chose combat, the Americans would vanquish them. As this was happening, the bureaucratic machine of the Tokugawa shogunate was
For the beautiful
completely
emo, of
incapacitated due
course.
to the illness
Give
of
me
Shogun
your other
Tokugawa
emo
Ieyoshi.
ideas
A
now.
high-ranking official,
Give them to me.
Abe
I want
Masahiro,
them.
decided on his own that accepting an American letter was not a violation of the shogunate's policies, and Perry was permitted to land on July 14, 1853. Perry marched ashore with 250 sailors and marines after a 13-gun salute from the Susquehanna. The president's letter was presented to a high-ranking samurai, Toda Ujiyoshi and Ito Hiromichi, and just like
Hello,
that,
Mr. Meow.
Perry departed, promising to return in 1 year. The shogunate court debated fiercely on what to do next. Not helping the situation was Shogun Tokugawa Ieyoshi, who chose this precise moment to die. Ieyoshi was succeeded by his son, the sickly and weak Tokugawa Ieyasu, leaving the shogunate vulnerable and weak at the most crucial time. Commodore Perry returned on February 13, 1854, with a fleet of 8 vessels and 1,600 men. The shogunate court, weak and terrified, submitted to virtually all of the terms of President Fillmore's letter. The shogunate, however, was unwilling to allow Perry into the capital of Edo to conclude negotiations, a completely unthinkable notion for a Japanese state that had been closed to foreigners for hundreds of years. Perry, unwilling to negotiate further, threatened to declare war on Japan with an armada of 100 warships to bear within 20 days. A fleet substantially larger than the actual size of the entire US Navy. The Japanese believed his bluff and compromised. On March 31, 1854, the Convention of Kanagawa was signed, which opened the ports of Shimoda and Hakodate to American ships. Sakoku had been torn apart by force. The shogun was dead. Famines ravaged the people. The great Ansei earthquakes tore the land asunder, and new gods in black ships that bellowed smoke and fire
America,
forced
yeah,
unequal
exactly.
treaties upon the already suffering people of Japan. The old order was rapidly changing, and with it, the suffering of the people grew to unimaginable heights.
Thank you,
With
Sippy.
Japan forced to endure uncontrolled foreign trade, the Japanese economy utterly collapsed. A massive influx of foreign purchasers led to a massive outflow of gold, which caused runaway currency inflation. Foreigners brought new diseases to Japan, such as cholera. Famines contributed to the already outrageous price of food, and people became unable to eat, even as unemployment rose to new heights. With the shogunal government weak and seen as having surrendered the sovereignty of Japan to Westerners, Emperor Komei, seeing an opportunity to reassert the authority of the imperial court in Japan, broke with centuries of tradition. In defiance of the shogunate's authority, on March 11, 1853, the emperor issued his order, Sonojoi, revere the emperor, expel the barbarians. As the order came not from the shogun but the emperor, the shogunal court fully intended to ignore the decree, but the Japanese people were losing faith in the shogun. The emperor's edict caused many in Japan to rise up against both the foreigners and the shogunate. Masterless samurai known as ronin, absent a loyalty to any other faction, took to assassinating shogunate officials and Westerners alike. This culminated in the vicious assassination of English trader Charles Lennox Richardson by the bodyguard of Shimazu Hisamitsu, the father of Shimazu Tadayoshi, the daimyo of Satsuma. The shogunate was quick to offer an apology to the British, but the British were uninterested in the shogunate's apology. They wanted an apology from the Satsuma domain, and when the Satsuma refused to apologize or concede fault, the British sailed a fleet into Kagoshima harbor and opened fire. Although the British fleet would retreat soon thereafter, the Satsuma elected to give in to British demands, issuing an apology and compensation. The other Western powers also responded to Japanese aggression in kind with a bombardment of Shimonoseki, and it became very clear to the Japanese that Japan could not stand up to the military might
Hi,
of the
Umber.
West.
Hi.
With the Western powers chastening imperial loyalists, The
Gotta sort
shogunate
dinner
was
out. Go, go, go,
briefly
go.
able to reestablish some of its own power. It used this power to reinstate centralized control, which led to the shogunate brutally suppressing imperial rebels through military force. But this only stirred greater hatred of the shogun, and numerous rebellions broke out in the name of Sonojoi, revere the emperor and expel the barbarians. In 1866, the shogun, Tokugawa Iemochi, suddenly died. And not long after, in 1867, Emperor Komei would also pass and be replaced by his second son, the reformer, Emperor Meiji.
Emperor Meiji!
A conflict would soon break out between supporters of the
here!
new progressive emperor
Please welcome to
and
the
supporters
stage,
of the shogunate.
the Great
The supporters
Restorator.
of the new system based on emulating the West on the emperor's side, and the supporters of a traditional system of the shogunate on the shogunate's side. This conflict grew into the Boshin War, a war you might be familiar with due to it being the setting for Total War Shogun II Fall of the Samurai. To make a very long story short, the Civil War was won by the emperor, and in 1872 the leaders of all the domains of Japan were summoned before the emperor, where it was declared that all of the domains of Japan would be returned to imperial control. The 280 domains of Japan were split into 72 prefectures, and the light of a new god shone upon Japan. The Meiji Restoration had begun. With the emperor in total control of Japan, the Japanese state began to rapidly modernize at whatever the cost. The Meiji government established a universal Japanese language, replacing regional dialects. The old samurai class was slowly but steadily abolished, and old traditions were destroyed in favor of rapid industrialization.
Sarsaparilla Breaker!
Military
Ha!
conscription became mandatory. Now all the men of Japan would learn to fight, and not only the samurai. The order of the world under heaven was changing once again. And one of the modernizations the Meiji government deemed most essential was religious modernization. Here, the foundation set by the shogunate came into play. The institutions and bureaucracies of religion had already been absorbed into the state, and religious ideologies had largely been extinguished. What remained was an irreligious religion, the hodgepodge remnants of Shinto that the shogunate had once tried to consolidate for its state purposes. The Meiji government shaped this religion into a new faith, Koka Shinto, State Shinto, where old Shinto revered many spirits and deities, and saw the emperor as being a divine representative of a more pantheistic notion of gods. New Shinto, State Shinto, was designed to emulate what the Meiji government saw as advantageous about westernized religion, that it was more monotheistic and absolutist in nature. The emperor was no longer a representative, but a god among mere mortals, and Japan became a special nation among all others, as it alone had a true god emperor. State Shinto was a religion built by committee that created a new god from the ashes of old Japan. The idea of the Japanese emperor as a god is a recent development, dating only as far back as the late 1800s. The late Meiji era saw Japan emerge onto the world stage as a great power, capable of defeating even the militaries of great Western nations, such as the humiliating victory of Japan over Russia in the Russo-Japanese War, the result of which was the Treaty of Portsmouth, a treaty which gave Japan control of Korea, which it would later annex, and substantial portions of southern Manchuria. The Meiji era ended in 1912, and was followed by the Taisho and Showa eras. The rapid industrialization and modernization of Japan was
if you guys don't know about the Russo-Japanese War, it's fucking
Japan
stupid.
shocked the world
It's so stupid.
But while many of the Meiji Restoration's developments brought great prosperity to Japan, Koka Shinto did not. The people were indoctrinated into the belief that their emperor was a true god and their nation was divine. The result, inevitably, was an extremely zealous nationalism, and from that nationalism emerged a military-controlled Japanese government that quashed all dissent and pushed the national rhetoric of divine exceptionalism to the furthest possible limits. We all know what happened next. Japan, following what it saw as the Western example of imperialism, attempted to expand its territory and economy through warfare and unequal treaties. And when those imperialist efforts yielded fruit, Japan would go one step further, allying the ideologically similar Nazi Germany and fascist Italy, and embarking on a series of brutal conquests, the likes of which were nearly unparalleled in their cruelty and horror. Japan started these conquests full of divine fervor and belief in the superiority of their people and their god emperor. But where did Japan end up? The legacy of Koka Shinto was a completely devastated Japan. On January 1st, 1946, the United States forced Emperor Showa to renounce his divinity. The emperor himself would say to a confused and sorrowful Japanese people that Japan as a nation was not built upon myths. And the United States rewrote the Japanese constitution, specifically targeting state Shinto, while also attempting to avoid lasting resentment by permitting some aspects of state Shinto to remain, including such private ceremonies of reverence. The new Japanese education system was forbidden from teaching religion in schools, and a new prevailing idea emerged among the Japanese people that the brainwashing and zealotry of state Shinto was what led Japan to invade other countries with such cruelty, and was what ultimately led Japan to ruin. Alright, Mooney, I can hear you say, that's great. What is this, hardcore history? Can we get to the video games already? Where are all the funny jokes and visual gags? I can't promise too many funny jokes to come, but we are getting to the video games. We've gone through a lot of history, so let's summarize before we get to modern times and eventually to JRPGs. Japan adopted the concepts of immortality and mortal ascension from Buddhism and Taoism through cultural exchange with China. The concepts mixed with Shinto inform the basis for many of Japan's myths and cultural legends. The Japanese idea of divinity, then, is also a mix of folk religion, Buddhism, and Taoism, in that there is a heavenly hierarchy of sorts, and all divinity in a pantheistic manner derives from heaven in some form. The organizations of religion develop political power and come into conflict with the state. The state fights against religion and wins, subsuming religion into the organization of the Japanese state, and the head of state becomes as a god. Another religion then emerges in the form of Christianity, and with it comes new gods, the West and all of its modernizations. The Japanese state crushes the religion but is defeated by the new gods, and the old god, the shogunate, passes. A new multi-headed god then rises to replace the shogunate, the emperor, westernization and industrialization, and state Shinto. The son of the sun rises as a god and descends as a man by the glow of two suns crafted by the hands of men. To summarize even more succinctly, the old ways of ancient Shinto are upended by Taoism and Buddhism. The Buddha is replaced by the shogun as a deity by other shoguns. The shogunate
If I was in Pokemon World and had to get sent back to the past, I'd be so
westernization and the emperor.
The Second Pacific Squadron video essays covering the battle between Japanese and Russian navies is a treat to listen to in a horrifying and inept sort of way, for real.
And the people suffer for it. We've seen the roots, and now we've seen the tree. But before we get to video games, we need to zoom out one final time, armed with the proper context, and observe the forest itself.
There's a podcast that I really like called Revolutions, and Revolutions talks about how it talks about the Russo-Japanese War in the context of the Russian Revolution, and how it also contributed to the downfall and like the disillusionment of the people of Russia. And I was like, that's insane. Fun fact, my great uncle was significantly involved in the Manhattan Project. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. Fun fact for you guys. I'm related to Mark Twain. My grandma shares his real last name. Crazy, right?
The Japanese people entered the modern age with an understanding that religion, with its gods and fanaticism, is more trouble than it's worth. Post-war Japan developed into an increasingly secular society, and the Japanese largely shunned organized religion. Many still practice some level of Shinto ritual, but did so more for cultural purposes, and less so as a pursuit of religious meaning and belonging.
Yo, Sammy Clemens!
Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche once postulated,
Cube lore.
when the meaningfulness of life that arises from religion dies in a society, something must replace it, or the society withers. He called this withering phenomenon of the individual the idea that life has no purpose or meaning, nihilism. And in the void of purpose that existed in post-war Japan, new gods would come to bring new purported purpose. Some amongst the Japanese, largely the elderly or the small c conservative leaning, took solace in the old, reverence of the emperor and the practice of Shinto as they knew it. This caused the re-establishment of a sort of much weaker state Shinto, which is a source of quite a bit of controversy at times within Japan, as the philosophical body of state Shinto and its relation to Japan's military government history clashes with the more casual ritualistic Shinto of the common people, and the more progressive values therein. In the pursuit of old Shinto, here is one god and one faction. Other Japanese would find the meaning of religion through cults, or so-called new religious movements. This societal nihilism, this personal meaninglessness, is a large reason why such movements have obtained not only so much power in Japan, but in all of East Asia. Consider, for example, the assassination of Shinzo Abe, the former Prime Minister of Japan. His politics became tied up in both the historical revisionism of the new state Shinto, but also in the Korean new religious movement known as the Unification Church, known also as the Moonies.
One of my favorite jokes that comes out of knowing who Shinzo Abe is. Hello, JT. Thanks so much for the resub for 4 months. Oh, thank you. Is by Mother's Basement, and he goes, you know, when Shinzo Abe got Shinzo Abe'd, and I was like, what the fuck? What? It's such a good euphemism. That's all.
No relation. Tetsuya Yamagami, Shinzo Abe's assassin, stated that his motive for the assassination was Shinzo Abe's vocal support of the Unification Church, the organization that had brainwashed his mother and bankrupted his family. You may have also heard of the Buddhist new religious movement Omu Shinrikyo, known also as Arefu. Omu Shinrikyo is a doomsday cult, infamous for the 1995 Tokyo subway sarin gas attacks that killed 13 people and severely injured another 50. There are many new religious movements in Japan, and each of them claims to offer meaningfulness and an answer, yet more factions and more gods and more purported answers. But there is a new god, even greater, even more powerful than the new religious movements or state Shinto.
You guys ready for this one?
That god in post-war Japan is capitalism.
Yeah!
The almighty dollar.
Yeah!
The Japanese economy was in total ruins after World War II. The Japanese people had their meaning of life ripped from them by the victorious
Is
Allies.
this a chase stream without, like, anti-capitalist statements?
No more military government. The Americans, though, gave the Japanese a new purpose. By the end of the American occupation of Japan in 1952, Japan had successfully been reintegrated into the global economy, with new economic infrastructure and a revitalized national direction. Japan's economy improved with incredible and unexpected speed, a phenomenon which has since been called the Japanese post-war economic miracle. There were many factors that contributed to this post-war economic miracle, but they aren't that relevant to this video. What is relevant is that Japan's economic model and growth led to what seemed like a new golden age. Capitalism, the new god, the alien god of the West, had brought heaven to Japan in the form of conspicuous consumption. The Japanese economic miracle occurred in 4 stages. The first stage was the recovery phase, a period between 1946 and 1954 when Japan
Marry and reproduce Shinzo Abe, yeah.
The second stage was the high increase stage.
I thought they were going to say Turbo Granny. No, this is too old for Turbo Granny.
During this time, Japan's economy exploded, and Japan rose to quickly become the most developed country in East Asia once more. Prime Minister Hayato Ikeda is often credited as being the master architect of this period of growth. Ikeda pursued both a policy of heavy industrialization fueled by generous government loans and a relaxation of anti-monopoly laws. The repeal of these anti-monopoly laws permitted the rise of massive business conglomerates from the ashes of once large business families.
Boy, you guys ready to learn?
These conglomerates are known today as the kairetsu.
The
In the heavenly hierarchy
kairetsu.
of Japanese capitalism, the kairetsu are like the chief gods. They are as forces of capitalist nature. In 1992, a study was conducted of the Big Six kairetsu, the 6 largest conglomerates in Japan. Only 0.007% of the registered corporations in Japan were members of the Big Six, but this tiny number of corporations controlled nearly 20% of all capital and nearly 17% of the country's total assets. All of this owned by only 6 large conglomerates. These kairetsu are not giant corporations in the most literal sense. They are not, for example, like Apple or Walmart, giant centralized entities. Kairetsu are more like webs, each point of the web representing a different entity that builds the body of the kairetsu. At the very center of a kairetsu is usually some kind of financial institution.
Some giant
Take, for
capital
example,
Voltron.
Mitsubishi Group, whom you may know for their cars. And if you are a World War II dork, the A6M Zero Fighter. The heart of Mitsubishi is not their motor company, it's actually their bank. Kabushiki Gaisha Mitsubishi UFJ Ginko is the largest bank in Japan. It's actually the 6th largest bank in the world. The top 4 banks in the world by total assets are Chinese state-run banks. Number 5 is JP Morgan Chase. And the 6th largest bank in the world is Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi is larger than Bank of America, larger than HSBC, larger than Citigroup. It is larger than Lloyd's and Goldman Sachs combined. The Mitsubishi Corporation itself is Japan's largest general trading company. What you know of as Mitsubishi Motors is only one company itself, and a larger parent company called Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, which includes Mitsubishi Motors, Mitsubishi Chemical, Mitsubishi Power, Mitsubishi Space Systems, and Mitsubishi Atomic Industry. That's right, the company that makes the car which just cut you off on the freeway sounding like the scream of a howler monkey set to the ambiance of Beijing on Chinese New Year while barely managing 60 miles per hour is also an atomic power company. If you play a lot of JRPGs,
does he sound salty?
This might all
I
sound
don't know.
a little bit familiar to you. Can you think of an organization in any highly regarded JRPG that resembles a kairetsu like Mitsubishi in its scale, power, and control?
All right, guys, have you been listening? Put out your suggested JRPGs that fall in those categories. That's me, but for pickup trucks, for real. For real, for real. Which JRPG has companies that sound like this? Surely none. Surely none. JRPGs are escapist fantasies, don't you know? They don't make you confront things that happen in the real world. Why would they do that? That's silly. That's silly. FM7? Xenoblade 2? Basically, the right answer is literally any JRPG. Almost any JRPG will have a web-like central conspiracy type company. Answer, yes, exactly. Was that the initial D car? Yes, I think it was.
In Final Fantasy VII, one of my favorite games of all time,
Yep,
the Shinra
Pokemon.
Electric Power Company controls the city of Midgar and essentially the entirety of the in-game world. Despite being a corporation, it is in every respect that universe's de facto
Persona?
God, a false god.
Got the big
that
burger
exploits
company?
the good in the world for profit and promises a false heaven, a literal promised land, built itself on a web of lies meant to suppress the people and give them hope and develop power, ultimately for Shinra. And this is not a subtle implication at all once you know the context. It's literally in the name. Shinra is made up of 2 kanji. Number 1 is Shin, meaning god or deity, and 2, Ra, meaning in this case web or
Scarlet,
conglomerate.
thank you so much for the
god
resub. 4
conglomerate,
months.
the divine kairetsu, Shinra. Mitsubishi and the other kairetsu promised heaven to Japan. However, in 1973, the high increasing stage of the economic miracle came to an abrupt halt due to the 1973 oil crisis. In 1973, the price of oil increased from $3 a barrel to $13 a barrel. This caused Japan's industrial production to decrease by 20% and led thereafter to tighter supply and higher commodity prices. When the secondary oil shocks of 1978 and 1979 occurred thereafter, the price of oil increased again from $13 per barrel to nearly $40 per barrel. Japan struggled economically during this second oil shock, but not nearly to the extent of other developed countries. Japan, you see, managed to convert its economy in part away from oil-hungry industrial production to become more of a technology and services-based economy, which allowed Japan to increase its economic strength even as other countries struggled with the oil shock.
Yakuza 0 was the best representation of Japanese culture. Dude,
I
agree.
You guessed it,
I agree.
The United States.
Heavy
Now,
agree.
at the time, the American perception of Japan's economic rise was not unlike the American perception today of China, as this unstoppable economic juggernaut destined to overtake the American economy if it continued to grow. In response to the Japanese economic threat, the United States waged what was essentially market warfare on its own ally, which culminated in the 1985 Plaza Accord, which significantly depreciated or lowered the value of the US dollar. What happens though when you lower the value of a currency relative to other currencies? Well, the competitiveness of the lower currency nation increases relative to other nations. This is why, for example, you may see American politicians complain about China's currency controls and how they affect American competitiveness. The Plaza Accord didn't just decrease the value of the US dollar though, it caused the Japanese yen to shoot up, reducing Japan's competitiveness at a crucial time. And like Commodore Perry over 100 years prior, the United States threatened to pursue sanctions against Japan and threatened to open Japanese markets for US companies by economic force. The immediate effects of the yen shooting up in value, though, was not the death of the Japanese economy, at least not right away. It was the opposite. In the late 1980s, towards the end of the steady increase phase of the economic miracle, the Japanese economy experienced one of the largest asset price bubbles in history. There were some in Japan who welcomed this like a celebration. Suddenly everyone's money was worth way more than before. Everyone's salary was worth more. Everyone's property became extremely valuable. Conspicuous consumption reached never-before-seen heights in Japan. The 80s saw massive commercialization, city pop and disco, stunning fashion in high-tech cities, Blade Runner-esque neighborhoods like Ginza and Shinjuku. At the time, 9 out of the 10 largest banks in the world were Japanese, and half of the world's entire stock market capitalization was traded on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. The New York Stock Exchange held only 25% of the world's total in comparison. The greater Tokyo area had a larger GDP than the entirety of the United Kingdom. The 1.15 kilometer grounds of the Tokyo Imperial Palace were worth more than all of the land in the entire state of California.
Insane.
This is the extent to which the bubble expanded, a short-lived era of unbelievable excess in Japan that is sometimes referred to as the Baburu Jidai, the bubble era. This was the heaven that the Kairetsu had promised, the utopia that capitalism had finally brought to Japan. Until, very suddenly, the bubble burst.
Juliana's disco was packed with people who thought the party would go on forever. They were about to experience the mother of all hangovers.
In 1989, the Japanese yen suddenly plummeted in value, going from an exchange of $1 to 123 yen in 1988 to as low as $1 to 145 yen in September of 1989. Land prices in Tokyo crashed, declining by 4.2%. In 1990, the yen continued to weaken, getting as low as $1 to 158.5 yen. The Nikkei 225, a stock market index that tracks the Tokyo Stock Exchange, plummeted 35% in total value in 1990 and continued to decline in 1991. The rest of this economic story is one you may already know. After all, if you were watching this video, you probably lived through it and have some recollection of it. Japan's economy has been painfully stagnant, suffering from recessions, the effects of natural disasters, and poor government policymaking. This period of stagnation and recession was originally called the Ushinwarenta Junen, the lost decade of the 90s. But the lost decade became the lost 20 years, and in the 2010s this phenomenon became known as the lost 30 years, and more commonly now, the lost decades. A quick warning before we continue. I'm going to briefly discuss Japan's ruling political party, the LDP. This discussion is strictly within the historical framework and is not intended to be a political endorsement or statement for or against the LDP or any other political party. The heaven of conspicuous consumption that was promised was a falsehood. The cycle of history continues. The kairetsu and the Japanese government that supports them, like the shogunate, like the military government of the emperor, are seen by many Japanese people as being rather myopic and inward-facing. The LDP, or Liberal Democratic Party, is the controlling political party of Japan, and it is often seen as the party of business, the kairetsu's choice. The LDP was formed in 1955 as a merger of Japan's two little c conservative political
Lost
parties,
40 years,
the
you.
Liberal Party and the Democratic
Economic recession
Party.
in the 90s, didn't
Prior
see
to
that
the
coming,
merger,
right?
The Liberal Party and Democratic Party each controlled the government one after the other, starting in 1949, essentially as an extension of the conservative imperial government that preceded it. Japan has free and fair elections. It is a liberal democracy built literally in the American model. But the Japanese people choose very consistently. Let me give you an informative example. The People's Republic of China, Communist China, was fully established on October 1st, 1949. But the Little C Conservative Party of Japan has had control of the Japanese government since January 23rd, 1949. And arguably, if one accepts a brief period of time during which a socialist government had control from April 25th, 1947 to January 23rd, 1949, the Japanese conservatives have had power since the first election on April 10th, 1946, and even arguably before that, as the Japanese Little C conservatives were also in control of the military imperial government. The Liberal and Democratic parties were direct offshoots, involving very often the exact same leaders of that military government, the legacy of which is still present today in the LDP. In other words, though we condemn the People's Republic of China as being a one-party state, the Japanese government has been controlled essentially by a single party since before the establishment even of Communist China. It's not that simple, of course, and one can hardly compare the political situation of Japan to that of mainland China. And in fairness to the LDP, there were some blips where the LDP lost some control, such as during the 1993 election and the 2009 election, when the LDP very briefly lost power to offshoot parties of the LDP with largely the same policies and ideas, only wrapped with better marketing. This is the setting, the backdrop, the complete context we need to begin to piece together why you always kill gods in Japanese video games. It started as a trope built out of the Japanese historical religious experience. But as time has progressed, the trope has cemented itself as a cry for help, as a form of protest, as a cultural expression of frustration and hopelessness and rage against the machine. Let us explore this last facet of understanding, the canopy of the forest, before we get finally to our discussion of video games. In the West, we are painted a very rosy picture of Japan. Beautiful scenery, futuristic technology, bullet trains, clean streets, and
2,000 years
food.
later.
And all of this is true, in part. But it is not the whole picture, as some of you may already know. When corporations and capital took power in Japan through the LDP and the monopolistic kairetsu, a social contract
Did you want to do some learning today,
a
Lowman?
series of de facto commandments one must follow to get into capitalist heaven, a purpose, a meaning of life. You live your life for the company, and only the company. You are employed the moment you graduate, shinsotsu ikatsu sayo, levy, and mass of new students. And you work at the company for life.
Yes.
Wages begin low.
I want to erase
but
my 1
seniority
megabyte
is
brain.
rewarded. You prove yourself through hard work, and slowly you become a senior. You prove your devotion to the company in exchange for its blessings. You sing the company song, you surrender your vacation days, and you work unpaid overtime. In exchange, you receive conspicuous consumption. But as the economy faltered and the lost decade stretched, so too did that social contract deteriorate. The corporations, bloated and fat from 50 years of uninterrupted growth, were old-fashioned and narrow-minded. The young people, mobilized for economic war as if they are soldiers, are pushed through a hellish, grueling school system. Japanese students go to school at 6:30, start at 8, finish school at 3, but then virtually all students continue thereafter to do bukatsu, after-school activities. The more serious students, which is all of them, will then continue to tutoring, cram school, or library study for the most capable. There may also be some extracurricular activities, such as instrument lessons or sports. I have seen some reports that show Japanese students actually work fewer hours on their homework than American students do. Why, this report says Japanese students only do 3.8 hours of homework a week.
Sure.
And this chart shows South Korea being even more lenient with homework at only 2.9 hours. The Japanese and Koreans among you will laugh at this chart, I am sure, because the true experience is this. You don't even get home until 10:30 p.m. from your bukatsu and your cram school and your music lesson. Many bukatsu even feature a nap time period around 7:30 for like half an hour, and a short meal time which your parents must pack for you so that you can wake up and continue to work.
9,000
By the time you are home at
FT,
nearly
I'm
11
too
p.m., you
poor
have about
for
half
that.
an hour to do whatever homework you can
Hi,
at
Frog!
the maximum efficiency possible before you pass
Like and
out.
thank you for checking in.
You
How are
only
you
see your
doing
friends
today?
in school and never outside of school. The harsh, conforming nature of your school forces everyone to act alike, dress alike, and behave alike, or otherwise face punishment by teachers and school administration, or worse, severe bullying, which is seldom addressed by administration and at times even encouraged for the sake of enforcing conformity. You will have school on Saturday, and your vacations are seldom true vacations. Your summer break is spent, half the time, at school, taking classes that are supposed to be the student's choice, but are culturally mandatory. Failing to go will have school officials asking after your child, and other parents taking notice of your poor parenting. You certainly wouldn't want to leave a bad impression that could even potentially find its way to your place of employment, would you? And without giving too much away of my own personal background, I have seen this myself. I have seen this and spoken to those who have experienced
Vanoss
this
Gaming
not
Crew
only in
is?
Japan,
No
but
idea
also
what that
in
is.
South Korea and in Taiwan and in mainland China.
Oh,
And what is all
Hungarian
this for?
currency.
This is your boot camp, your training for the working world. A world just as tedious, just as gruesome, with an ever-decreasing reward for your effort. Once you are at work, you will arrive early. You will sing the company song. You will work all day even if you have nothing to do. You will stay overtime even if there is nothing to work on. And when you are done with your working day, you will follow your boss to the bar, drink until you are wasted because you have to in order to save face, and then you will go back to work first thing in the morning with a hangover, with everybody else, to do it again. You will not see your family except just before bed, if you even have a family, which very likely you do not and never will. You will serve the Shinra, you will grind, you will worship the God Company, and you will be grateful for the opportunity to serve. It is no wonder then that the Japanese population is declining. It is no wonder that Japan has such a problem with suicide and depression. It is no wonder that Japan has a problem with hikikomori, or acute social withdrawal, where people live as social recluses, living in rooms and never leaving, often relying on the support of elderly parents. It is no wonder that Japan has a problem with karoshi, death by overwork, heart attacks, and strokes due to stress from work, or malnourishment from never being able to leave the office or eat healthy foods or take in vitamin D from the sun. And these issues are not helped at all by the myopic perspective of the government, who seem to know exactly what the problem is, but constantly beat around the bush, shuffling numbers or producing flawed statistics to try and hide the problem instead of confronting it, a very Japanese behavior of saving face. This is because these are all problems of young people. Japan's population is in decline, and there aren't that many young people to vote. The elderly people vastly outnumber the young, and they vote in directions that favor their benefit. And why shouldn't they? It's not like they have it easy either. They fulfilled their end of the social contract and never received the heaven promised, only stagnation. The elderly ask only for a little of what they were promised, but the state has less than even that to offer, and so the young are robbed of their future to pay the old, who only ask for a fraction of what they deserve and arguably what they need to survive. There is an internal conflict deeply embedded in the modern Japanese experience. The economy is declining, the population is declining, the youth have little hope. The government and elderly are either clueless or pretending they are clueless to save
Everything
face.
about this is worse
Meanwhile,
in
the
South
lost
Korea too.
decade
Yeah,
is
he has
stretching
South
into
Korea
the lost
videos as
half
well.
century. The enemy
They're on the
is
docket. Don't
nebulous
worry.
and insurmountable. The odds impossible.
We
It
doing
is
a
no
learn
wonder that
today,
in Japan,
guys.
You fight evil gods. It is a rebellion manifested in the form of media. It is a cry for help and a cultural zeitgeist as much as it is a mechanic. The Japanese people are locked in a struggle, a cultural war against an evil that the society doesn't fully understand, marching as it does ever forward towards what appears to be inevitable doom.
It says, no matter how much they believe that what they do is good, the winds of time eventually turn them into tools of industrial civilization. It's never unscathed. They're cursed dreams. Animation too. Today, all of humanity's dreams are cursed somehow. Beautiful, yet cursed dreams. Hayao Miyazaki.
Game developers, anime directors, and the like, they tend to be the quirky ones of Japanese society, the ones that escaped the social contract or at the very least most aware of it. And they are the ones who tell this story, the story of their lives, of their experiences, in the ways that they can. In that Japanese way, indirect, non-confrontational, for fear of bullying, for fear of being ostracized. They do not want to be targeted by those who have given everything to the false gods, and yet lash out because they themselves are insecure and afraid and need something to blame for that which they have been promised but have not received. They fulfilled their end of the social contract but have received only suffering in return, and so they lash out. Let us finally, corroborate all of the above by examining these themes directly in different JRPGs. After that, we'll take a look at this trope in the West to identify the similarities and differences, while also identifying what we in the West can learn from Japan before it is too late for us.
Alright. I read a story about a half Japanese, half British girl in Japan being forced to dye her blonde hair black by the school so she would fit in, even though the school had a rule against dyeing your hair. Yeah! Yeah! How's the commission going? It's going pretty good. I think so far so good. I still gotta add like the kind of glitching effects around her. And then we'll build it into a card. I'm gonna give a little background too. Let's see. Oh yes, my generation suffered, so the next generation must also suffer mindset. Yep, boomer philosophy. Their birth rate is lower than 0.5 in South Korea. Might have to double check that. Yeah, South Korea has the lowest birth rate, followed by I think there's like one other country in between. It's like South Korea, another country, then Japan. But like South Korea has this lower birth rate by like almost like 2 whole tenths of a percent than Japan, which is crazy. What does 0.5 mean in the context? Oh, so The context is so birth rate is based on replacement percentages, right? So you have two parents who birth two children. Two children replace those two parents. So they have a birth rate of 2. But if you have well, I guess it would be like 1 because it's 1-to-1, right? So it's replacement. If you have a birth rate of 1, that means that you're having the number of people in the society each generation if you only have one child, right? And then if you have less than that, that means that there are many couples that aren't having any children. So you go from like 2 to 1 to 0. And then from there you get your average of like how many children are born per generation versus in comparison to like the generation that birthed them, etc., etc. Yeah, no probs. Of course. Yeah. Exactly.
Final Fantasy VII is one of my favorite games of all time, and its themes greatly inspired this video. Western punditry likes to focus on the more obvious themes of the game, such as Avalanche and the environmentalist message of the game, while overlooking the more subtle themes that require some understanding of Japanese culture and religious history, an understanding that you now have. Final Fantasy VII is a game with 3 primary villains. The first is Shinra, the god conglomerate, representing the Kairetsu, the large, all-encompassing company that controls the world. The second, and this is where the metaphor gets interesting, is Genova, an alien from a faraway place that interrupted the natural order of things and was purported to be an ancient, a blessing, but which turned out to be a poison and a curse, with its own motive of conquering the lands it arrives on. A new false god, bearing the name of the Judeo-Christian god, but Nova, Latin for new, a new god. And the third is Sephiroth, a child of Shinra and Genova, an entity that marries native problems with foreign ideology, the product of a conglomerate's hunger for power and the poison of an alien being infecting the world around it. Sephiroth is a metaphor for government. You may have noticed that very often in JRPGs, the evil god also happens to be an alien. And whether this is a conscious decision or a subconscious projection, there is good reason for that. Capitalism, individualism, conspicuous consumption, hyper-industrialization, these are considered by many Japanese as being alien to Japan. They are thought of as being introductions from the West, brought to Japan just 200 years prior. Like Genova, the Japanese perception is that westernization and capitalism was forced on Japan, and Japan adopted it to survive. It has lodged itself into the culture, poisoning everything around it with its influence, purporting at first to bring prosperity and a high age, a new Midgar, a promised land, only to corrupt and intermingle with Shinra, leaving Sephiroth in its wake and eventually a collapsed society which Genova can then devour. This is a theme we see in a lot of JRPGs, all pursuant to this same theory. Lavos, an alien creature of immense power, comes from space and lodges itself into the world, poisoning everything around it. It purports to bring prosperity and a high age, only to corrupt and intermingle with the hedonistic kingdom of Zeal, corrupting Queen Zeal, and weakening the planet enough so that it can consume it and begin the process anew. The Greater Will, a cosmic force, an outer god, arrives to the lands between, bearing with it the Elden Ring. It purports to bring prosperity and a high age, the age of the Erd Tree, only to corrupt those it would give power to, Queen Marika, the Golden Order, and the Elden Lord, so that it can consume that which remains. I'm sure you can come up with a few examples of your own. It's the same story, the same metaphor used again and again in JRPGs and Japanese media. A false god and its corrupting influence, representing consumption and pursuit of capital. A false promised heaven, like that of bubble-era Japan. A corrupt power, representing a government purchased and corrupted by capital, and if the false god is not stopped, a hellish existence thereafter. But not all JRPGs necessarily utilize the alien aspect, thereby tying the false god to the West. The most overt example of this metaphor that subtracts the false god as an alien from the West angle, I would argue, is Persona 5. Serious spoilers ahead, by the way. I'll add a chapter marker if you'd like to skip the spoilers, but please click away now if you would like to. In
Even
Persona
Pokemon,
5,
even
there is a
Pokemon!
cognitive parallel universe that exists alongside the real universe, and the collective public has a realm in this universe that represents their collective desires called mementos. When a person's unconscious becomes corrupted around a single powerful desire, that desire turns into a treasure and builds around it a cognitive palace to protect said treasure. Mementos, it turns out, is a cognitive palace for the entirety of the Japanese public, and the treasure at the bottom of Mementos is the greatest desire of the Japanese public. It's called the Holy Grail, a symbol of wealth and power. The Grail manifests itself as Yaldabaoth, an evil god of control. It purports to bring about a golden age, to give the public what it secretly desires, a world in which the public doesn't have to think for itself. A social contract, if you will. It inserts itself into the capitalist system around it, of greedy and power-hungry people, and corrupts Masayoshi Shido, the Sephiroth of the game, the government product of the false god of capital and a greedy society. There's not even an XP here. The false god is literally wealth and control. The system it inserts itself into is just a Japanese society without any metaphoric obstruction, and the Sephiroth, Shido, is a politician. That's the fundamental breakdown. The god-slaying trope in JRPGs and the often repetitive plot that surrounds this trope is a critique and expression of life in modern Japan as told through the lens of a religious cycle of experience that has occurred in Japan since time immemorial. And this time, the corrupt old god bringing ruin to Japan is capitalism. The new heaven it promised, the conspicuous consumption of the 80s, has crumbled into the lost half-century. Alright, but wait a moment. If we take just a step back, we can see that not every use of this trope is so charged with political context, at least perhaps not consciously. I can't speak for Masahiro Sakurai, but I don't suspect Mr. Sakurai is trying to offer a critique of capitalism in Kirby's Dream Land 2, where Kirby fights against dark matter, an alien god creature that has possessed a local politician with promises of power. Huh. Never mind that. How about Kirby 64, where Kirby confronts dark matter after the alien god creature possesses politician Queen Zeal, I mean the Queen, and takes control of Ripple Star? Or in Kirby in the Forgotten Land, where the alien god creature Fecto Forgo promises a heaven-like land of dreams to a greedy group called the Beast Pack and possesses their leader, Leongar, to do so, all set in a ruined, Earth-like planet called the New World. Or how about Kirby Superstar, which is possibly a Marxist-Leninist critique of the Soviet Union in the late... you know, maybe Kirby isn't the best counter-example. Or maybe I need to ban Little Dark Age from my shuffle playlists. But yes, it's probably not all overtly political. Some of it certainly is, like in Final Fantasy VII, or Mother 3, or Persona 5, or Kirby, I guess. But sometimes this trope is just a retelling of the Japanese cycle of history. A cycle of religious history that we've already reviewed, but which stretches back even into Japanese mythological record. I'd argue that perhaps the reason this trope is so prevalent in the modern age is because, even subconsciously, it is currently extremely relevant to the Japanese experience, and has been so since the late 80s, when story-driven video games really began to take off. Now Mooney, I can hear you say, this is all very interesting, but there's no precedent for any of this. Isn't it a leap of logic to assume that Japanese media constructs metaphors of such complexity without seemingly voicing these concerns aloud in society? How come I don't know anything about any of this? Well, Japanese media is chock full of this kind of subtle metaphor. There is precedent for this kind of symbolism. Consider Godzilla, long understood to be a filmographic metaphor for the consequences and dangers of atomic weapons, but also as a subtle metaphor for American influence in Japan itself. Or for a more contemporary example, consider Dragon Ball Z. Akira Toriyama, the creator of DBZ, was inspired to create the intergalactic villain Frieza, based on his experiences with real estate speculators during the Japanese economic bubble. Toriyama has stated that the real estate speculators are, and I quote, the worst sort of people. If you are an OG fan of Moon Channel, you may remember what we discussed in the Ace Attorney video. East Asian cultures tend to be non-confrontational and high context, meaning that a lot of cultural context and understanding is required to parse the meaning in language. Japanese literature and media is littered with indirect metaphors, designed in such a way where the message is not lost upon a Japanese audience, while also managing not to offend or cause a loss of face within the context of Japanese communication.
Freeze the landlord.
In Japan,
So
for
true,
example,
though.
you might not refuse an unreasonable request directly. Instead, you'd say, "Kento shimasu," I'll consider it. Whereas Japanese symbolism and metaphor tends to be purposefully muted and subtle, however, Western metaphor tends to be more overt. In American games, when we bring up topics like our own displeasure with capitalism, we get Stardew Valley, or The Outer Worlds, or BioShock Infinite. These metaphors really hit you over the head, but that is not the case with Japanese games or media, which is why Final Fantasy VII is so helpful. By Japanese standards, the metaphor present in that game is glaring and obvious, which makes it compelling, mysterious, and thought-provoking by American standards. Which brings us to the penultimate section of this video, a comparison of the god-slaying trope in Eastern and Western games. Japanese critiques of the system in video games, whatever that system might be, tend to be subtle and wrapped around layers of metaphor and nuance. Western critiques in video games tend to be overt, obvious, and blunt. Moon Channel viewers have pointed out that the most obvious reason one might kill a god in a video game is that it is the highest possible escalation of stakes, defeating that which is most powerful. And that does play into the Japanese metaphorical context as well, only here, that which is most powerful, most insurmountable, is and always has been this system. When we see Western games, though, we experience the god-slaying trope within the Western religious context, namely the Greco-Roman and Judeo-Christian context. You may recall in the beginning of the video how Japanese religion learned the ideas of immortality, attainment, and enlightenment to godhood via China, and how the development of this idea that an ordinary person could become a god not only by birth, but through great deeds or deep understanding or personal cultivation led to conflict between the state and religion. The progenitor religion of Western culture, the one we all study in school, Greco-Roman religion, has a similar idea, apotheosis, wherein a mortal can become a god through great deeds. But consider the source of that godhood. One does not attain godhood on one's own, it is granted by another god. Consider Hercules or Heracles. Depending on the interpretation, he was part god as the son of Zeus, or he was granted immortality when he was swept away by Athena to Olympus as he lay on his funeral pyre intending to burn himself to death. Or Palemon, who was granted divinity after his mother grabbed him and jumped into the sea to escape the wrath of Hera. Immortality or godhood is for the gods to gift to mortals. It is not for mortals to attain on their own. Consider also Judeo-Christian religion. Christianity in particular very substantially shapes Western cultural perceptions. Even if one is not religious, one's cultural understanding in the West is heavily intertwined with Christianity. In all Abrahamic faiths, the only way to immortality is through capital G, God. For all the Christians out there, I'm sure you know the following verse by heart. It's printed on our soda cups, and it's written on the bumper sticker stuck to the back of your mom's Subaru Outback. John 3:16. God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, and whoever believes in him shall never die but have eternal life. Immortality and deification in the West have a source. One is either born with it, or one is granted it by a god or the god, as the case may be. Heracles and Jesus, apotheosis and salvation. Japanese religious history involves a cycle of false gods, but false gods in the Japanese context, with all of the ambiguity baked into that idea, are not even possible in Western religion. One is a god or one is not a god. One can be an evil god, but because godhood is granted and not attained, There is no ambiguity as to who is or is not a god, and thus no place for subtle metaphor of this nature. Our culture in the West largely did not develop this nuance, and this is reflected in our video games. Kratos in God of War kills many different gods, and while they move the story along and help to develop Kratos as a character, the god slaying is not meant to convey some greater, overarching, political message. You may have noticed, though, my own rather ambiguous language. There are Western religious traditions that are more similar to Eastern religious traditions in myriad ways, including but not limited to the idea that one can ascend to godhood on one's own by one's own merits. And not coincidentally, these religious traditions often find their ways to Japan and get integrated into Japanese games via popular culture. These religious traditions being, namely, Norse mythology, Jewish mysticism, and Christian Gnosticism. In Norse mythology, the gods aren't even immortal. They have superhuman abilities, but they derive a degree of immortality by eating special apples. Although the stories of Norse mythology are quite fantastical, the Norse gods can be killed, even by mortals, depending on the interpretation. And because Norse gods are a little more human, being killable, and with more human-like characteristics, Norse mythology shares some similarity with Japanese religion, thereby making Norse mythology more accessible to a Japanese audience. We see these similarities manifest in games like, well, Final Fantasy VII.
I'm just going to take a guess, and Pokemon takes a stab with most villains are adults relative to kids.
Nibelheim comes from Niflheim, the realm of darkness where Helheim is located. And Helheim is ruled by the goddess
I knew Mario Kart was a
Hel.
capital
We also see Norse mythology heavily featured in the Ys series of games, the Valkyrie Profiles / Elysium series, Ygudra Union, and like every single Atlas game. Likewise, Jewish mysticism and Christian Gnosticism have similar Western religion subverting themes, alternative takes on Judaism and Christianity that offer different routes to salvation or secret knowledge that start to resemble an Eastern understanding of religion, instead of the more strictly Western, Greco-Roman, or canonical Judeo-Christian understanding. We also see these concepts present, again, in Final Fantasy VII. You may remember from earlier in the video, Genova, the name of God in Hebrew combined with the Latin word nova, meaning new, a new god. Or the name Sephiroth, which comes from the Hebrew Sephirot, the 10 aspects of God in the Kabbalah, which include Keter, Netzach, and Tiferet, meaning beauty. But look, we are getting a little too far into the weeds here. Sometimes the Japanese use Western religious motifs simply because they are cool and mysterious. Shinseki Evangelion's extensive use of Gnostic themes, for example, is said to be for this reason. Though again, you really need to read between the lines and apply high context when interpreting Japanese. And while I could go on and on about religious symbolism in Final Fantasy VII, or Gnostic symbolism in Evangelion, this is all besides the point. Our cultural understanding built in Western religion doesn't quite allow for the same degree of nuance and storytelling that the Japanese cultural context allows in this specific way. Our god-slaying trope is already uncommon, and when it is present, it is utilized for the purpose of escalating stakes and developing the stories of individual characters. Whereas in Japan, the god-slaying trope is widely used instead as a metaphor for a shared cultural experience of difficulty and struggle against an uncaring, soul-crushing system. But here's the thing. What has happened to Japan? The lost decade, the economic struggle, the broken social contract? These are concepts limited to Japan only for now. Economists and scholars have studied Japan's lost decade to the point of nausea, and while Japan has struggled tremendously with the effect and impact of the lost decade, to the point where the consequences and themes of that struggle have completely permeated their media, we in the West have been, largely, blissfully unaware of the extent of Japan's troubles. Japan is a canary in the proverbial coal mine. I don't want to scare you, but we here in the West may be catching up to where Japan already is. We are starting to see very Japanese-looking themes of godslaying, broken social contracts, and anger at an uncaring system permeating into our own media. And the reason for this is because we're starting to see the same problems in our societies that the Japanese have seen in theirs for 20 years already. A broken social contract. The elderly never received what they were promised, and so vote for policies that give them what they feel they've earned. The young are forced into a social contract with no payout. The promise of going to college, getting a job that pays enough for a home and children is broken. Our governments obfuscate and beat around the bush, trying to absolve themselves of responsibility while courting the vote of those who matter. The more populous elderly, who vote for that which they rightfully deserve, and who will slowly begin to outnumber the youth, as there are fewer and fewer youth due to the destruction of the social contract which supports things like birth rates or stable living. And we are already seeing signs of our own lost decade, our own lost half-century, creeping into the periphery of economics. What do you do then when change seems impossible? When the world has made your voice so small that you cannot even remember how to speak? How do you fight against that which is so massive, so labyrinthine, and so powerful that no one alive can completely comprehend it? How do you stand up to an institution so indomitable, with holy texts written in languages you can't understand, controlled by people whose perception of the world is completely alien and hostile to you? How do you fight a mammon machine?
Is this an ad?
Hungry,
No.
thirsting, unthinking, and alien
High fives
God,
for.
that which commands the stars, giving life its fullest brilliance and its greatest suffering? Where do you even start? Well, you start at the beginning. You start at level 1. You build your understanding. You lend your voice to the chorus. You find your party. You join your friends. You fight together. You win some, and you lose some. You struggle, you persevere, and you level up. You figure out the story. You discover the motives, and someday, when you're ready, you will stand up to the false god together, and you will prevail.
Yeah!
I've been your host, Mooney. Times may be tough, I know. But hang in there.
Together
and
we're
take good care of
stronger!
yourself, okay? A special thank you to this video's sponsor, NordPass Business. Please don't forget to check out their generous 3-month free trial.
Sorry, I had to leave that in for biscuits. Alright. Hi, Serenity! Hi! I'm working on some fun commissions. I forgot I forgot to do the glitchy lines. So I gotta do the glitchy lines really quick. But yeah. How are you guys up to? How are you guys up to? What are you guys up to? So that was our first one. How'd you guys like Mooney? I love listening to his stuff. He feels very similar to another podcaster that I used to listen to. Or I guess I still listen to. So, yeah. It's very comforting. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Man, I love metaphors. Hell yeah. Hi, Frog. Westerners say fuck you. Yeah, they really do. Really, I've seen a lack of subtlety within dialogue of recent anime. That's so fair, but I feel like a lot of it is that, like, when there's, like, a difference between, like, localizing something and then doing, like, a direct translation of something, and then also, like, adapting something for a Western audience, right? So, like, they're subtle differences, but it really depends on, like, what studio is doing the interpretations or where their like main audience is. Whereas like Netflix, for example, if they're doing anime, they're gonna make the dialogue as pronounced as possible, unless it has a precedent set for that medium or that genre to be more thought-provoking or like more I guess subtle in their messaging. Whereas like if it's just a rom-com, yeah, they're gonna look at the camera and be like, capitalism is bad. Shit like that, you know? I can't since Marilla, you made me just like cackle. I can't hear Greco-Roman without thinking of geckos wearing togas, and it's so funny. He's playing the motivational orchestra music, yeah! That was really interesting. Love his voice, right? I love metaphors. It was the sub, so... Oh. Yeah, so depending on the subs, so subtitles recently on Crunchyroll especially have been just auto-generated by either AI, quote AI, or just like really bad auto-generated like uh fuck translations. There we go. So for example, I was listening to this one I was watching this one anime, and I like having English subtitles on while I listen to it regardless, right? Like whether it's English, whether it's Japanese, I want subtitles on so that I can read and listen at the same time. It makes it a lot easier for me to take in the information if I get like two sources of it, or if it's like reinforcing it. So when I was watching this dub, the girl was like, "Oh, I just need to tuck something in really quick," or like tuck in something. She said something to the effect of tuck or buck or something, and the subtitles, I shit you not, said "time to fuck this," and I was like scandalized. Subtitle not censored, not censored. Didn't even put asterisks. Fuck, capital F-U-C-K. And I was like, bruh, you cannot. Anyways, bad. Yeah, real bad. At that point, I was like, okay, I think these subtitles need to be turned off. Because, like, prior to that, I had seen some, like, really bad, detection, essentially, of, like, what the words were.
That's hilarious.
Can we see
Mountainous
this?
even.
I don't remember which one it was. I think maybe it was Snow White with the Red Hair on Crunchyroll. If you play it in English and then force the English subtitles on, I think they're auto-generated based off of English words detected. I think that was the one I was watching, but don't quote me on it. I could be wrong. We have subtitles. The existence of subtitles imply the existence of DOM titles. I think those are just called title cards. Genshin Go Burr, I've went from being pissed at it over Arlecchino to not being able to stop thinking about it and actually starting to think about team compositions and build characters. Let's go! Join me, Umber! Join me! Yeah, good times, good times. So, which one would you guys like to do next? There's why do War Thunder players leak classified information? Is Rouge the Bat Latina? Who really owns Pokemon? Kawaii, anime, propaganda, and soft power politics. More Japanese history. Gotcha drama and Korean gender war. There's the one, Adric. There's the one. Rouge the Bat, classified information? Poll? Alright. 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 We'll do a poll. Alright. War Thunder is funny because it keeps happening. I know. It makes me laugh every time I see like a new thing that's like War Thunder again leaked classified new information, and I was like, what the fuck? Next video. War Thunder leaks. Got Korean Gotcha War art. Japanese history. Alright. I made the poll democratic too, so please go ahead. Russian Badger said to someone, "Do not leak government documents in the game," and the guy responded with, "I'm a leak shit." Oh shit! I forgot Rouge the Bet. No, I forgot. I'm sorry. Hold on. End poll. New poll. Next video. Korean Gotcha War 2-part. War Thunder leaks. Rouge the Bat. Japanese history. Okay. Sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. There you go. New polls up. Right now I'm using Diluc, Xiangling, Mona, and Rosaria. That's a good team. And just using Mona to let everything get reactions and everyone else works scarily better than what I was doing before. Yeah, that, and if she's in proximity of an enemy, she'll automatically drop one of her little mines as well behind her. That's really helpful. Her ult is based off of her recharge. So if you have at least one of her pieces and or her weapon be recharge based, she will do big numbie damage on her next charge attack after her ult. Where Rouge? Rouge the Bat's the third one. It's so funny how even the devs are like, please stop leaking classified documents. This is way too common. There's no way I got scammed out of 3K points. It's truly one of capitalism's failures. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Manage requests. War Thunder leaks, let's go! No, I don't care. You don't have to refund. Okay. I was looking for a way to do it, but I don't think there's a way to do it unless I ended or deleted the poll, I think. My bad. Thank you, oh Gremlin Genshin nerd. You're welcome. And if you want a Deluxe attacks to be big numbie damage too, you need to give him the flaming burning witch, flaming whatever the fuck it's called. Let's see. Pretty sure most of them leaking classified documents were 35T personnel, but I could be wrong. Shun! Shun who spends points on polls. Totally not like I put 3K in the same one. Beautiful. Alright. Cool. You guys wanted War Thunder, right? That was that. Hold on, sorry. Viewer results. War Thunder. Okay, cool. Oh, Roosh the Bat lost by 1 point. Oh, no. All right.
Disclaimer. The fine folks at Gaijin, the War Thunder devs, want me to let you know that they very strongly condemn any disclosures of classified data. Gaijin does not accept that data from their community and encourages all of you War Thunder players to please stop leaking classified information. There are two things that everybody knows about War Thunder. The first is that it is an exciting free-to-play multiplayer vehicular combat game with a penchant for realism, and the second is that War Thunder players have a penchant for leaking state secrets. Given that it is a military combat game, it is only natural that War Thunder might attract military types in possession of said state secrets. In 2020, for example, in the midst of the COVID quarantines, the defense industry publication Task and Purpose reported that the U.S. 1st Cavalry Division tankers were using War Thunder for quote-unquote training, after determining that War Thunder best met their needs amongst all the game's competitors. As if the U.S. 1st Cavalry hadn't already been training on War Thunder all day, griefing newbie lobbies with their premium Russian T-35s. In any case, just as how everybody knows two things about War Thunder, anyone who has ever spent time with military types knows two things about them. The first is that military types love to blow stuff up, and the second is that they love to argue about blowing stuff up. So the answer to the question, why do War Thunder players leak classified information, should be obvious then, right, Mooney? Military types love to argue, and their desire to be right overcomes their sense of duty, love for their country, and common sense. But it's not that simple, and you wouldn't be here watching this video if you thought it was. There have been 16 independent incidents involving military technical data removal on the War Thunder forums, starting as far back as July 14th, 2021, when classified documents of a currently in-service British tank were leaked and subsequently removed. The question then is, why War Thunder? There are other vehicular combat sims, there are other games with tanks and guns. What makes War Thunder such a lightning rod for classified information leaks? The answer is more complicated than you might think. It's not just about War Thunder's realism nor the unique way in which its devs balance the game. It's not just about try-hard military types wanting their country's plane or tank to be the best. There's a historical context that informs the present-day challenges that War Thunder's developer Gaijin faces, which then gives rise to two of the predominant complaints about War Thunder's balancing, which in turn leads to tryhards leaking classified information. And thus, to understand why War Thunder players leak classified information, we must first understand what that classified information is being leaked for, and to understand that, we must understand what information Gaijin is ostensibly missing and how that came to be. That's right, this is a history video, but I promise it's a fascinating one. Now, where in history are we going to start our discussion? Well, we'll find out in a moment, but first, this video is brought to you by... Can you guess? That's right, the fine folks at Gaijin have a sense of humor after all, because this video is brought to you by War Thunder. And if you haven't heard, if you somehow don't know, War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicular combat game ever made, available to play for free on PC, consoles, and mobile devices. You can control over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and warships from 10 major nations, including everything from biplanes and armored cars from the 1920s to modern fighter jets and main battle tanks of the present. And best of all, you don't even have to hurt any real people. Not physically, at least. If you hurt their egos enough, though, they might end up leaking both tiers and state secrets. Yet they wouldn't care to leak state secrets if it wasn't for War Thunder's epic combat and realistic graphics, if it wasn't for War Thunder's revolutionary damage modeling and vehicular details. Join a community of over 70 million players.
It could be
Whether
more
you're an engineering
comprehensive
nerd, a
though, leaks
try-hard gamer, a
classified
history
information
buff,
for
or
the
a serviceman
17th
with
time.
classified technical documentation, you're sure to have an explosive time.
Oh my god.
It's a game so good that some gamers are willing to risk jail time just to argue about it. And you can try War Thunder on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, or mobile devices today by going to the links in my description or pinned comment. New and returning players who haven't played in 6 months also receive a huge bonus pack across PC and consoles containing 100,000 Silver Lions, premium account time, the exclusive vehicle decorator Eagle of Valor, and much more. Only available for a limited time. A special thanks to War Thunder for sponsoring this video.
Okay. Okay, I do have my glitch blip.
As we just saw in the sponsored segment, War Thunder features thousands of playable combat vehicles. With so many different vehicles to fight in, how is one supposed to balance a match? How does progression work? Well, War Thunder manages its progression and its balancing by separating combat vehicles by both country of origin and arbitrary tier. We'll get into why vehicles are tiered instead of matched chronologically later in the video, but for now let's look at War Thunder's 10 playable countries. There are 2 outliers in Sweden and Israel, 2 states known for their contemporary military industry. The rest of the countries are the major allies and Axis powers of World War II. Germany, Italy, and Japan for the Axis, and China, the United States, Great Britain, France, and the Soviet Union for the Allies. If you're a War Thunder player, let me ask you this. Out of all of these playable countries, which one gets complained about the most? Which one gets called imbalanced the most often? There's a whole term for it in the War Thunder community. Russian bias. Wooden planes coated in magical stellinium that are stronger than steel. Pub-stomping invincible death machine tanks with futuristic sloped armor and perfect build quality while their Axis counterparts receive penalties for late war supply problems. Now, one could point the finger at Gaijin and say, it's because Gaijin has its origins in Russia. Of course, the Russian devs would overpower their own country's vehicles. But here's a fun fact. The Russian community of War Thunder generally believes that the American and German vehicles are imbalanced, that Gaijin, to cater to its far wealthier Western players, is making Western vehicles stronger to appeal to their sense of nationalism. That and there's a certain sense of Niemciphilia, literally Germanophilia, that possesses the Russian player base, as per Gaijin CEO Anton Yudintsev. Make of that what you will. The act of balancing War Thunder's vehicles, though, is a balancing game in and of itself. An apparent Russian bias or American bias or German bias emerges because the documentary evidence we have about said vehicles is itself biased. And thus, in order to understand why War Thunder players leak classified information, we must understand the origins of Russian bias, and in so doing, review a little bit of context. If you enjoy your Russian opera, as I do, you might immediately have recognized the backing track of this segment as the Polovetzian dances from Alexander Borodin's opera Prince Igor, arranged in the sound font of Majora's Mask, courtesy of Vtuber Classical Entertainment System. First performed in 1890, Prince Igor is a beautiful, mesmerizing
Adric, it's your
work,
shit!
and
It's
it
your
tells
shit!
an equally mesmerizing story. For you see, Borodin's inspiration for the libretto of Prince Igor, the literature if you will, was from an early Rus epic poem written in the late 12th century known as the Tale of Igor's Campaign. And the Tale of Igor's Campaign is, itself, a romanticization of the life of Igor the Brave, Prince of Novgorod-Seversk and Prince of Chernigov, describing in particular a failed attempt by the Rus Prince Igor to invade the lands of the Polovetzians to the south. In the east, the Polovetzians are known as the Kipchaks. In the west, we might better know the Polovetzians as the Cumans. And if you know anything about Cuman history, which I imagine is quite likely, you'll recall that the Cumans, the Polovetzians, are a Turkic people who migrated from Central Asia through the Russian steppe in the 11th century AD, and went on to conduct raids against their neighbors throughout the 12th century, including the Hungarians, the Byzantines, and of course, the Kievan Rus, which is where the story of Prince Igor begins. For you see, the Kievan Rus, despite ostensibly being one people, were separated into many different individual princedoms, and in such a state of disunity, one's feats determine one's prestige, and one's prestige leverages one's power. A particular problem for the Rus of the time were the Polovetzians. The Polovetzians frequently raided Rus lands and took captives and resources. At the beginning of the tale of Prince Igor's campaign, Prince Igor sees an opportunity to build his prestige by attacking the then weakened Polovetzians. There was, of course, a genuine and practical need to protect his people from Polovetzian invasion, but his hubris blinded him to alternative options of resolution. His desire for power was the primary driver. To that end, Prince Igor chose to launch a military campaign against Polovetsi by himself. If he could defeat the Polovetzians once and for all, surely the other Rus princes would recognize his superiority over them. Maybe they'd even join him in his campaign under his leadership. And so, Prince Igor leads his smaller force into battle against the far more unified and organized Polovetzians. There's this whole metaphorical omen, with an eclipse warning him against the futility of his invasion, but ultimately Prince Igor's pride blinds him to the reality about to unfold. Help never arrives, and the other Rus princes do not recognize Igor's ambition. Igor invades Polovetsi but is soundly defeated and subsequently captured. He eventually escapes his captors and returns home, having learned an important lesson about both individual pride and national unity. The conclusion of the story is meant to be a rallying symbol of hope for the then fractured Kievan Rus people, a call to unity that implies a criticism of Rus fragmentation against external threats, but also of ego-driven attempts to unify the Rus through demonstrations of strength. It's a tale literally as old as Russian history, and it is perhaps unfortunately a lesson that the Russian people both know very well and yet somehow continue to encounter. The tale of Prince Igor's campaign was meant as a warning for its readers at the time. If the Kievan Rus do not get over their infighting and find a way to bury their individual ambitions to meaningfully unify, they will be crushed by their enemies. An ostensibly weaker but more organized and unified enemy will prevail over an ostensibly stronger but disorganized and infighting Rus. Yet, an attempt to unify by hubris will end in disaster.
Thank you for
The
the
tale
lurk,
proved to
Adric.
be quite prophetic. For just a half-century later, in and around early 1230 AD, the Mongols invaded the Polovetzians. Some of the Polovetzians joined the Mongols and others resisted. The resistance reached out to the Rus, who chose to help, but the disunity of the Rus princes once again reared its ugly head, the lessons of Prince Igor having not been properly learned. The Mongols, learning of the impending assistance of the Rus, sent emissaries to the princes offering peace. The Mongols had done nothing to the Rus and did not want conflict. But the Rus were not a unified state like the Mongols, and while some Rus princes were keen on peace, others believed quite arrogantly that they could defeat the Mongols on their own. Pride and ambition blinded them to their faults. And so, instead of accepting the peaceful overtures of the Mongols, some amongst the Rus responded by murdering the Mongolian ambassadors and pressing on with their military campaign, which, as you might imagine, outraged the Mongols. You can imagine what happened next.
After 9 long days, the combined Rus and Cuman armies were completely annihilated.
In battle, the disorganization of the Rus once again proved to be their downfall. Princes clashed with princes over conflicting orders and argued over individual dreams of glory, even as the Mongols swept their numerically superior armies away. The Polovetzians were conquered thereafter, and the Polovetzian state was torn asunder. Many of the Polovetzi ended up in Hungary and Bulgaria. The rest remained in their ethnic lands, where they eventually rose to a position of dominance in the Golden Horde. There isn't a distinct
Is this video
Polovetzian
audio
ethnic
scuffed
group
for anyone
anymore, but
else,
their
or am I just
descendants,
losing it?
the Crimean Tatars,
What is scuffed for you? Are you hearing things in the background? Because I am doing stuff in the background. Is it crunchy? It's crunchy. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know.
their numerically superior armies away. The Polovetzians were conquered.
How's that? Is it less crunchy? I refreshed it and then closed a thing. Better? Okay, cool.
Conquered thereafter, and the Polovetzian state was torn asunder. Many of the Polovetzi ended up in Hungary and Bulgaria. The resistance reached out to the Rus, who chose to help, but the disunity of the Rus princes once again reared its ugly head, the lessons of Prince Igor having not been properly learned. The Mongols, learning of the impending assistance of the Rus, sent emissaries to the princes offering peace. The Mongols had done nothing to the Rus and did not want conflict. But the Rus were not a unified state like the Mongols, and while some Rus princes were keen on peace, others believed quite arrogantly that they could defeat the Mongols on their own. Pride and ambition blinded them to their faults. And so, instead of accepting the peaceful overtures of the Mongols, some amongst the Rus responded by murdering the Mongolian ambassadors and pressing on with their military campaign, which, as you might imagine, outraged the Mongols. You can imagine what happened next.
After 9 long days, the
Winter.
combined Rus and Cuman armies were completely annihilated.
In battle, the disorganization of the Rus once again proved to be their downfall. Princes clashed with princes over conflicting orders and argued over individual dreams of glory, even as the Mongols swept their numerically superior armies away. The Polovetzians were conquered thereafter, and the Polovetzian state was torn asunder. Many of the Polovetzi ended up in Hungary and Bulgaria. The rest remained in their ethnic lands, where they eventually rose to a position of dominance in the Golden Horde. There isn't a distinct Polovetzian ethnic group anymore, but their descendants, the Crimean Tatars, remain in the very lands that Prince Igor once invaded, in the country
Food does
of
sound kind of
Ukraine.
good right now.
But what of the Rus? Well, the Mongols remembered both the treachery and disorganization of the Rus princes. The Rus rejected their peaceful overture and at the same time proved themselves to be paper tigers, not the mighty threat that they appeared to be on the surface. And thus, when the Mongols waged war against the Rus, once again, the disunity and fragmentation of the Rus saw princes fighting and arguing amongst other princes, even as the Mongols tore their princedoms asunder. The final result was the prophetic fulfillment of the tale of Prince Igor. The Rus were conquered and subjugated by the Mongols for over 2 centuries, laying the groundwork perhaps for a cycle of Russian history that continues to this very day. Now look, this is all just a quick summary of events. This is the minimal necessary context. Mongol subjugation, for example, wasn't some blanket phenomenon. The Mongols took direct control over some Rus territories but allowed other Rus princes to keep some autonomy, and yet extracted tribute in other areas in lieu of annexation. These nuances...
Just so you guys know, the Mongols like, you know how there's the Roman history and how it's like, okay, the Romans touched everything in Europe and the Mediterranean. There's no civilization that was not touched by the Romans and their 2,000-year-long fucking empire. Just bumbling around and fucking shit up geopolitic-wise and actually physically as well. The Mongols were that, but for everything on the other side of Europe. So from the Asia steppes, Eastern Europe to Eastern Asia, like, the Mongols touched everything. At one point, they made contact with the Roman Empire, and the Eastern Roman Empire was like, please go away. Here's money. And the Mongols were like, cool, we're gonna come back every single year, and we're going to take more money from you. And they're all like, okay. So, up until the disillusionment of the Golden Horde, there was, actual Roman emperors paying tribute to the Mongols in order to keep them off their doorstep. Like, that is, like, those were the 2 biggest powers who had the biggest influences on that region. And so it is impossible to go over the history of some place without going over the history of the roots of certain things. So, like, the Mongolian history is intertwined with the history of everything in basically Eastern Europe and to Eastern Asia, basically everywhere. I think the only places the Mongols didn't super possess was India because of the Himalayas, if I remember correctly. I know there was, at some point, there were Mongols down there, but it wasn't during the Golden Horde, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, though. Whereas, similarly with, Rome, like, they stopped expanding after they touched, England, and then after that they were like, actually controlling borders this big is a little unwieldy. We're gonna scale back just a little bit. Yeah, it's history is extremely intertwined with so many different things that, like, if we ever do more podcast stuff and just listen to more history of stuff, there is the beginning of the Revolutions podcast, the beginning of the French Revolution section of the Revolutions podcast starts with French history, going back before the 100 Years' War to then document the domino effect of every single disaster that led to the ultimate conclusion of the French Revolution. Like, it is insane to think about. Like, it's very like how, you know how butterfly effect is like sort of understood as more of like an unnatural or like supernatural phenomena, where, you know, a butterfly's wing flap here causes a tornado somewhere else, or, you know, this thing that I did today is going to affect the things that happen in the future. Yeah. That's history. It's real. It's real. Like, the death of Caesar caused the downfall of the Roman Empire. Like, you know, just shit like that. It's great. Good times. Good times. You can literally trace causal history all the way back. It is so fun. So fun to think about. Anyways, moving on. We're continuing on the video now.
While fascinating, are outside of the scope of this video. The important takeaway is this: the Russian past informs the Russian present, and the Russian present thereby informs the realities of War Thunder, the expectations of its player base, and, as we will see,
Secret
it's
documents.
Now, we are often taught in the West that history moves in a straight line from beginning to end. You are born, you live, you die. The country rises, the country stagnates, the country falls. But in the East, one is taught that history occurs in cycles. The empire long divided must unite, long united must divide. Thus it has always been. There's a meme of sorts that often gets brought up when Russian history is casually discussed, and it goes something like this. One can sum up Russian history in just 5 words, and then it got worse. But this is patently untrue, and frankly a little dehumanizing. Russian history is best understood not as a diagonal line coming down from some lofty imaginary ancient height, but as a cycle with highs and lows. A Russian revolution, if you will. In the United States, we like to imagine the Russian as a monolith. There's the quintessential image of a Russian or Soviet citizen, right? Of the babushka or the blonde-haired young man in the suit refusing a shot of vodka, or the grim-looking man or pretty young woman clad in thick winter clothes or in Adidas tracksuits, as the case may be. Of the so-called Ivans. But the truth of the matter is that Russia, and really the entire Slavic Eurasian sphere as a whole, is an extremely diverse place. It has been this way since the days of the Kievan Rus, which was composed of Slavs, Varangians, Finnic and Ugric peoples, and eventually Turks. To this day, the state we know of as the Russian Federation is more decentralized than I think many Westerners might expect, though admittedly that has, in recent years, begun to shift. The population of present-day Russia is primarily Russian, but even that term is complicated and involves many moving parts. It's like a siphonophore, like a Portuguese man of war, where there are many little minorities that make up the Russian identity. That aside, there are the Tatars and Bashkirs, there are the Sunni Islamic Chechens in Chechnya, and the Siberian Yakuts, there are Buryats and Mordvins and Tuvans. I could go on and on. Russia is very large, very diverse, and it has always been this way. As such, one of the consistent threads of Russian history is the struggle to confederate, to unify. And just to be clear, I'm not trying to justify the execution of this desire to unify. We are merely trying to understand the motives. I bring all of this up because understanding the cycle of Russian history is necessary to understand why it is so difficult to balance War Thunder, which in turn is necessary to understand why players leak classified documents on the War Thunder forums. Now, in very short and extremely simplified form, there's a sort of Russian cycle of history that occurs in 3 stages. A pattern, if you will. For the sake of this video, we'll call these 3 stages centralization, crisis, and authoritarian rollback. These stages can thereby be separated into 6 phases. Mobilization, which leads to stabilization, which leads to stagnation, which leads to crisis, which sometimes gives rise to a brief 7th stage of liberalization, but which collapses into authoritarian rollback and then finally into state breakdown before returning to mobilization. And in the midst of that cycle, decisions are made that seem nonsensical unless one observes those decisions from the civilizational goal of both centralization and defense against the external invader. Consider, for example, the unification and liberation of Russia under Ivan III, better known as Ivan the Great. It was Ivan the Great who annexed his neighboring principalities, including the wealthy Republic of Novgorod, to form the prototypical centralized Russian state. And it was this annexation and rising power that allowed Ivan the Great to end the tributary status of the Rus towards the Golden Horde. The state was further centralized under a new collection of laws
we circled back around to the Golden Horde,
which gave this new unified Russian state a centralized and universally applicable body of law. The state is mobilized and centralized, and Russia rises to become an emergent regional power in Europe. Ivan the Great's successor was his son, Vasily III, who continued his father's policies in stabilizing the state. To that end, Vasily annexed the last of the autonomous Rus provinces, continued to centralize the state and pull power away from the boyars, the nobles, and generally avoided large-scale conflicts. But just as Vasily III's reign brought stabilization, so too did it open the door to stagnation. Vasily's continuing centralization anchored the still powerful boyars who began to plot against him. He continued to leverage territorial expansion as a means of stabilizing the state through an influx of new resources and lands, while not paying attention to that most Europa Universalis of all problems, overextension. The state's administrative capabilities were reaching a limit, even as the government continued to centralize, and Vasily III did not introduce any significant reforms to curtail the stagnation that had crept into Russia, which in turn sets the stage for crisis. After a reign of only 30 years, Vasily III dies from an infected abscess in his right hip, and the crown passes to his son, Ivan IV, better known as Ivan the Terrible, at the age of nearly 3. Ivan's mother, Elena Glinskaya, acted as a regent, a ruler in the place of the young boy, until she too died in 1538, a victim, potentially, of poisoning. The regency then passed between feuding boyar families, fighting over power and resources where once they may not have but for the continuing centralization of Vasily III. Idle hands, after all, are the devil's plaything. And yet, when Ivan the Terrible took the crown in 1547 at the age of 16, the first thing on his agenda was centralization, authoritarian rollback. Ivan the Terrible was crowned not as a grand prince as his father had been, but as Tsar of all Russia. A title given ostensibly for unity, but actually for ego. He pushed onwards thereafter, seizing Russian land from the boyars and putting it under direct ownership of the crown, in a policy known as the Oprichnina, a policy which also introduced the first secret police force, the Oprichniki, in Russian history. Ivan continued to expand Russia's territory as well, defeating the Tatar Khanates of Kazan and Astrakhan. Yet when Ivan turned Russia's attention towards conquering Livonia, Russia was defeated by a coalition of Poland, Lithuania, Sweden, and Denmark-Norway. He thought himself invincible, and he made the same mistake that Prince Igor did so many years ago, when he sought out to conquer Polovetsy. In so doing, the Russian state was stretched to its administrative and economic limit, and Ivan the Terrible had centralized the government so much that he had become the central pillar of the state. But no man lives forever, and when the central pillar toppled, so too did the entirety of the state. For you see, Ivan the Terrible had killed his firstborn son, the son he groomed to be heir, in a fit of rage, and thus all that remained was Ivan's other son Feodor, who was called Sickly, and who had very little interest in politics. Thus, there was a massive vacuum of power in the wake of Ivan the Terrible, larger than before, and the boyars, long deprived of power, rushed in to fight over the newfound resource. Fyodor I dies in 1598 without an heir, leaving an even greater vacuum with the end of the Rurikid dynasty. One of the boyars, Boris Godunov, is elected Tsar, but discontent and famine are ravaging Russia, and the people see Godunov as illegitimate. The crisis then manifests itself fully, as the state collapses into the so-called Time of Troubles. The Smutnoye Vremya, which features peasant uprisings, foreign invasion, widespread famine, a war amongst pretenders, and more. The state completely collapses into the final phase of the final stage, state breakdown. The anarchy of the Time of Troubles comes to an end only with the election and accession of Michael I in 1613, the first Tsar of the Romanov dynasty. He mobilized a shattered Russia and ended the Ingrian War with Sweden, ceding territory in exchange for recognition from Sweden of his rightful rule over Russia. He mobilized the Russians instead towards the less politically contentious conquest of Siberia, and slowly the state began to stabilize once more. But even if you have no knowledge of Russian history whatsoever, you may yet recognize the name of Michael I's dynasty, the House of Romanov. For you see, the cycle is not over, it has merely begun anew. The early Romanovs centralized the state from the point of decentralized anarchy to stabilization. They mobilized Russia to expand into Siberia. They passed reforms that stabilized the country, like enforcing serfdom, which is to say, forcibly tying peasants permanently to their land.
Okay, he's cooking for too long. No.
These same reforms open the door to stagnation. Serfdom creates a deeply unequal society where the privileges of the nobility are entrenched and serfs live in increasing hardship. We see some attempts at reform by Peter the Great, but it is for naught as he, as his predecessors, continues to centralize state power. And finally, the stagnation explodes into crisis. Russia, once again, has fought an external war, and once again has strained its resources and morale to a breaking point. The state is once again too centralized, and the Romanovs begin to buckle under the weight of their responsibilities. crisis emerges. You might be familiar with the Decemberists. And no, I don't mean the when we arrive sons and daughters Decemberists, I mean the Decemberist revolt, a revolution of disillusioned aristocrats and officers in the wake of the Napoleonic Wars, which was put down with brutality, censorship, and repression. Russia continued to lag behind economically and socially as its serfs were squeezed ever harder by a constantly centralizing state power. And when the Romanovs attempted to stabilize a near breaking point Russia in that age-old tradition of expanding territory, they underestimated their weakness and disunity, invading Crimea and losing to a coalition of the Ottoman Empire, France, the UK, and Sardinia-Piedmont, despite a nearly 2-to-1 numerical advantage in favor of the Russians. The Romanovs under Alexander II tried to reform the state by emancipating the serfs, but it is not nearly enough. The serfs were still burdened with redemption payments. They remained serfs in every respect but title. Here we see an instance of liberalization, but it's simply too little and too late. Alexander II is assassinated in 1881 by revolutionaries. His successor, Alexander III, attempts to centralize the state further, enacting highly reactionary policies, cultural Russification, and repression, even as the economy begins to industrialize and modernize. We then have the humiliation of Russia in the Russo-Japanese War, and then World War I, and then finally we end with the plot of the 1997 American animated musical historical fantasy film Anastasia, the lyrics to Rasputin by Boney M., and of course, the Russian Revolution. Our short history lesson has been an incredible oversimplification, but for our purposes I hope it suffices, and that the cycle of history is now a little clearer. The Russian Revolution was, in hindsight, a revolution not only of the people, but of the cycle. The breakdown of the state gives way to mobilization, to the military communism period, into the new economic policy. But as Stalin takes power from Lenin, over-centralization turns into crisis with the Soviet famine of 1930 to 1933, the Great Purge, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and subsequently an unprepared Soviet Union entering into World War II. And with our first mention of World War II, it is here that we must pause our little history lesson so that we can zero in on one part of this cycle, how it was handled, and why that matters for War Thunder, which is to say it's finally time to talk about tanks and planes. The footage you are watching in the background of this video, and you are watching it, right? You're not just treating my video as a podcast, are you?
I would
I'm just
never,
kidding,
Mooney.
of course.
I would
But
never.
If you are watching, the footage you're seeing is actual footage from the 1927 May Day parade taken in Red Square. Those little tanks you see are T-18 light tanks, a Soviet-made copy of captured French Renault FTs. The Soviets at the time didn't have the technical expertise necessary to design their own tanks, and so they learned by copying. The United States did the same thing. We also copied the Renault FT and called it the M1917. The Soviets continued to learn from imported foreign tanks, though, and in 1931 they produced a tank based on the British Vickers Mark E, called the T-26. If you play War Thunder, you may recognize the T-26 as the default noob vehicle for the USSR. The Vickers Mark E is actually playable in War Thunder, as a Finnish tank under the Swedish tech tree, which I'm sure the Finns hate. It's got slightly better armor, visibility, and power-to-weight ratio when compared to the T-26, but the T-26 has a better gun. The Soviets also designed the T-28 and the rather infamous T-35 based on the experimental British Vickers A1E1, the former of which was adopted in 1933 and the latter of which was adopted in 1935. Soviet tank design was in full swing by the mid-1930s. This period also saw the emergence of the BT-5 and BT-7 with their distinctive American design Christie suspension and high speed. FYI, they're some of the most fun tanks to play in War Thunder. The BT-7 in particular is great for hunting campers, but I digress. In 1935, the Soviet Union allegedly had more tanks than the rest of the world put together, but the tank design philosophy of the mid-30s was still quite firmly rooted in the combat experience of World War I. You had heavy tanks, even heavier breakthrough tanks, and lighter flankers or cavalry tanks. The Soviets had built the largest tank force in the world to fight the wrong war with, and it seemed that everyone had, except for the Germans. And as the Soviets observed the changing face of tank warfare, they too decided to get with the times and began development of an all-purpose medium tank, a tank with the suspension and speed of the BT-7, but the armament of a heavy tank, the result of which was the T-34. Now look, I'm not a World War II buff or a tank enthusiast per se. I know a little bit, but it's not my forte. Let me ask you this then. From one casual to another, no tank nerds invited, what was the best tank of World War II? Was it the fearsome German Tiger, the tank so terrifying that it took 4 American tanks to destroy but one? Was it the American Sherman with its ease of production and jack-of-all-trades capability and generally high build quality? Or was it the T-34, the Soviet death machine with its high speed and sloped armor and powerful gun? Well, Mooney, you might say it's all a balance. Sure, objectively maybe one-on-one the Tiger was the best of these tanks on paper. But resource-wise, the Sherman wins out. Logistics wins wars, so naturally the quote-unquote best is a compromise between both.
Thank
the
you,
tank that could be
Poseidon.
made quickly but was more effective, which is to say the T-34. And yet, what if I told you that the T-34 wasn't actually that good, that the effectiveness of the T-34 for all of its fame was heavily propagandized? That the legend of the T-34 that we are told by the History Channel or the American Heroes Channel differs quite substantially from reality. This is a topic that comes up quite a bit in online military history discourse. Laserpig, who clearly knows a lot more about military history than I do, has an hour-long video on this very topic. Hopefully I'm not retreading ground that he's already walked here. I'll admit that I didn't watch his video for fear of it influencing my own. But the long and short of it is, after World War II, the United States and the Soviet Union were suddenly no longer on friendly terms as the two remaining global superpowers, and as each superpower sought information on the other, they both turned to the defeated Germans. But the Germans were not a reliable resource. Remember, they were Nazis, and in the traditional Nazi fashion, one never attributes one's losses to oneself. Consider Umberto Eco's seminal essay, Fascism, in which Eco outlines the fundamental characteristics of fascist ideology. In it, he writes that the typical fascist, and I quote, must feel humiliated by the ostentatious wealth and force of their enemies. However, the followers must be convinced that they can overwhelm their enemies. Thus, by a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak. Fascist governments are condemned to lose wars because they are constitutionally incapable of objectively evaluating the force of the enemy. The Nazi is always the underdog in their mindset. If the Nazi fights and loses, it is thereby never his fault. He was outgunned, undermanned, out-teched. If the Nazi fights and wins, it is always his superior character prevailing over the enemy's superior resources, a triumph of the will. But when you win, it's cheating. And so, when these officers of the Wehrmacht are asked, how did you lose on the Eastern Front? You caught the Soviets by surprise, you were rolling right over them, you blew up like half their factories. The answer isn't, well, we were in way over our heads to begin with, and an invasion of the Soviet Union was always going to end in a disaster, and also I'm a terrible tank commander. It's their equipment was so advanced, it was so amazing, they had so much of it. Their wooden planes were harder than steel, their sloped armor could stop any shell. We were actually very heroic, fighting against that massive, ostentatious resource advantage. In other words, they preserved their own egos and deflected responsibility. It is never the Nazis' fault. Consider this. After the war, Wehrmacht Field Marshal Paul Ludwig Ewald von Kleist had this to say about the Red Army. Their equipment was very good even in 1941, especially the tanks. Their artillery was excellent and also most of the infantry weapons. Their rifles were more modern than ours and had a more rapid rate of fire. Their T-34 was the finest in the world. The rifle he's talking about is the SVT-40. It's a good semi-automatic rifle. It was meant to be the new service rifle of the Red Army, but that never happened because production of the SVT-40 was disrupted by the German invasion in 1941. Which means that the Soviets fought largely with the objectively outdated Mosin Nagant, a 5-shot bolt-action rifle. At the time of the German invasion, 1/3 of the rifles in the Red Army were meant to be SVT-40s, but that didn't happen, and the initial invasion caught the Soviets by surprise, causing hundreds of thousands of SVT-40s to be lost. The SVT-40 was also difficult to manufacture and harder to maintain, which is why in 1942, Ijevsk Arsenal was ordered to cease SVT production entirely and switch back to the Mosin Nagant. Only 70,000 SVT-40s were produced in the year 1940, which was the year the SVT-40 was first produced, hence the name, and a year prior to the German invasion. Altogether, 1.6 million SVT-40s were produced in total throughout the war. But you want to know how many Mosin Nagants were produced? Almost 20 million, and that's during the war, with many more existing, of course, prior to the war because this gun started production in 1891. That's 7 years before the Spanish-American War. Teddy Roosevelt charged up San Juan Hill on horseback with a sword 7 years after this rifle entered into production. If you're an American like myself and have the God-given right to buy Soviet firearms on the open market, then you might be able to get an SVT-40 for a few $1,000s. Even if you're a gun enthusiast, you might not know anyone who owns an SVT-40. But if you're an American who knows anything about firearms, I all but guarantee you know someone who owns a Mosin Nagant because you used to be able to buy one of those things for like $80, and that's in America. There was no massive resource advantage, no massive advantage gained from this technological marvel of a rifle. The Soviets even recognized that and ditched it. But the fascist cannot accept responsibility for his failings. That is fundamental to their nature. Going back to von Kleist, consider that he is talking about the resource and technological superiority of an army that at times barely had uniforms or ammunition for its soldiers. When the one with the rifle gets killed, the one who is following picks up the rifle, right? Remember that enemy at the gates? It's also propaganda in its own way, but you get the picture. Of course, the Soviets did not have this massive resource advantage in 1941. This is just after the Great Purge and the massive famines of the 1930s. This is in the midst of a surprise attack invasion which annihilated Soviet production. Of course, there wasn't a resource advantage. But when the Wehrmacht started losing battles, they couldn't report back to command and say, "We're losing because we're idiots and the Soviets are better at war than we are." There had to be something to blame. Half a dozen anti-tank guns fire shells at him, a T-34, which sound like a drum roll, but he drives staunchly through our line like an impregnable prehistoric monster. This, according to a German battle report, as recorded in Meyer Finkel's On Flexibility. You've heard this kind of whinging before, I'm sure, if you've ever played War Thunder.
Oh,
I fired
quit
like
your
100
whinging.
shots at that guy and all of them bounced. So,
I
okay.
wish Mosins were
When
still
infamous
$80.
German General Heinz Guderian's Panzer Group 2 was halted at Matensk, it wasn't his fault. It was this new wonder weapon. And he took the charade to the bank. We have to copy this weapon and build our own version or they will beat us because it's not my fault, it's my tools. He continued to repeat this even in his memoirs, where he called the T-34 vastly superior to German tanks, with that incredible, invincible, sloped armor. Here's the thing, though. These mental gymnastics are meant to justify one's failings by attributing them to an enemy that is ostensibly wealthier and more powerful than you because of their evil, shifty ways. They had the shiny rifles, they had the sloped armor and magic tanks, they had the nefarious tactics, they had the banks behind them, and the Jews, and the Stalinwood planes. We only had grit, heroism, and integrity, and we nearly won, in spite of that, or so the fascist must tell himself. For if the fascist cannot have that, then he must admit his enemy is at least his equal, if not his superior. He has to admit that he is wrong and take responsibility for his actions. And that, more than anything else, the fascist cannot abide. For you see, the T-34 was not new at the time the Germans invaded. Like the SVT-40, the T-34 began production in 1940. They were already being produced and used when Operation Barbarossa began. We even have records of such engagements. During the Battle of Brody in June of 1941, the Germans engaged a force of 3,500 Soviet tanks with 750 of their own. Of those 3,500 Soviet tanks, 443 were T-34s and KV-1s. Of the German tanks, only 355 were armed with cannons 50mm or larger, meaning there were more allegedly impenetrable T-34s and KV-1s than the Germans had cannons that could pierce them. And yet, the German tank offensive succeeded in rendering virtually the entire tank force non-operational, allowing the push into Soviet territory to continue. The T-34s and KV-1s weren't a problem until the Germans started losing, at which point, suddenly, they were invincible. The Soviet Union produced around 55 to 60,000 T-34s during World War II. It lost 80% of them. The Germans had an over 3-to-1 exchange ratio with the Soviets. One German tank lost for every 3 Soviet tanks. Was it a technological advantage that allowed the Soviets to beat the Nazis, or was the unthinkable possible? Was the Soviet will merely stronger than the Nazi will? In truth, the T-34 was good, but the best tank of the war, it was not. Yes, the lower-powered anti-tank guns of the Germans may have struggled against it. It did have good suspension and ostensibly advantageous diesel engines, and it could be built relatively quickly and cheaply, on paper. But therein lies the problem with the T-34. T-34s produced during wartime were unreliable, poorly built, and not to design specifications. Yet a funny thing happened here. Although this rhetoric was ultimately intended to reinforce the inferiority of the Russian in the mind of the Nazi, it became co-opted by both the Soviet Union and the United States for different purposes, leaving no one to contest any propagandized figures. To understand how that happened, how even enemies came to agree on the same message, we must return to our Russian cycle of history, where we will see how this propaganda propagated. The cycle of Russian history rotates around a goal of unity, of keeping the princes of the Rus or the boyars of the empire or the republics of the International Soviet together. And the misunderstanding of how to get to unification, of trying to repeat historical lessons without first understanding the context in which they existed, magnified or distorted at times by a massive ego, leads to Russian leadership using the wrong tools at the wrong time for the wrong job, which brings about stagnation, crisis, and eventually state collapse. The Russian Revolution, as we said, was a breakdown of the state. The old Russian Empire was no more, and from its ashes emerged the Soviet Union. But how would the Soviets unite the diverse peoples therein? Armenians, Ukrainians, Georgians, Azerbaijanis,
Scarlett,
Tatars, and Bashkirs, and Karelians, and Bukharians. How do you unify such a diverse group of peoples and cultures into one state? The Soviet answer was simple. There is no war but the class war, and there are no peoples but Soviet peoples. But the Soviet Union is primarily and predominantly Russian. Is equitable unification possible in this circumstance, or is the inevitable outcome Russification, the destruction of these minority cultures, replacing them with Russian culture? Vladimir Lenin, the founder of the Bolsheviks and of the Soviet Union, was quite concerned about the possibility of Russification. He declared that it was the duty of the Bolsheviks, of the vanguard party, to fight against what he called the Great Russian Chauvinism, a tyranny of the majority where Russians would impose their cultural hegemony on the other Soviet republics. Lenin saw it as the duty of the party to protect and uplift the oppressed nations of the former Russian Empire and restore their self-determination. It didn't always end up that way, mind you, but that's a little outside of the scope of this video. Let's be clear here. Lenin was not some advocate for complete decentralization. Lest we forget, he brutally purged his political opponents in the Red Terror through that old Russian mainstay, a secret police force. And, centralization was sort of his whole thing. One of the groups he purged were his former allies, the left socialist revolutionaries. The left SRs were pluralists. They were opposed to forced collectivization and preferred individual autonomy, decentralization. Whereas Lenin and the Bolsheviks advocated for the centralization of power under a single party. Look, it's complicated, and if I even try to explain this stuff in more detail, this video is going to be an hour longer with a million different text wall essays in the comments. The point is, Lenin's leadership, whether you agree with it or not, was a mobilizing and stabilizing force, and the mobilization of military communism into the stabilization of the new economic policy was largely preferable to the anarchy of the times preceding, for the Russians, at least. But Lenin never got to see his plans to fruition, for on January 21st, 1924, just 7 years after the foundation of Soviet Russia and just 2 years after the foundation of the Soviet Union, Lenin fell into a coma and died. His successor was none other than Joseph Stalin. Now, Stalin had very different ideas concerning Russia's role in the Soviet Union, for you see, Stalin imagined in his mind a centralized Soviet state that was composed not only of the multitudinous constituents of the Soviet Union, but of the Communist International entire, a communist world centralized under
about
Stalin.
16 to 17 people.
Stalin
People's
felt it was the responsibility of Russia to act as a cultural elder brother, a big brother, if you will. Stalin injected Russian nationalism into the Soviet identity, de-emphasizing
the title is on the screen. Why do War Thunder players leak classified information? We are getting history. We're getting history. This is what the people asked for. It's what the people want. They want history. So, we're having a great time. We're having a great time.
The proletarian internationalism of Marxist-Leninism and replacing it with the Russification of Stalinism. Stalin also pulled back on the new economic policy, forcing top-down centralized collectivization with little respect for the conditions on the ground, or, at times, too much quote-unquote respect. For example, Stalin's government forced grain quotas on his newly collectivized farmers, essentially on Soviet serfs.
People.
But as local governments were
being
not
Adric,
given
yeah.
the autonomy to lower these quotas, the collectivized laborers were left with very little
Yeah,
grain
Stalin
of
got
their
Shinzo
own,
Abe,
even
don't
though
worry.
the harvest itself may have been plentiful, and a failure to meet these quotas resulted in harsh punishment, including arrests and even executions. As you can imagine, such a system is easily weaponized for purposes of repression. Using a system of harsh quotas to impose a man-made famine with the purpose of suppressing resistance and culturally eradicating a people is nothing new. Maybe Stalin picked up this tactic from the British, who induced the Irish potato famine by exporting grain and food from Ireland as the blight was setting in. Likewise, this policy of grain quotas was not just some underbaked attempt at collectivizing agriculture. It was targeted Russification, aimed at exterminating the resistance of non-Russian Soviet states and cultures, with one state being targeted in particular, that state being Ukraine. In Ukraine, this period of induced famine is called the Holodomor, in which 3 to 7 million Ukrainians perished. And as the Ukrainian people starved, Ukraine's intellectual and cultural leaders were also purged in an attempt to suppress Ukrainian culture and nationalism. Let's call a spade a spade. It was genocide, and it was intentional. Stalin's vision of a Russified and united communist international was arguably driven by his ego, and his ego was justified through the age-old Russian goal of unification. He gave Russian unification as his excuse. But as so often happens in Russian history, he envisioned himself as the central pillar of that state. Centralization under Stalin increased until it ran into crisis. The Holodomor depopulated vast swaths of Soviet territory and impoverished its citizens. Stalin's Great Purge wiped out experienced military officers and ethnically cleansed what he deemed to be non-Soviet ethnic groups such as Poles, Latvians, Finns, and even Chinese. The de jure head of the Soviet government, Vyacheslav Molotov, under Stalin's orders, signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with Nazi Germany, splitting Poland between them and ceding the Baltic states to the Soviet Union. And thus, when the Nazis betrayed and subsequently invaded the Soviet Union found itself unprepared. The crisis had manifested itself in full.
Okay, since you've seen Murder Drones,
In most countries, the Second World War is called,
I have not seen Murder Drones,
the
Skylar.
Second World War.
I don't know
World
what Murder
War
Drones
II.
is about.
But
Well,
in the
I know
Soviet
kind
Union,
of what Murder
in
Drones is
present-day
about,
Russia,
but I don't
the
really
war has a very
know anything
different
about
name.
Murder Drones.
They call it the Great Patriotic War. For you see, in the context of the Russian cycle of history, World War II is less akin to World War I and more akin to the Napoleonic Wars, and specifically the French invasion of Russia, which the Russians call the Patriotic War of 1812. Okay, but why the Great Patriotic War? Why this association? Well, as we saw, Stalin's goals relied on the Russification of the Soviet Union, but it's hard to take a Georgian or a Chechen or a Ukrainian, beat them up and tell them that they have to be Russian now. As we've seen so often in history, they'll revolt and you either lose the revolution and thereby the people, or you push so hard that there aren't any Georgians or Ukrainians left. Thus, what Stalin did was to take the Russian identity and repackage it as a wider Soviet identity, to make Russian nationalism more palatable. This policy under Stalin became known as Soviet patriotism. A further complication arises, though. The state adapts Soviet patriotism as an ideological unifier, but Stalin's ultra-centralization of the state means that the power of the state is still vested exclusively in him. The result is, as we've seen before with princes and boyars alike, Stalin's generals and officers have to tiptoe around him. Failure is met with harsh punishment, and thus failures and weakness goes unreported. Victories and strength justify Stalin's leadership and powers the engine of Soviet patriotism. Thus, these victories get signal boosted, the propaganda thereby writes itself, and objectivity goes out the window. The final result is a distorted accounting of reality. The numbers are bent to look better than they are, lest you end up purged. Which brings us back to the T-34. It is, as we stated, a good tank, but it has become mythologized as not only a good tank, but the best tank ever. In the Soviet Union at the time, there was every incentive to push this narrative. The T-34 wasn't a Russian tank, it was a Soviet tank, and it was the Soviet tank. Stalin's ultra-centralization created an environment where failures and mistakes were heavily punished. Thus, the engineers and brass inflated the performance and quality of the T-34, sometimes in defiance of the reality on the ground. Likewise, realistic observations of the T-34's shortcomings, such as its cramped interior, poor optics, and generally poor build quality, were suppressed in favor of presenting it as an unparalleled success. During the war, the United States was happy to mirror Soviet propaganda, and likewise the Soviets were happy to mirror American propaganda to build rapport amongst their peoples. There were bigger fish to fry, after all. But once the war ended, the tone shifted very quickly. Suddenly, the Americans were predatory capitalists once again, and the Soviets totalitarian slave drivers. But with regards to the T-34, there was no counter-propaganda effort because the exaggeration of the T-34 suited every party. The Nazis can shift blame for their loss to the T-34. The Soviets can use the T-34 as a symbol of Soviet patriotism. And the Americans, well, we can use it to scare our own people. What happens if the United States falls behind? What happens if the Soviets beat us to the next T-34? What happens if we're caught by surprise, like the Germans? What if communism sneaks into your bedroom at night and steals your child? Can we please have some more military funding? Don't take my word for it, though. Consider this. During and immediately after World War II, the United States could do nothing but believe inaccurate Nazi and Soviet reports about Soviet equipment, as it had no access to said equipment. But during the Korean War, the United States captured several T-34-85s. The public image of the T-34 was, remember, that it was the best tank. In this once secret but now declassified, looking at you War Thunder forums, CIA Provisional Intelligence Report on the tank and assault gun industry of the Soviet Union dated February 1953, one finds the German account of the T-34 coming into direct conflict with the reality of T-34s being captured in Korea. Page 10, Title 1, Section B, Subsection 2, Paragraph 10 of the aforementioned document states the following. The T-34 medium tank proved extremely successful in the early days of the war. German anti-tank weapons were too light to stop this tank from fulfilling its combat mission. In hindsight, we know this to be demonstrably false, but the Americans weren't there and they relied on the German accounts to fill the gaps. The illusion started to fall apart when Americans actually got their hands on T-34-85s, which were built ostensibly at a time when quality control should have been at its highest for the wartime Soviet tank industry. The US was even supplying the Soviets with materials like steel, aluminum, and ammunition via Lend-Lease. Later in this same report on page 16, Title 2, Section A, paragraphs 36 and 37, we see the following, and I quote, "A recent analysis of a captured T-34-85 Soviet tank produced some interesting conclusions.
I'm enjoying the video.
Use had been made of alloy steels and other quality materials. Manufacturing techniques were adequate. Finishes on non-essential surfaces were found to be excessively crude by U.S. standards. A high degree of precision had been used in machining essential working parts. There was much evidence of comprehensive and detailed knowledge of the latest manufacturing techniques. This high level of technique, however, was not consistently applied in actual production. This inconsistency illustrates a very important point applicable to this industry. Although Soviet research and development often may equal and on occasion may surpass U.S. research and development, the application of techniques to mass production suffers by comparison with U.S. practice. The T-34 was not a bad tank. On paper, it was a great tank. In execution, it was a good tank. But it was never the best tank, as we are sometimes led to believe. It was designed well on paper, and the techniques involved in building it were as advanced as American techniques, but the application of these techniques suffers by comparison to U.S. practice. And yet, if we might return to War Thunder for a moment, it is this very difference between paper and practice that makes this all so complicated. That makes War Thunder's balancing so complicated. For you see, something curious has happened. A very typical cycle of centralization in Russia has produced a very typical attempt to Russify, but that propaganda has been picked up by outside forces and signal boosted. Every other point of propaganda the Soviet Union produces has counter-propaganda from the United States and its allies. Even the objectively incredible achievements of the Soviet Union during the space race are downplayed, with the US declaring unilateral victory after landing on the moon. But the propaganda emerging from the Soviet military apparatus is not being counter-propagandized because it suits all parties, which in turn contributes to but is not solely responsible for the development of military propaganda as a tentpole of Soviet and eventually Russian pride and identity. Now, the Russian cycle of history continues after Stalin. Stalin passes in 1953 and we encounter a period of liberalization under Nikita Khrushchev. Is often too little and too late. And discontent from over-centralization in the crisis era boils over, thus inviting an authoritarian rollback. Consider the Hungarian Revolution of 1956, which was brutally suppressed by the Red Army, or the Polish Thaw, Polish October, which resulted in local Polish protests against the Central Soviet government, the end result of which was greater autonomy for Poland. That liberalization in Poland would later also meet its own authoritarian rollback, but we also don't have time to get into Władysław Gomulka. Apologies.
Does everything look okay? My computer lagged for a second and everything froze. Now it's fine. It's fine now. But is the audio okay? It's fine for me, but I don't know if it's crunchy for you guys again. I can refresh. Seems okay now? Okay.
Apologies to all the Poles in the audience. On October 14th of 1964, Leonid Brezhnev replaces Khrushchev, consolidating his power by 1970. He undoes many of Khrushchev's reforms, rehabilitates Stalin's image in what is known as neo-Stalinism, and focuses on strengthening the Soviet military-industrial complex as he centralizes the state once more. Remember, Stalin bound pride in the military tightly to Soviet identity, and the propagandized power of the Soviet military is being signal-boosted by everyone. Further centralization, which is to say authoritarian rollback vis-a-vis neo-Stalinism, necessitates putting the Soviet military on a pedestal, propaganda and all. You might not believe everything you read in the Pravda, but a Soviet citizen knows his military is cutting-edge and unstoppable. The revolution of this cycle ends with events that many of you watching may have lived through. On March 10th, 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev takes power as the General Secretary of the Communist Party. The Soviet economy is in a disastrous state. A combination of falling oil prices and massive military overspending has resulted in an untenable fiscal deficit. The Soviet standard of living declines and unrest grows. Gorbachev, seeing the writing on the wall, attempts to decentralize. He implements two policies: perestroika, or restructuring, an attempt to transition the centrally planned economy into a more market-based economy, and glasnost, or openness, an attempt to promote transparency in government, reducing censorship and more openly allowing public criticism. The problem is, the Soviet people had a lot
You
to
are in
criticize,
history class.
and Brezhnev's authoritarian rollback had pressurized the vessel. When Gorbachev hoped to let some steam out of the vessel, it exploded, and on December 16, 1991, the Soviet Union was officially dissolved. The state has broken down. But the story doesn't end here. The cycle turns anew. Many constituent states emerged from the ruins of the Soviet Union, the largest of which, of course, was the Russian Federation, the Russia we know today. And Russia, in the immediate aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union, was a place of extraordinary hardship. The Russian economy was subject to comprehensive economic reforms, referred to as shock
An exam at the
therapy.
end of stream.
Massive state enterprises and agencies shifted from state ownership to individual private ownership in the blink of an eye. And as the riches of this state were distributed, so too did new princes arise, new boyars, the oligarchs. The 90s were chaotic in Russia. There was enormous capital flight. People who had money moved it out of the country. There was extreme corruption, gang violence, hyperinflation, and crushing poverty. In 1993, President Boris Yeltsin faced a constitutional crisis known as Black October, where he dissolved the Supreme Soviet, the parliament essentially, and implemented a new Russian constitution. He basically staged a coup, and in so doing, anywhere from dozens to hundreds of people were killed. But the state breakdown period would soon approach its end, for on December 31st, 1999, President Yeltsin resigned, and in his place he appointed his chosen successor, Vladimir Putin. The Russian state mobilizes and stabilizes. High oil prices and a promise of a stable country of opportunity brings in foreign investment. Putin claims he wants cooperation with the West. Germany buys its oil from Russia. The United States sees a new partner for business instead of a rival. All the while, Putin consolidates and centralizes power, weakening regional governors and strengthening himself. He follows in the footsteps of his Soviet predecessors, projecting Russian identity and pride onto the military, which cements itself once again as a tentpole of said Russian identity. And as we approach the present, we exit the scope of this video's history lesson and enter into the realm of politics. Where in the Russian cycle of history are we now? Well, that's up for you to decide. The takeaway is that the Russian cycle of history isn't over. It continues, and with it, a relic of the previous cycle comes along. The embellishment and propagandization of Russian military prowess, and the tying of that military pride into the core of the Russian identity and of Russian pride. But something has changed recently, which has somewhat disrupted the status quo, and that is the lack of counter-propaganda. With the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the Ukrainians have been pushing counter-propaganda, at times truthful and at times exaggerated, this being the nature of any kind of propaganda. It's a joust, back and forth. The United States and its European allies are also producing their own counter-propaganda and have been doing so for some time, having recognized the alleged potential geopolitical threat of a rising Russia. For example, Republican presidential nominee Mitt Romney once told Wolf Blitzer back in the race against Barack Obama in 2012 that Russia was the #1 geopolitical foe of the United States. The propaganda war began at least that long ago, and the messages emerging from that propaganda have been, at times, conflicting. The hyperballistic missile is super advanced, it's unstoppable, it's more advanced than what we have, we need money. At the same time, the tank with a cope cage is a laughable mess. It's pathetic. We do the same thing with the Chinese. The new Chinese jet is a stealth fighter with incredible capabilities, and it's a real threat, and we are falling behind, and the Chinese drone swarms are going to destroy us all. But also the jet needs 2 engines, and it's so big and dumb, and it's Chinese, so it must be from Temu or made of Chinesium scrap metal. Thus, by a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak. But I digress. Maybe that's a topic for another video. Let's
Oh
not
my
beat around
god,
the
are
bush
we the
any further.
baddies?
It's time for
No
us,
way.
finally,
Is
to
America
bring
becoming
the puzzle
fascist?
pieces together and figure out why
Crazy.
gamers
That's
classified
hilarious.
information
Crazy.
Mountainous
in War
even.
Thunder.
Hi, Mirai!
In November of 2012, just 1 month after Mitt Romney's statement on Russia, War Thunder, which is developed and published by Gaijin Entertainment, at the time a Russian but now Hungarian company, released in open beta. In January of 2013, the game saw a worldwide release. Even back then, it was obvious that there was something special about War Thunder. It took home Best Simulation Game at the 2013 Gamescom Awards. In 2019, it was one of the most
No
played
way.
games on all of Steam. And to this day, War Thunder continues to set player count records. A full disclosure, I played War Thunder quite a bit and have friends who are still very active in-game. With that context, let me ask all of you War Thunder players, what is the one thing that War Thunder players complain about more than any other thing? That's right, the balancing. We players love to complain that this tank is overpowered, or that plane is underpowered, or the performance of this gun or that armor is unrealistic. But take a moment here with me, and let's do something that no War Thunder player has ever done before. We are going to empathize. Sinful, I know. And
Sinful,
we're
I
going to start with
know.
a controversial statement. War Thunder does have a Russian bias. That's empathy, Mooney? Really? Says my sponsorship liaison out loud as she shakes her head and fears for her job. No. Look, War Thunder has a Russian bias because reality has a Russian bias too. It is, I think, objectively true that Russian and Soviet vehicles are generally more effective in War Thunder than they are in real life. But this is because the propagandized statistics of Russian and Soviet vehicles are accepted at face value by virtually every party for their own purposes. I'm not saying that Russian vehicles are bad, just like the T-34 isn't bad. But are they this good? On the ground, in real combat, arguably not. Hard to tell sometimes too now that counter-propaganda exists. But on paper, absolutely yes. And let me ask you, What is Gaijin supposed to do? It must rely on the paper statistics that exist because combat conditions are so variable. If American and Russian sources align, the devs cannot just make up numbers or pull numbers out of a hat. If you're going to balance a simulator game that claims realism to the degree of War Thunder, the sources for your numbers must be credulous. As such, even if everyone knows in their heart of hearts that a number isn't accurate, if on paper even the rivals agree, then the paper has it. Let's look at a different but often talked about tank in War Thunder, the Tiger II. It's a balancing nightmare. It's subject to propagandized reports by Soviets and Americans in both directions. It's slow and unwieldy, it broke down in mud, it was a logistical nightmare, it was heavy and ponderous. Or maybe it had a great suspension system and it was faster than a Panther. It depends. In the late war, the Germans lost access to molybdenum, thus weakening the armor of the Tiger II. This is modeled in War Thunder, which is not a surprise given War Thunder's attention to detail. But then, why aren't the T-34's production inadequacies modeled? Because the information is conflicting due to the propagandistic incentives we've already discussed. The Soviets didn't report on it, the Germans didn't admit it, and the Americans, despite having later discovered this was the case, suppressed it. Gaijin isn't blind to this problem, and they are very aware that Western players observe these discrepancies as a Russian bias. Their solution to this problem of reality is to balance in tiers called battle rating or BR. The information conflicts and there isn't enough objective trustworthy source material to rely on for balancing. As such, the solution is that balancing is generally reality agnostic. The performance of players and vehicles ultimately determines the tier in which those vehicles are placed. No documentary analysis is necessary. Right? But herein arises another problem. Remember, the award that War Thunder took home at the 2013 Gamescom Awards was the Best Simulation Game. War Thunder is devoted to realistic vehicular combat, modeling everything from armor thickness to crew. The realistic combat of War Thunder means that historical accuracy cannot be entirely ignored in favor of strict tiers, because there is only so much anachronism and fantasy that the player base can stand. The battle rating system allows matchups for arcade and realistic battles where you can play against vehicles one tier above or below you. As such, you could find yourself in a realistic battle match where you're flying a BR 9.7 British Hawker Hunter F6 with a max speed of 1,148 km per hour to intercept a BR 10.7 Soviet Su-17 M2 with a max speed that is nearly twice your own at 2,232 km per hour. Or for that matter, a BR 6.7 propeller-driven Spitfire against the jet-powered F-80 Shooting Star in MiG-9. The discrepancy is almost certainly a result of player outcome, but how much higher can you push the tier of the Spitfire because of the superiority of British players until you're flying a World War II propeller plane against jet fighters that saw combat during the Vietnam War? The Supermarine Swift F1 is battle rating 8.3. If it had a single incremental increase to 8.7, you could end up flying a plane built in 1954 against the Chinese Nanshan Q5L, which was developed in the early 2000s. As such, no matter how much Gaijin might prefer to do their balancing pursuant to actual player statistics, the performance of players works against the numbers. Wearaboos can be so bad at video games that it defies reality and fantasy alike.
I shouldn't be doing this well, but I am, so what gives? Well, I noticed a pattern while I was playing the Jumbo. Tigers made up the vast majority of tanks I came up against, and whenever I came up against something that wasn't a Tiger, I usually died. Why? Because Tiger players are absolutely brain dead.
Remember, fascists never blame themselves for their failings and thus are never able to improve upon their errors. As such, they can somehow down-tier their jet fighters so hard that you have Wunderwaffe Messerschmitt Me-262s fighting against and losing to prototype Soviet Su-6s that were so bad back in 1941 that they never even entered into production. And thus, we sometimes see accusations of German bias by Russian and even sometimes American or European players. If you are Gaijin then, what is the solution? Well, there is no solution. Balancing must be some arbitrary and uncomfortable mix of player performance, real-world information, and expectations management, of which no golden ratio exists. You need to use biased, real-world information to create the initial models and tune the vehicle. You need player performance to place the vehicle in a fair battle rating. But you also need to manage expectations and sometimes balance contrary to player performance and at times even reality, or the player base will get upset. The real world isn't fair, but War Thunder as a competitive game by nature must at least try to be. Which brings us then to classified information.
Hello, Axel. Welcome
Let's
back.
say you're a player. You've been playing War Thunder for a
Not
long
long
time,
enough.
and so you're fighting in the most advanced vehicles available. The modern tanks in battle rating 10 and up. You've invested a lot of time and money into the game. War Thunder is important to you. Let's also say by coincidence that you're a tank commander, and the tank you pilot, the one you love more than your wife and know like the back of your hand, is the Challenger 2. Now, there's a lot written about the Challenger 2, but what has been written for the world to see and what you know to be the truth are two different things. So you take your Challenger 2, an arguably rather unfairly maligned tank in real life, into War Thunder's realistic and simulator battles, and you're having fun. But something isn't right. There are aspects of the model that aren't as you know them to be. You're getting penetrated in places you shouldn't be, given the ammo you've been hit by. And in your mind, that's both unrealistic and unfair. How do you effect a change? Well, you could go on the forums and argue and try to pressure an expectations management change, perhaps. This is a balance change that occurs pursuant to player expectations. If enough players demand something, it gets adjusted for fear of immense player backlash, absent any other considerations. Now, anyone who has ever played any game that requires balancing knows that players try to pressure expectations management changes quite often. But any dev knows that expectations management changes should be rare and utilized only if absolutely necessary, lest you create an entitled player base who thinks they can bully you into ruining your own game. The War Thunder forums are chock full of attempts to argue balancing changes pursuant to expectations management, but nobody in a position of power reads those arguments because if they did, they'd not only never have time to eat, drink, or sleep, they'd also end up just making people mad no matter what they implemented. So if you're the tank commander, what else can you do? Well, you can also affect balance by playing so badly that the vehicle gets moved in battle rating, but that's not something you can affect alone, and really it shouldn't be this way anyhow. In our hypothetical, the vehicle is effective, it's just modeled wrong. Thus, you are left with only one way to affect change, and that is by presenting what you know in the form of objective evidence. But where do you get this objective evidence? The Russian vehicles are also propagandized, and they're ruining your fun in ways that don't even make sense. How do you demonstrate the reality of the effectiveness of your beloved Challenger 2 against them in the minutiae that matter to you? You look down at your table, and you see your Challenger 2 Army Equipment Support publication, your user manual, and then you look back up to the smoking wreck of your Challenger 2 in War Thunder, and the light bulb goes off. You make a scan of your classified manual, specifically where it notes the effectiveness of the Challenger 2's armor. You edit it to make it look declassified, and then you post it on the War Thunder forums. Now the evidence is incontrovertible, and a change to the model must be made. What I just told you, the whole hypothetical of the tank commander and the Challenger 2, that actually happened. That is the true story of the first War Thunder classified documents leak. And it has happened again and again and again. And it will continue to happen, because when you play a game as compelling as War Thunder and your favorite jet fighter or tank gets smoked by a Russian one that you've been told or maybe even have seen as a moving pile of junk, but is purported by everyone to be extra effective on paper, sometimes you just can't help it. The frustration gets the best of you, and the next thing you know, you've got the Eurofighter's radar specification technical documentation on the scanner, ready to effect change. Which, by the way, also happened in December of 2024. Now, Gaijin has made it very clear that classified documents will not ever be used to balance their game. They made me disclaim that to you in the intro to this video, and yet a lot of these leakers will tell themselves that if Gaijin doesn't use their classified info to balance, the exposure of this classified info to the public will change enough opinions that an expectations management change might be forthcoming. Which, to my knowledge, has never happened and likely never will. Anyone with reason could see why Gaijin making an expectations management change built on a classified document leak is a terrible idea. Consider the precedent you set for other classified document leakers. But these leaks never came from a place of reason to begin with. And thus I anticipate that just like Russian history, the War Thunder cycle of leaking state secrets will continue for as long as there is a War Thunder. This video was a love letter to Russian history as much as it was about War Thunder, or classified documents.
You got coked up brown sugar ice cream and iced coffee? Yo, that sounds
understanding is a
so
journey,
good.
not merely a destination. If you paid attention to the video and digested it, you now have an understanding of not just War Thunder or its classified document leaks, but also an introductory understanding to the history of an entire peoples, and how the cycle of Russian history continues to influence and shed light upon the behaviors of Russian leadership to this very day. I understand as well that it might be a bit controversial to make a video on Russian history in light of the ongoing war in Ukraine. I try to keep present-day politics out of the videos, but at times we have no choice but to approach the subject. I've alluded to my personal stance on the conflict throughout this video, and if you've watched my videos in the past, you know that I'm quite critical of war. That said, I fear that being too pointed about my stance may deter certain viewers who might otherwise take something positive away from this video. I hope then that you will forgive me my discretion. The Russian cycle of history is not a prophecy, it's not a certainty, it is merely a pattern.
Genshin maintenance
And this
until 3
pattern,
a.m.
like
Sad.
any we see
New
in
banners
history,
though.
can be broken.
Yeah, it's
But that
finally
depends
here!
on you. In any case, Russian history, present-day reality, and War Thunder have come together to create a perfect storm, an environment that is ripe for heated arguments about tiny details, and subsequently for classified document leaks. And as each new tank or plane releases to
You're our
rapturous
friend.
applause and jeering sneers, as War Thunder continues to break player count
I agree,
records, as
Sunsperla.
the
That
Russian
sounds good.
cycle of history churns ever forward, I can only foresee yet more classified document leaks on the War Thunder forums in the future. A cycle of behavior that will continue to occur, much to the chagrin and consternation of Gaijin.
Alright. That was the end of that one. Since Rouge the Bat is Latina, when the next poll came in second, we will watch that one next.
I know what you are thinking. Congratulations, Mooney, this is the dumbest video idea ever. You finally hit rock bottom. And maybe I have. Maybe. I mean, how does one even arrive at the question, is Rouge the Bat a Latina? Isn't this an easily answerable question? Can't Wikipedia solve this for us? Well, on the surface, the question seems trivial, and the answer both obvious and incredibly unimportant. But we're not here for a surface-level analysis, we're here to overanalyze, to overthink, and to come away with a bit of understanding in the process. Rouge the Bat is a character in Sonic the Hedgehog, an anthropomorphized bat with a femme fatale demeanor and a penchant for larceny, first introduced in Sonic Adventure 2 back in June of 2001.
Penchant for
Times
larceny.
were simpler back then. This is so sad. Maya, play Despacito. Now, Rouge is ostensibly
Maya played Despacito. Okay. Real quick. I'm gonna freeze for a second. And order some food. Since it is 3 p.m. and I haven't eaten yet today, so I should probably do that. But I will play. I'm just gonna be frozen for a minute. Okay.
ostensibly Latin-coded, but her actual ethnicity, if she even has one, is never made clear nor obvious. She never speaks a word of Spanish to my knowledge, and outside of her general appearance, vaguely tropical themes, and some comments by the people who designed her, we have no indication in either direction as to whether Rouge is or isn't a Latina. But there are other ways in which fictional characters can be assigned ethnicities, and some characters have had such a strong sense of ethnicity imposed upon them that what was once fanon becomes canon. As this happened to Rouge, it's complicated, and we'll find out why in just a moment. But first, we must go back to the beginning and understand why any of this even matters. Who cares about Rouge the Bat anyway, and why does her Latina-ness matter in the first place? Well, for me, it all began, you see, with a meme. A meme not about Rouge the Bat, but about Shadow the Hedgehog. Now, before we take our deep dive into the tropical pool of infinite yet unhinged knowledge, before I make a mountain out of a hedgehog hill, I need to ask, have you had your vitamins today? How about your vegetables? You know what Sonic the Hedgehog always says, the occasional chili dog is nice, but...
The old body needs some fruit and vegetables now and then.
And if you are lacking in either, then maybe you ought to try this video's sponsor, Grunes. Grunes, and yes, I'm pronouncing the umlaut every time, are a convenient, comprehensive formula packed into 8 gummies a day. It is no mere multivitamin, no mere greens gummy, no mere probiotic. It is all of these things put together and then some, but for a fraction of the price. And, as a plus, it tastes like a healthy, yummy fruit snack. A regular old multivitamin contains 7 to 9 vitamins and minerals, but Grunes have over 20 V's and M's in addition to more than 60 different whole food ingredients that have known health benefits. Grunes are vegan too and come in a sugar-free variety, meaning they're good for all kinds of peoples and diets. Let's take a look at the label together. You see here how all of the vitamins and minerals are carefully balanced? There's no laziness here. You get your daily supply and you don't pay for extra that you'll end up excreting or worse, end up accidentally overdosing on. I've been eating my Grunes for almost a month now and I have to say, I enjoy them. I've personally had some trouble with folate absorption in the past and I like that Grunes are more bioavailable by design. Grunes are methylated, allowing for easier absorption of key nutrients like vitamin B12 and folate. Look, it's as Sonic says.
You need premium fuel to run your best.
And you can get that fuel with Grunes. It's more than just the bare necessities. It's Grunes.
It's
I wrote
the
that slogan
bare
myself, by the way. Pretty good,
necessities,
right?
the simple
Try
bare
Grunes today by clicking on the link in the description or in the pinned comment and get up to 45% off your
Oh,
order.
yeah.
Once again, and that's 45% off your Grunes order using my link
You see the happy
below.
face in the name?
A
That's
special
how you know
thanks
it's good.
to Grunes
Yeah.
for sponsoring this
Grunes.
video.
Not to be
So there's
mixed up
this
with
meme
Grimes,
that's been haunting my
musician.
consciousness lately. It was shared with me by one of you, actually, out of the blue one day. And as someone who is both an outsider to social media and not very well versed in internet culture, I
Do
was
I look
stunned.
like I know what
I
a
was
JPEG
shocked by what I
is?
saw. I'm going to play the meme for you in full and narrate it as we go along so that you can experience this meme as I did. I'm going to presume you know nothing about Sonic the Hedgehog, which, knowing my audience, isn't very likely, but nevertheless, here we go.
Give me back my passport!
These are two characters from the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. On the right is the eponymous anthropomorphic Sonic the Hedgehog, the primary protagonist of the series. His special power is running very quickly. And to the left is Shadow the Hedgehog, a brooding anti-hero made in a laboratory through genetic experimentation by Professor Gerald Robotnik, who just so happens to be the grandfather of Sonic's nemesis, Dr. Ivo Eggman Robotnik. The professor made Shadow in an attempt to cure his granddaughter Maria's mysterious and life-threatening illness by creating the perfect life form. So, pretty straightforward thus far. Let's continue.
Why do you want to go to Mexico?
This little snippet here offers us three different insights. The first is that Shadow wants to go to Mexico. The second is that Sonic the Hedgehog is an American citizen with an American passport. And the third is that Shadow the Hedgehog either isn't an American citizen or is an American citizen but hasn't gotten his passport yet, both of which explain why he has stolen Sonic. If he isn't an American citizen, then he's either a citizen of a country like Serbia, which doesn't have visa-free travel to Mexico, which means he cannot use his passport to immediately travel to Mexico without first acquiring said visa, or he doesn't have a passport from any foreign country, which is a possibility because Shadow was made in a laboratory in space. Oh, that's right, I forgot to mention the genetic engineering lab was in space, on a space station, shaped like a face. Look, don't worry about it.
A face
Now, if
space
Shadow
station in
is an
space.
American citizen but still resorted to stealing Sonic's passport, we can determine that his need for the passport was likely urgent or desperate. Otherwise, he'd apply for his own. So why does Shadow want to go to Mexico? Let's continue.
I just love Latinas, Sonic. What?
Shadow wants to go to Mexico because he just loves Latinas, Sonic. He loves them so much that he urgently needs to travel to Mexico and is willing to commit identity and immigration fraud to do so. Finally, the meme concludes, and we learn here that Shadow knows at least 2 words in Spanish.
Adios, amigo.
I could do not but stare in shock thereafter, perplexed by what I'd seen. You may be asking, Mooney, how does Rouge the Bat get involved in any of this? Well, to answer that, we need to talk about parallel universes. Yes, I've made that joke before, but I couldn't help myself. In any case, there's a popular fanship, short for relationship, in the Sonic fandom that
Apparently
romantically
not,
entangles
Sunsparilla.
Shadow
Apparently
the Hedgehog
not.
with Rouge the Bat, a character from Sonic Adventure 2, which is the game where both characters made their debut. They're both anti-heroes who have a love-hate relationship with Sonic. They've interacted before as members of the same villainous team. They both have a sort of chip on their shoulder, cooler-than-thou attitude. And, well, Shadow loves Latinas, Sonic. So if Shadow loves Rouge, then Rouge must be a Latina, right? I'm afraid the answer is more complicated than it seems. So let's break down this bad romance as the lawyer do, and begin with a simple, hypothetical question. Now obviously as a meme, what we watch together is all fanon, non-canon. Nevertheless, if we presume that all of the mimetic material above is indeed true to the overarching fan perception of Shadow the Hedgehog, we are left with but one question. And that question is Shadow the Hedgehog Serbian? What do you think? Come up with an answer on your own, okay? No cheating. Alright, time's up. If you're a sane person, which again, knowing my audience, isn't very likely, the answer you came up with was hopefully no. Probably not. But why? Why isn't Shadow the Hedgehog Serbian? Well, you might say Shadow was born in space and thus has no birthright citizenship. But Serbia doesn't have birthright citizenship by place of birth, or jus soli. Serbia is a jus sanguinis state, right of blood, meaning one can only become a Serbian citizen by acquiring citizenship at birth, by naturalization, or by descent of one's parents as per Article 23 of the 2004 Citizenship Act. Shadow could also be a Serbian citizen if he was a citizen of Montenegro living in Serbia and applied for citizenship within the 5-year period after the Montenegrin independence referendum of 2006, but we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Shadow, as a perfect life form, could very well be a Serbian citizen if any of his genetics come from any Serbian citizen parent. If Shadow is like Cell from Dragon Ball Z and has genetics taken from every life form and potentially every iteration of every life form, then both Shadow and Cell could be Serbian citizens. But only if the genetic
I'm so sorry. This is so unhinged. It is giving me so much life right now.
parent is a woman and that parent went out of her way to enter Shadow's name into the register of births when he came out of his test tube thing, which seems unlikely. Or if she and Shadow thereafter sought a final court judgment on the matter, which is plausible but mere conjecture given what we have as evidence. Which is to say, the answer on paper, the responsible answer is, it depends, which I know is very lawyerly of me. But the obvious real answer is, well, of course not. Of course, Shadow the Hedgehog isn't Serbian because what characteristics of a Serb does Shadow the Hedgehog exhibit exactly? There's this arbitrary paper trail, sure, but by that metric, Shadow could just as easily be Nigerian or Chinese. How do we determine what is and isn't Serbian? What does that even mean? And who gets to decide what that means? If we call something or someone Serbian who isn't outright and obviously Serbian, aren't we just projecting a bunch of stereotypes onto that thing or person? Well, instead of answering any of that, I'm going to offer a follow-up question for all the Sonic fans in the audience. Here we go. Is Knuckles black? And heck, since we already threw Dragon Ball Z into the mix in questioning whether Cell was Serbian, let me ask you this also. Is Piccolo black? I'll give you 3 seconds to think up an answer. This time I bet a lot of you answered yes to both. Why? Overlooking the fact that black is an ethnicity and Serbian is a nationality for a moment, what makes Knuckles or Piccolo black when Shadow and Cell aren't Serbian? As we discussed, Shadow and Cell don't really have any traits that are especially or particularly Serbian. The artists never intended to write Shadow or Cell as Serbian, and there hasn't been an adoption of Shadow or Cell as Serbs by the Serbian community to my knowledge. No association by stereotype, no artistic intent, and no community adoption. In other words, Shadow and Cell are not coded as Serbian. But for Knuckles and Piccolo, well, one could argue that there are physical characteristics that code these characters as black. For Knuckles, he has spines that give the appearance of dreadlocks, a culturally significant black hairstyle. Knuckles has a strong, grounded personality, a bruiser built, and a deep, resonant voice, which are characteristics that are seen as relatable and aspirational to many black young men. Piccolo has differently colored skin from the main cast, and he also has a deep, resonant voice. He wears a turban and cape, giving something of a Moorish or North African appearance. There are physical design choices that are enough to give an observer the impression that the characters could be black, regardless of what the characters' designers intended. Which is to say, there are stereotypes that are often associated with black people that can also be projected onto Knuckles or Piccolo. But there's also artistic intent. For example, we've recently seen Sega lean heavily into the idea that Knuckles is black. In the recent Sonic movies, Knuckles is portrayed by Idris Elba, a black actor. In the Sonic Adventure games, Knuckles' soundtrack is exclusively hip-hop, a black genre of music with its roots in black culture. Knuckles is also portrayed as an outsider, different in nature and experiences from the other anthropomorphized animal creatures. He's a bit of a loner. He's often othered for his differences in behavior and perception. He guards a massive emerald of incredible worth, literally the heart of his people's culture, from thieves who would steal it for their own nefarious purposes. You could probably write a whole video essay on just that topic alone. If you do...
Does one exist? I am ready. I'm down. Give it to me.
That'd be a fascinating essay. In any case, it's easy to see then that the black coating of Knuckles might have been intentional from the outset, and indeed is almost irrefutably intentional now. With Piccolo, we don't have as much metatextual evidence in support of his blackness, and yet we see that Piccolo, like Knuckles, has a story that revolves around his othering. His experiences, his demeanor, his perceptions, and even his appearance are quite different from the Saiyans and the people around him. He overcomes that othering to be an essential part of the Z Squad, going so far as to even be a father figure to the young Saiyan Gohan. It's a story that mirrors the experiences of many black people. As such, it is easy to see why many young black men took to Piccolo or Knuckles as black characters. In the late 90s and early 2000s, relatable black characters in video games were quite rare, as video game directors and character designers weren't often themselves black and had very little interaction with black people, particularly in the case of Japanese devs. This attribution of racial characteristics to fictional characters, intentional or otherwise, is called race coding. If you're interested in the blackness of Piccolo, by the way, there's an excellent book on this topic by Jordan Calhoun called literally Piccolo is Black, a memoir of race, religion, and pop culture. It's all about how media shapes our identities, and it makes a great supplement to this video. Moving back to the topic of Knuckles, though, we are given other indications in his design that suggest that Knuckles isn't black. His tribe, the Echidnas, are heavily Maya-coded, for example. But I don't think that takes away from Knuckles' blackness necessarily. Knuckles is a fictional character. Anthropomorphic talking echidnas are a fictional species, and Angel Island is a fictional place.
I'll be back later. Bye, Rack.
A culture can
Bye,
be
Rack.
black and Mayan. If Knuckles has black characteristics, is intended to be black in some capacity by those in charge of his character design, and has been adopted by the black community as black, then he is black.
Thank you.
And so is Piccolo. Maybe Vegeta is a Latino. Fun fact, Shadow's voice actor in the movie Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is the same actor who portrays Vegeta in the Spanish-language DBZ dub. So maybe Shadow was actually Latino, which changes his attraction to Latinas from surprising to expected. Goku is apparently every ethnicity and nationality under the sun. Lately he's been especially Mexican, but that could change, who can say? And yet the question remains, what about Rouge the Bat? Is Rouge the Bat Latina? Every time I make a video, someone who read the title but didn't watch the video and thinks they're being really clever will leave a comment with the obvious but wrong answer. As we figure out the race-coding labyrinth of Rouge the Bat, we must first wade through the shallow kindergarten material that appears in these comments. At the surface level, Rouge is strongly Latina-coded. She's ostensibly a Honduran fruit bat. Her musical tracks are all rather tropical and Latin-sounding. Takashi Iizuka, one of the creative minds behind Rouge, is on record stating that he was inspired by Latin American women while designing Rouge. Already, that's pretty compelling evidence that Rouge was intended to be a Latina. As an aside, why are so many Japanese bat creature things inspired by specifically the Honduran white bat? Rouge, of course, is based on the Honduran white bat, but so is the Pokemon Woobat. There's Paolumu from Monster Hunter. There's even a Honduran white bat character in Kimono Friends, who, despite the Honduran white bat's utter obscurity, takes up a spot amongst other bat giants like the brown long-eared bat or the vampire bat, and native Japanese bats like the Hilgendorf's tube-nosed bat and the Daito fruit bat. In fact, the Honduran white bat is the only non-European, non-Japanese bat in the entire Kimono Friends roster. Is this just perception bias? Why is Japan so obsessed with the Honduran white bat? I even checked the list of animals at the Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka zoos. There is no Honduran white bat. Why the obsession with this obscure flying mammal? Well, to understand that, we have to start with the opening of Japan by Matthew Perry. Sorry, what was this video about again? Oh right, Rouge the Bat. Well, on the surface, Rouge is heavily Latina-coded vis-a-vis artistic intent. There's plenty of surface evidence to suggest that Rouge is Latina, but herein lies the complication. Can a character who is not outright stated as being Latina and yet is coded as Latina by the design of her creators actually be Latina without her adoption by the Latina community at large? In other words, who is the arbiter of who is and isn't a Latina? For our Serbian example, Serbian is a nationality. The government of Serbia decides through laws who is and isn't Serbian. But Latina is an ethnicity. There is no governing body that decides who is and isn't Latina. You decide for yourself based on your experiences whether you are or aren't Latina, and other Latinas can corroborate and verify your Latinaness relative to their own Latinaness. Or they can reject your Latinaness if your experiences of being a Latina do not correspond to their own. And for some people, that rejection might not change their self-perception as a Latina. Consider the case of Rachel Dolezal, who was born to white parents of primarily German, Czech, and Swedish origin, but who self-identifies and presents as black. The black community at large rejects her claims to blackness because she comes from a completely white background with only white life experiences, and has put on a mask of blackness built from stereotypes and out of the stated experiences of others that she herself has never lived through. Ethnicity is nebulous in this way. The goalposts aren't planted in any one place. Is Rachel Dolezal black? Most, if not all, would say no, she's not. Is Drake black? Opinion on that has changed very recently, and the conclusion from the wider black community seems to be increasingly that he is not, in fact, like us. Let's look at another example. The definition of white as defined by white people has moved around quite a few times in the last 100 years. For example, the Irish, ostensibly by color palette the whitest of all peoples on God's green earth, were considered of dubious whiteness in the 19th century United States. Italians were considered unwhite even as late as the 1920s because Italians, quote-unquote, did not act white. East Asians have been declared not white by the US federal courts not once, not twice, but 13 separate times. Ironically, perhaps, given present-day circumstances, the United States District Court for the Western District of Texas held that Mexicans are white way back in 1897, though the overarching white population seems to have changed their mind at some point since then. Which is to say, there have been many attempts at legally codifying whiteness as a means of excluding everyone else from the tangible benefits of whiteness. And yet, consider this. In 1909, the United States District Court for the Eastern District of New York held that a person who is half white, 1/4 Japanese, and 1/4 Chinese is not white. But let's say hypothetically that a half-white, half-East Asian person grew up in the United States, only interacted with white people, was raised exclusively by their white parent, never met their Asian parent or was even told that they had an Asian parent, and was indistinguishable in appearance from any other white person. Is that person white? If a tree falls in a forest, but nobody is around to hear it, does it make a sound? If a half-white, half-Asian is born in Mississippi, but nobody is around to racially profile it, does it become a minority? The law here has limits because ethnicity, unlike nationality generally, is a product of self-identification, which is then validated and recognized by the ethnic group one self-identifies as. So here's my definition. A Latina is someone who considers themselves a Latina, and who the average, reasonable Latina, or the Latina ethnic group at large, would recognize as a Latina. Which means, of course, that it is possible for one's Latinaness, one's ethnicity, to be clear from a self-identification level like Rachel Dolezal and blackness, but muddy from the perspective of the group. And yet, as long as one considers oneself black or Latina, there is at least one single person validating your claim to that ethnicity. And if you remain in those convictions, you are black or Latina. Again, maybe only to you, but nobody can take that away from you because ethnicity is a fluid, moving construct. Kendrick Lamar and a growing number of black people might consider Drake a colonizer and thereby not black. But DJ Academics probably believes differently. Let's look at another example, but more relevant to the topic of Latinas. Here it comes. Are Brazilians Latina? Portuguese is a Romance language with its roots in Latin, and Brazil shares many cultural similarities with its South American neighbors. Yet, and this may come as a surprise to many Brazilians, if you ask other Latin Americans, are Brazilians Latino or Latina, many of them will say no. Because in their mind, Latina is an experience of life and heritage that is unified by the Spanish language and cultural background, which is to them dissimilar to the Brazilian Portuguese experience of life. The cultural identity of being Hispanic in their minds is tied to being a Latina, and Hispanicness cannot be separated from Latinaness. To them, the etymology, the context of the word Latina, is less important than the shared experiences that they've lived, and that other Latinas have lived throughout Latin America, which necessarily includes the Spanish language and the legacy of Spanish colonialism. In fact, on the US Census, if you are Brazilian and state as much but check off Latino or Latina as your ethnicity, the US Census Bureau will reclassify you as non-Latino/Latino. And this happens because the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, in the 1997 revision of Statistical Policy Directive No. 15, defines Latino/Latina as applying only to those of Spanish culture or origin. To the U.S. Census, Hispanic equals Latino/Latina. But to many ordinary Latinos and Latinas, I mean, who cares? Of course the Brazilians are Latin, and there's tons of cultural cross-pollination throughout Latin America anyhow. The Brazilians have more in common with us than the Argentinians, they say, and the Argentinians speak Spanish, right? So who cares? And that's a fair question. Ethnicity is in the eye of the beholder. So here's what we've arrived at, in the most annoyingly overcomplicated and lawyerly way possible. Number 1. Fictional characters can be imbued with unspoken ethnic characteristics by artists via artistic intent. Number 2. Fictional characters can be adopted by ethnic communities due to their race coding, which in turn lends validity to the notion that said characters are of that ethnicity. Number 3. Ethnicity is self-defined and community validated, which means if a character doesn't have a defined ethnicity, then an ethnicity can be projected onto said character, which said character cannot reject, because the character is fictional and has no agency. But we're missing a crucial piece of the puzzle here, and as such we aren't quite ready to determine whether or not Rouge is a Latina. For you see, though there was some artistic intent to portray Rouge as Latina, and though Rouge is popularly shipped with Shadow, who loves Latinas, and though Rouge has a vaguely Latina appearance and vaguely Latin-sounding background music, these are ethnic traits that have been projected onto Rouge generally by non-Latinas. Which is to say, by and large, Rouge hasn't been adopted by the larger Latina community in a meaningful capacity. Certainly not in the way that Knuckles has been for many American blacks, Goku has been for many Mexicans, or Saint Seiya has for many Brazilians. If you are a Latina who strongly identifies with Rouge, let me know in the comments. I'm genuinely curious. And that brings us to the last hypothetical I have for you, before we finally break down Rouge's ethnicity in full. My final question to you then is this. Is Ugandan Knuckles black? On March 6, 2017, animator and artist Greg Zilla produced a short animation wherein a highly stylized caricature of Knuckles sings "I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire" by the Ink Spots. This portrayal was entirely innocent and inoffensive. It was almost a throwaway clip meant just to showcase a funny joke. Unfortunately for Greg Zilla, his portrayal of Knuckles was indeed about to set the world on fire. A year prior, on August 7, 2016, a YouTuber named Virtually Vain, whose shtick is pretending to be an African warlord, accent and all, uploads a video to YouTube in which he plays Call of Duty Black Ops while pretending to be, well, an African warlord. In this particular video, he runs around on voice chat declaring to his teammates, "Follow me, I know the way." His teammates, startled by the voice and accent, play along, following Vane to comedic effect. This kind of edgy, rather insensitive humor surrounding African warlords was quite popular at the time, I think due to the failure of Coney 2012 just a few years prior, but heavily exacerbated by Vane's success on YouTube. Other content creators inspired by Vane tried to borrow some of his edgy humor, some of which persists to this very day, completely devoid of its context.
You still hear the clicking to this day.
People, Seth here.
Content creators like Seth and even the Twitch streamer Forsen participated in this edgy humor, with Uganda in particular being a popular country and accent to poke fun at. But our story does not end there. On September 15th, 2017, deviant artist Tiniest Flyer rather innocently releases a 3D model based on Greg Zilla's silly Knuckles caricature. And then, on December 22nd, 2017, a now defunct YouTuber who goes by Stalsby uploads a video titled "You Do Not Know the Way," in which a swarm of VR chat players use Tiniest Flyer's 3D model, combine it with Virtually Vane's catchphrase from the 2016 Black Ops video, and run around harassing people and generally being a nuisance. They'd run up to a VR chat player minding their own business and ask, "Do you know the way?" And when the VR chat player answers back confused, they declare that said player does not, in fact, know the way, and then chase said player around while angrily yelling that said player does not know the way, while also clicking their tongues in a parody of presumably Zulu or Xhosa, those languages being the most well-known click languages. Now, Zulu and Xhosa are both in the Bantu language family. Uganda does have a substantial population of Bantu speakers, but Bantu is a language family of over 600 languages and has an enormous geographic range that covers like a third of the African continent. Notably, the Bantu languages spoken in Uganda don't utilize clicks, and even then, the official language of Uganda is, well, English. But I digress. It's not like the creators of Ugandan Knuckles cared one iota about any of this stuff, which, as we will see, is precisely the problem. Ugandan Knuckles became a gigantic meme. It was everywhere. It was like Skibbity Toilet for Gen Z. On December 23, 2017, YouTuber Sawyer Cake publishes another Ugandan Knuckles video that goes viral. Then on December 28th, Tanks Blast uploads a Ugandan Knuckles video. More and more videos come out and go viral. On January 1st, Searmore uploads a Ugandan Knuckles video. On January 3rd of 2018, Tank Blast's video gets posted on Reddit. On January 5th, E-Bombs Worlds publishes an article on the growing meme. On January 27th, 2018, Razer,
I've been fully
who's going to
absorbed by the
blacklist
video,
me
guys.
for sponsorships after this video, put out a tone-deaf marketing tweet referencing the meme, and so on and so forth. Like all memes, though, at some point, Ugandan Knuckles became overdone and increasingly unfunny. It lost its edge, and presumably its fan base graduated from middle school and outgrew the humor along the way. The meme saw a brief resurgence in December of 2021 with the announcement that Idris Elba would be voicing Knuckles in the second Sonic the Hedgehog movie. But the resurgence was largely ironic, more about poking fun at the dead meme than celebrating it. Ugandan Knuckles presents us with a strange set of facts. This is a character who was designed to be black, is heavily black-coded, but is coded in such a way that is meant to be racist. What separates a Japanese game developer portraying every Brazilian as a shirtless capoeira fighting charmer, or Barrett Wallace from Final Fantasy VII as Mr. T from Ugandan Knuckles? Why are these two considered just a little racist, but ultimately both harmless and easy to culturally adopt, when Ugandan Knuckles is widely seen as seriously racist and dehumanizing? Well, Capoeira Brazilians and Barrett Wallace come from a place ultimately of good intentions, and these characters are meant to be related to and loved. Ugandan Knuckles comes from a place of malicious intent. He is a character meant to troll, and he is designed to be hated by his victims.
That's
As
the difference
an aside,
between
a lot
satire
of American punditry just doesn't understand
and
this
abuse.
point. Why do Mexicans love Speedy Gonzales despite Speedy being an American caricature of a Mexican? Why do Brazilians love Blanca despite Blanca being a portrayal of Brazilians as jungle creatures who can conduct electricity? It's because these portrayals have good intentions and depth and can still be adopted by these cultural groups who don't commonly have representation in popular media otherwise. The link between stereotype and archetype, between stereotype and trope is very thin, and I think if one is well-intentioned and reasonably informed, one shouldn't be afraid to make art that may accidentally cross over the line into stereotype, nor be assassinated for any errors that arise. A gentle correction is more than enough guidance for a well-intentioned creator. You could end up creating the next Speedy Gonzales or the next Knuckles. What you don't want to do, though, is make the next Ugandan Knuckles. But I digress. If a fictional character is black-coded with authorial intent, but is not accepted by the black community as being an acceptable portrayal of blackness, is this character black? The audience for this character is primarily white people who find this kind of thing funny. This white audience then recognizes Ugandan Knuckles as black. The question then arises, can ethnicity be unilaterally imposed on a character without the consent of that ethnicity? This brings us to some uncomfortable places, doesn't it? Is Jim Crow in Dumbo black? He's intended to be black, he's seen as black by the white audience he was written for, but his name and portrayal comes from a black-based minstrel character called Jim Crow. A character so infamous for negatively portraying black people that it lent its name to the Jim Crow laws, which enforced racial segregation in the American South. And the last of these laws were overturned as late as 1965. And yet, if you look up any video of Jim Crow in Dumbo, you'll see comments upset at how anyone could think that this is racist. Folks, this character was designed with racism as a point of pride. If you can't see racism in literally Jim Crow, is there anywhere that you can see it? Ugandan Knuckles isn't that dissimilar to Jim Crow. UK just has a better veneer of plausible deniability. And thus I'd argue that neither Ugandan Knuckles nor Jim Crow are black. They are caricatures of what a white person thinks a black person is, but exaggerated in a negative way so as to make the character's parodied background the butt of the joke. UK is a creation of white minds for the consumption of largely white people. No blackness is involved. Therefore, Ugandan Knuckles and Jim Crow are blackface. They're minstrels, white racist humor posing as blackness. And this
The one on
Knuckles and Jim Crow are blackface. They're minstrels.
the words on the screen right now say, if you weren't uncomfortable before, are you now? Why do you suppose that is?
White racist humor posing as blackness. And this takeaway, that there is in fact some line where a character's race coding can cross from being well-intentioned to blackface, is the final piece of the puzzle that we need to finally understand Rouge the Bat.
Let us circle back around to
We
our opening
barreled
statement.
through a lot of context, and so before we get to our final analysis, let's review all that we've learned and see where the lines are drawn. Starting with number 1, ethnicity is self-identified, but number 2, ethnicity is community validated, and as such, one's self-identity can be disenfranchised by other members of that ethnic group. In other words, your card can be revoked by the proper authorities. Number 3, a fictional character's ethnicity is in the eye of the beholder and subjective. Ethnicity by nature is fluid, and thus a character that is black to one person could be Asian to another and Latino to yet another, and they can all be right. Number 4, however, because ethnicity is community validated, if the ethnic identity projected onto said character is rejected by the ethnic community it purports to represent, then that representation lacks validity. The fictional character's card can also be revoked. Number 5. Yet there can also be a situation where a character's ethnicity is rejected by that ethnic group and also comes completely from the minds and bad intentions of a different ethnic group. In those situations, the character can generally be understood as possessing the ethnicity of the original bad faith creators. Blackface isn't black, it's white, and the same applies to fictional portrayals. Number 6. Authorial intent can shed clarity on all of the above, but if a character's ethnicity is not outright stated, authorial intent is not the final arbiter. Which brings us to number 7. As such, to determine a character's ethnicity, one must weigh authorial intent against community validation viewed through the lens of personal subjectivity. I know what you're thinking. This metric is useless, if ultimately the formula must be run through everyone's personal biases. Ugandan Knuckles would always be black then to a racist, even if everyone else agrees that he isn't. If one's personal biases are strong enough, the personal subjectivity factor will overwhelm the other two metrics of the test, won't it? Well, yes, that's the point. The results will ultimately differ from person to person, but that's unavoidable given the fluid nature of ethnicity. Nothing appears racist to the racist. And really, you don't even have to be a racist. If you ship Shadow super hard with, gosh, I don't know, Princess Zelda, Shelda, we'll call it. Wait, does that mean that shipping Shadow with Maria is Sharia? With my sincerest apologies to my beloved Muslim viewers, if you ship Shelda or Sharia and you're really into that, then it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks, and from what I've gathered from Pearly and bits and pieces over the years, this obstinacy is a pretty common phenomenon amongst shippers. That said, if one is a reasonable person with a reasonable lens, then the subjectivity element won't necessarily imbalance the final result. The X factor exists because some people have very strong feelings about anthropomorphic bats. Given all that we've discussed then, let's take our formula, our rule, and apply it to the facts in a way that a lawyer might. Let's start with authorial intent. We alluded earlier to the fact that Rouge's designers took some inspiration from Latinas when it came to designing her. In a now archived interview on SonicTeam.com, Takashi Iizuka, the director and lead designer of Sonic Adventure 2, the first game where Rouge appears, states the following regarding Rouge's Latina inspiration, and I quote, "I decided to create a slightly sexy character that hadn't been in the series before,
Slightly
but
sexy.
since it's a deformed character, it took a lot of trial and error, adding and subtracting sexiness. The costume also needed to be neither too eccentric nor too ordinary. As a result, Jennifer Lopez is famous in Japan, and I thought I'd borrow a bit of the sexiness of Latin women, which became the inspiration for the final draft. Her skin is brown. She has the same abilities as Knuckles, but we differentiated her by making her actions elegant and focusing on kicking techniques. Kicking techniques, you say? Well, okay. So Rouge borrows inspiration from J-Lo and the quote-unquote sexiness of Latin women. Her skin is specifically noted as being brown, presumably because she's Latina. She's also ostensibly a Honduran white bat, which has a range that spans from eastern Honduras to western Panama. Or is she? This is going to be a controversial take, but I actually don't agree that Rouge is based on the Honduran white bat, and I think the kicking techniques is a dead giveaway. For you see, Japan has very little exposure to Latin American culture, and thus Japanese portrayals of Latin America tend to be a stereotypical, exaggerated mishmash. Consider Samba de Amigo or Samba de Amigo, which features a Mexican monkey wearing a sombrero and playing maracas to Brazilian samba with the aesthetics of carnival, which is also Brazilian. I have a whole video on why Japan loves Brazil. It might be worth a watch.
That's
My point
underneath
is this.
the.
If you're a Japanese dev in the late 90s
That was one of the Japanese history videos that you guys opted for not going for yet. So, but it's on the list. It's on the list. I have it open in a tab.
who wants to make a sexy Latina-esque character, you draw from what you know. And what you know is Jennifer Lopez and Brazil. That's right, I'm going to argue that Rouge the Bat is not a Honduran white bat, but it's actually a northern ghost bat. A bat with a range that spans from southern Mexico to as far south as Sao Paulo. Take a look at the Honduran white bat. Does this thing look like Rouge? Would you design a sexy character based on this bat with the Oogie Boogie shaped nose? I think not. The northern ghost bat, on the other hand, has very simple, unexaggerated features, a perfect canvas. But outside of vibes, look also at the ears. The Honduran white bat has translucent ears that are tapered to a point and have no fur on them. Moon Channel artist Larita Shine also notes the very distinctive yellow coloration of the Honduran white bat, a feature the northern ghost bat lacks. But now let's look at Rouge. Her ears come up and round off a bit. They do not taper to a point. They're also opaque, and most importantly, the back of the ears are covered in fur and are white. This isn't consistent with the Honduran white bat, but is consistent with the northern ghost bat. The Rita Shine also argues that Paolumu could be northern ghost bat inspired, given the shape of its head and ears,
Carnival
but that's
is
outside of the scope of this video.
Brazilian.
Back to Rouge, there's another tell here. Her primary means of fighting
Someone
is
find it sexy
kicking.
for sure.
Like, I don't know, capoeira, maybe? The single fighting style that every Latin American character in every Japanese fighting game ever fights in? My point is this. There's absolutely an artistic intent here that ties Rouge objectively to Jennifer Lopez and Latinas as a whole. But there is also some subtext here which ties Rouge's character design specifically to Brazil. My proposition then is that Rouge might be Brazilian, and that complicates the artistic intent factor a little bit. Further complicating the artistic intent is Rouge's name, a name that is very evidently French. I have a personal theory about this if you care to hear it. Sonic Adventure 1 was developed by Sonic Team in Japan and released in December of 1998.
Signs of
However,
untreated
in
ADHD
1999,
is so
many members
funny.
of Sonic Team Japan, including Takashi Iizuka and Yuji Naka, moved to the United States, specifically to San Francisco, to develop the Western localization. When Sonic Adventure proved successful, Sega requested a sequel, and the team, still based in SF, developed Sonic Adventure 2, where Rouge makes her first appearance. Given the team's exposure to America then, I believe there is a good chance that Rouge gets her name from, well, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. She is a bat named Rouge. Baton Rouge.
No!
Why did they pick this name when Rouge is based on Latinas? It's because they didn't know any better. That's my theory, at least. We'll return to this later, but for now let's move on to community adoption. Is Rouge a beloved character amongst Latinas? Have Latinas adopted her in any meaningful capacity as their own? I mean, maybe? If they have, they've been awfully quiet about it. Folks were swinging from the rafters when Idris Elba was announced as the voice of Knuckles. If JLo gets picked up to voice Rouge, are the Latinas going to be blowing up? I don't know, what do people use nowadays? Tumblr? Some will, surely, but even amongst the Latina nerddom, I'd imagine, probably not. Which begs the question we asked earlier. Can a character who is not explicitly written as a Latina, but is merely Latina coded by artist intention, be considered a Latina if the only verification of her Latinaness comes from non-Latinas? Is this case more like Knuckles or Ugandan Knuckles? There is non-malicious artistic intent here. Can one argue that the mishmash of Louisiana, JLo, and Brazil makes for a perhaps slightly ignorant take on character design? Sure, I mean, you know, it was the 90s. Cultural ignorance was commonplace back then. But ignorance is not the same thing as malice. Not knowing isn't the same as actively hurting. And one should never presume malice where an explanation of ignorance will suffice. There's a big difference, and I often see the two mixed up. The intention was to create a cool character for the anti-hero team, and I think Izuka and the gang succeeded. In this way, Rouge is not like Ugandan Knuckles, who was made with malicious intent, an intent to use a stereotypical racial persona to troll. As such, Rouge lies somewhere in between Ugandan Knuckles and Knuckles. Her validation as a Latina comes largely from non-Latina fans, who either find shipping her with a Latina-loving shadow funny, or buy into the stated artistic intent. In a balancing test, then, given the rather glaring artistic intention for Rouge to be a Latina, we can conclude that Rouge the Bat is more likely than not a Latina. And hey, maybe after this video the Brazilians will adopt her and she'll be a community-verified Latina as well. But wait, are Brazilians Latinas? Remember what we discussed earlier? What if Spanish-speaking Latinas reject Brazilians as Latina and thereby by proxy automatically reject Rouge as Latina? Wouldn't this shift the balance in the test considerably? Yes, but ethnicity is subjective. That's why the subjective lens is the final arbiter of the formula. If Brazilians consider themselves Latinas, then they are. Goku can be Mexican, Knuckles can be black, and Rouge can be Latina. Thus, I leave you with the most annoyingly lawyerly answer to the question that I could possibly provide. Is Rouge the Bat a Latina? Well,
it depends.
It depends. But yeah, I'd say probably. More likely than not. Yes.
You could.
Being a lawyer does something to your brain. It creates in one an insatiable desire to dig into the meat and bones of things. But it can also cause one to overthink to an extreme and sometimes hilarious degree. Pearly and Maya have had to put up with my ranting for years and years. Now I get to make all of you suffer, much to their relief. I recognize that ultimately, is Rouge the Bat a Latina is a totally unimportant question that nobody really cares about the answer to. But it is fun and interesting nevertheless to dig into the topic and really ponder out the answer.
So much of no idea what he's talking about in this video, but his face makes
journey of discovery and curiosity, interesting, right? Even when the destination is as eye-rollingly bland as maybe. While puzzling this question out, we considered the intricacies of ethnicity together. We looked at some case studies and put together a framework.
It's so close!
Was it the most robust framework ever? Maybe not, but that's also a part of learning. And I can read your comments to see what does or doesn't make sense to you and see myself what I can learn. I hope then that you enjoyed this deeply silly but passionately made video. It's not my longest work nor my most scholarly work, but I pray that this little exploration and celebration of ethnicity can bring you comfort in what many might consider anxious times. The soundtrack in this video is in the description for you along with a few other songs I couldn't.
Alright. That was Rouge the Bat. I think we have to run another poll. So we've got Pokemon, we've got Propaganda, we've got Korea, and Yuzu. Emulators. Yeah, he's a lawyer. Sorry, he states that several times in the essays. And I thought I said that at the top. That was my bad. Yes, Mooney's a lawyer, and he breaks things down to like a degree that I love, that makes my brain so happy. I'm like, I have no questions. He preemptively answers every question I had. Okay, alright. Next, new poll, We have, oh yeah, yeah. Next video. Pokemon? Emulators? Japan and Brazil? Or Korean gacha or two-parter. Alright, there we go, guys. Next poll. Is my food here? It might be food time break. Oh, my food's here. Perfect timing. Y'all vote. Vote, 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 vote. Gotcha war? I guess you'll just have to find out.
That's hilarious. Mountainous, even.
Democracy!
Yeah, Haru? Alright. Democracy. Ah, I see. The Gotcha Wars. It's a two-parter, so we're in for a long haul. But it's extremely interesting. We gotta learn about the Korean chaebols. Capitalism has rigged the election yet again. What are you talking about? Democracy. All right. It is now snake break time. Because I can definitely talk. All right. I make Chrome a little bit bigger now. All right.
South Korea is in the midst of a very bitter civil war, one that you might not even realize exists. And no, I'm not talking about the conflict with North Korea. Real life Lore's office is down the hall.
Blah,
To the
blah,
right.
blah, blah, blah.
The civil war I am referring to is the South Korean gender war, a conflict between Korean men, whom the women in this conflict might call male chauvinists or misogynists, and Korean women, whom the men in this conflict might call radical feminists. Now, Mooney, I can hear you say, we have gender war in my country too, why the feminists
We have
and the
gender war at
chauvinists are
home.
constantly going at it on the internet. South Korea is different. The gender war there has escalated to the point of physical violence, terroristic behavior, and even political upheaval. And the tension in Korea between chauvinists and feminists is so substantial that even the tiniest bump can cause an eruption. This is the story of one such an eruption. A new front in the war between men and women in Korea started over something almost unbelievably trivial. That thing being gacha game art. In case you don't know, gacha games are generally mobile games.
Did you guys think
that
this was gonna
implement
start
a randomized vending
with
machine
Limbus
mechanic,
Company?
or gacha mechanic, so named for the sound a Japanese toy capsule vending machine makes when you turn its crank. In gacha games, you pay in-game currency, which can sometimes cost real money, and you receive, well, something. That something very often being a character or character skin that you can then use in-game. The very notion that mobile gacha games could lead to political upheaval is absurd. How does a society as sophisticated and wonderful as Korea's arrive at a point where animated waifus can result in terrorism? This conflict has deep, winding roots in Korea, and we're going to try to approach this topic with a nuanced perspective. To do so, we'll explore both current events and historical context, both his story and her story, in order to understand why little C's can cause such big trouble. But first, a quick word from our returning sponsor, Brilliant. Moon Channel viewers have enthusiastically told me this is part 2 of a 2-part series. If you haven't watched part
Anime
1
waifu terrorism,
please do
I'm
so,
in.
or
Yes.
this video might not make very much sense to you.
Oh.
This is part 2 of a 2-part series. If you haven't watched part 1 yet, please do so, or this video might not.
Wait, what the fuck happened to the first one? Did I press something? Did I go? No? Yes.
Current events and historical context, both
There we
his
go.
story and her story, in order to understand why little C's can cause such big trouble.
Oh, I see what happened.
But first, a quick word from our returning sponsor. Our story begins in February of 2023 with a small but rapidly growing indie game studio called Project Moon. No relation.
I
If you don't play
misclicked.
mobile
I
gacha
pressed the
games,
forward
you
button
might know
instead of
Project Moon from their
forward in
games
the
library
timeline.
of Ruina, a card battler somewhat akin to Slay the Spire, and Lobotomy Corporation, a roguelite that plays like a combination between Fallout Shelter and Dwarf Fortress, with an SCP Foundation-like setting and a difficulty slider locked to masochistic. Project Moon's earlier games were standouts amongst their competitors for 2 reasons. The first reason was Project Moon's unique art style, which was simple but very sleek and stylized. The second reason was the lore. Project Moon's games are built around grim but fascinating stories which together create a Project Moon universe of sorts. And so, when Project Moon announced that it was producing a horror role-playing gacha game for mobile devices, there was a surprising amount of enthusiasm. Gacha games are notorious for being cash cows, but usually gacha games are published by big players in the industry like MiHoYo, Cygames, or Nexon. Creating a gacha game that players will actually enjoy and spend money on is quite an endeavor. It's literally like creating an MMO, not just any team can do it. But Project Moon is not just any team, and they did indeed release their gacha game Limbus Company to very positive reception. Fans of Project Moon were, well, over the moon with Limbus Company, and they promoted it far and wide, with whispers of the game's surprising depth and unique art reaching even the dark, festering grottos of Western gacha Reddit. Limbus Company exploded in popularity, far exceeding the expectations of Project Moon. I would know, I fell for the hype myself, and tried it back in early 2023. The game is a little bit like Darkest Dungeon mixed with Project Moon's former game in Library of Ruina, which I also happened to play. I determined back then that the game was neat, but too involved for me. I just didn't have the time to play. Evidently, not everyone shared in my sentiments. Limbus Company's player count grew and grew and grew. Prior to Limbus Company's release, Project Moon's highest ever player count for a game was in 2021 when Library of Ruina briefly saw a peak player count of roughly 7,000 players. By April of 2023, Limbus Company reported roughly 260,000 players and a revenue of $1.8 million within just 2 months of release, as per MMOByte.tv. MMOByte goes on to say that Limbus Company's launch was only a modest one, coming in at 15% of what Eversoul, another gacha game, launched to just 3
Hello,
months
Dastardly
prior.
Danny of the
But
NB.
Eversoul
Welcome
was
in.
published by Kakao Games, which is a subsidiary of Kakao, a South Korean internet giant that reported an annual revenue of $5.89 billion in 2022. Limbus Company taking home 15% of what Eversoul launched to is an extraordinary achievement for an entity as small as Project Moon. However, this smallness, this relative inexperience came at a cost for Project Moon. Their diehard fans, the ones that had promoted Limbus Company everywhere, knew the score. Their expectations were tempered with the knowledge that Project Moon is a small indie dev, and that problems with the game would be resolved slower than a larger, more experienced dev team might manage. The new players, though, well, they were much less understanding. Gacha devs are usually from big companies, and those dev teams can gauge the expectations of players more accurately and respond to complaints more quickly than a small, inexperienced indie team like Project Moon can. The new players, missing the context that the old players had, were upset that their expectations were unmet, and that balance changes were slow. But there is another thing that these older players knew that these newer players didn't about Project Moon. Project Moon, you see, has an unstated anti-lewd stance. Their characters can be attractively designed, sure, but they make it a point to avoid egregious fan service, meaning sexualization. And so, when Project Moon
That
announced
is the character,
Limbus Company
yeah.
would be adding 2 swimsuit
Don
characters
Quixote.
for the summer season, the older players weren't expecting anything lewd. But the new players, the overwhelming majority of players, were expecting what every gacha offers for summer swimsuit characters. Fan service. Lots and lots of highly provocative, prurient fan service. One of the 2 summer characters was a male character named Summer Sinclair. He wore swim trunks, a collar, and not much else. Whereas the female character released was Summer Ishmael, and she wore a skin-tight diving wetsuit. Ishmael's usual outfit is a suit and tie, and so the wetsuit is quite fanservice-y. The skin-tight nature of a wetsuit, the focus on the character's body, it's all heavily sexualized. And this is for a company which has a history of avoiding such sexualization. But this wetsuit was not revealing enough for the new players, who were expecting the usual. What happened next shook the entire Korea gacha game industry to its very core, and the aftershock reverberated into wider Korean society. It started small, just some grumblings on various Korean forums by disgruntled players. But these grumblings, like a tiny snowball at the top of a snow-covered mountain, rolled along, collecting additional grievances as they went, each grievance compounding the severity of the last. The wetsuit being insufficiently sexy wasn't just Project Moon keeping to some policy of anti-fan service, no. It was intentional. And it wasn't just intentional, it was malicious. And who was the malicious actor? Who was acting in bad faith to desexualize their gacha games? Well, it must have been a feminist.
The feminists, of course.
Feminist.
They're taking away the
Someone
men's rights.
purposefully designed swimsuit Ishmael and the Korean gacha gamers. Would find out who. The spark is lit, the powder keg fizzling. The event now infamously known as the Ishmael swimsuit incident has begun. On August 5th, 1997, Korean Air Flight 801 took off from Seoul en route to Guam. The aircraft, a Boeing...
He's going to cover a really, really infamous plane crash for anybody who needs to have that disclaimer. There you go.
747-300 was in good working order. The pilot was Captain Park Yong-chul, age 42. Captain Park was previously a pilot in the Korean Air Force and had accumulated a total of 8,932 hours of flight time, roughly 2/3 of which were as a civilian pilot. His first officer was Song Kyung-ho, age 40. He too was previously a pilot in the Korean Air Force,
Yeah,
and with over 4,000 hours of flight time under his belt, roughly.
Bisport, I thought the art for Ishmael was really pretty. I was like, dang, that's cool. This is hella cool. Look at that. I don't know. I'll never understand.
Half of which were as a civilian pilot. First Officer Song was no greenhorn. The journey across the Pacific Ocean progressed without any apparent issue. As the flight approached Guam, however, it encountered a storm, which obscured the plane's final destination, Antonio B. Wonpat International Airport, from sight. In aviation lingo, these weather-related problems are called IMCs, Instrument Meteorological Conditions, conditions in which one has to fly by flight instruments instead of utilizing one's sight. You may be familiar with the incident that follows. Perhaps you've already read a version of this story in Malcolm Gladwell's book Outliers. Well, instead of reading anyone else's words to you, let's read the pilot's words together and do a play-by-play. This is the intra-cockpit communication transcript taken from Appendix B of the National Transportation Safety Board's Aircraft Accident Report. At 15:21 UTC, the first officer notifies the captain that the condition at Guam is no good. The captain acknowledges this by stating that it rains a lot. As the descent continues, the first officer asks the captain, "Don't you think it rains more in this area here?" The captain doesn't respond to the questions. He makes further statements, and the first officer answers simply, "Yes." At 15:26, just 5 minutes later, the flight engineer notices that something is wrong. He asks about Guam's condition. At 15:27, the flight engineer then states that the weather radar has helped us a lot, to which the pilot responds, "Yes, they are very useful." At 15:29, the captain states, "We should be getting onto the route," to which the flight engineer responds, "It is rising instead." The captain answers in the affirmative, "Yeah, you are right." 10 minutes later, the first officer discovers that their incoming runway's glide slope instrument landing system appears unresponsive. He appears to make a statement about it, which is then corroborated by the flight engineer, who asks aloud about 30 seconds later, "Is the glide slope working?" "Glide slope, yeah?" The captain replies, "Yes, yes, it's working." The flight engineer can only utter in response a baffled "ah." So, another voice interrupts, but it's unclear who it is. We can presume it was the captain. He asks if the glide slope is working, to which the first officer replies, "Not usable."
I agree, Sunsparilla.
The captain acknowledges that since today's glide slope condition is not good, we need to maintain 1,440. Please set it. An unknown voice, presumably the first officer, replies with a simple yes. The flight engineer jokes that the guy working here probably was a GI in Korea before. Remember this line for later. The captain responds with a simple affirmation. The crew then goes through their landing checks, but about 1 minute later, the captain asks again, "Isn't glide slope working?" And then notes, "Wiper on." Nobody responds to his query this time. The flight engineer merely replies, "Yes, wipers on." Not even a minute later, the first officer asks, "Not in sight?" The captain replies, "Oh, yes." The first officer then states, "Let's make a missed approach." The flight engineer confirms, "Not in sight." The first officer reciprocates the statement, "Not in sight, missed approach." The flight engineer says, "Go around." The captain says, "Go around." And then there's silence, save for the ground proximity warning system, calling out numbers. 50, 40, 30, 20. At 1:42 Guam local time, Korean Air 801 slams into the side of Nimitz Hill, just 3.5 miles away from the airport. Of the 254 people aboard, 229 perish. Let me ask you something about what we just read. Does that conversation seem fitting for an imminent plane crash? Why doesn't the first officer take more direct action? Why doesn't anyone tell air traffic control what is going on? How is it possible that the first officer and flight engineer can directly see what is happening and yet apparently fail to even utter a protest as the captain charges the plane directly into a hillside? The words in the transcript are translated into plain English, but there is an additional layer of context required to understand how this plane crash happened, and that is cultural context. Korean culture is extremely hierarchical, more so than China, more so than even Japan. When the first officer asks the captain, "Don't you think it rains more in this area here?" he is trying to respectfully communicate to his superior, an elder in age with more flight hours, that the area they're in has more rain, and that they should try to avoid it. When the flight engineer chimes in later, stating that the weather radar has helped us a lot, this flight engineer is also trying to relay a suggestion to change course and avoid the weather conditions. When the first officer and flight engineer discover the glide slope isn't operational, the first officer mutters something about it, and the flight engineer asks the captain if the glide slope is working. This is a suggestion to the captain that the glide slope is, in fact, not working and that he should check it. But the captain responds that it is working, which is his statement to the flight engineer that the flight engineer needs to keep to his role and have some respect. The flight engineer replies with a baffled, so. Knowing that the captain has realized his disrespect, has issued a condemnation, and has declined to check the glide slope instrument as a measured response to insubordination. The captain, satisfied with the behavior of the first officer and flight engineer, finally checks the glide slope instrument, noting that the condition isn't good, acknowledging the concerns brought up as an order. This communicates that the decision to work around the glide slope is his decision. The flight engineer then makes a joke. The guy working here probably was a GI in Korea before, a grunt. It's a joke punching down the ladder. The glide slope instruments are broken because someone lower in the hierarchy has done lower hierarchy things, typical of their status. The captain asks once again if the glide slope is working. Nobody answers, but the situation is growing more and more dire by the moment. Breaking with social protocol and understanding that there will be social consequences, the first officer makes the bold statement, "Let's make a missed approach," a direct suggestion and not a question. The flight engineer offers his support of the first officer by stating, "Not in sight." The first officer confirms, "Not in sight, missed approach." Just before the plane crashes, the flight engineer says, "Go around," and the captain, finally cracking, acknowledges that he will indeed go around. But it is too late. There is no panic, there are no further words spoken. The aircraft crashes into Nimitz Hill. If you speak, we'll say, fluent East Asian or belong to a cultural group that communicates indirectly like this, all of this talk may have already made sense to you the first time around. And for those of you who are disturbed by my translation and find it troublesome, consider this. The NTSB, in its executive summary of the incident, determined that the probable cause of the Korean Air Flight 801 accident was the captain's failure to adequately brief and execute the non-precision approach, and the first officer's and flight engineer's failure to effectively monitor and cross-check the captain's execution of approach. I told you that story in order to illustrate how Korean men treat each other. South Korea is an extremely hierarchical society, more so than in Japan, more so than in China.
Yep.
One's age, status, family, and gender determine one's role in society. Although Korea offers the appearance of a politically progressive, modernized country, underneath the veneer of glitz and glam, beneath the Innisfree toner, there exists a deeply conservative society.
The Innisfree toner gets me every time.
Honorifics. In Japan, the more neutral honorific san is commonly used to address a hierarchical equal, or an individual whom you are not yet familiar with, akin to Mr. or Miss. You say their name followed by san, Muni-san. Sama is used when you're addressing someone of a higher status than you, akin vaguely to sir or madam. Sensei is used for teachers or people of scholarly learning. I sometimes jokingly call my youngest sister Pearly Saba, Saba in this case meaning mackerel. Although honorifics are widely used, there are many informal situations in which Japanese people don't use honorifics. A teacher addressing a student, for example, is a social dynamic in which one sometimes might not use an honorific.
Oh, yeah.
In your own group of...
No, so my partner is Korean, and he always made, like, a big stink about, like, oh, I don't really want to go, like, stay extensively in Korea, like, that's not really what I want to do, like, I just don't really like the culture of it, and this is what he's referring to. And when he's talking about that type of stuff, this is what he's referring to, because there's, he gets down to a point where, in order to determine the true hierarchical structure of some friend group, they'll go down to the hours the minute that you were born to determine who is older, therefore who should be paid more respect. Like it can get so like there's something called 친구, and 친구 colloquially, actually, sorry, directly translates to quote friend. Friend. However, colloquially, societally, 친구 just means that you are of the same level, essentially. Like you are roughly of the same social level. Like peer, more like than friend, than like a true friend. Like 친구 just denotes that, oh, like you guys are of similar hierarchical rank, or can talk to each other similarly, or like, you know, oh, you should make friends because you are 친구, like that type of thing, right? Like it is a term used to say like friend. It means sort of friend, but not necessarily. It means like potentially a friend or of the same group, or, you know, peer, versus like the English of how we say friend, right? Like if you call somebody a friend, that means you have a built social like contract with them. Like you can text them, you can call them, you can be like, let's hang out. Whereas if you are not friends with somebody, that could be read as more like parasocial or something like that, right? So it's crazy. It's crazy. It gets really, really minute in the details, and some people hold on to that because that's the only power they're gonna be able to see in their lifetime. Their social status as being the elder of a friend group uh can be seen as their single source of like possible power. And it is like Mooney's gonna get further into it, but it's insane. It's insane. It's like actually crazy. I've learned so much more about like Korean history in the last few years than I had known before, and it was like you know, briefly in world history, sometimes you'll make it over to Korea and you'll be like, "Oh, there were three kingdoms at some point. There's you know, and then they reunified, and then they disillusioned again back into three kingdoms, then they got reconquered by a single kingdom, etc., etc." And like you kind of know the white swatches. Same thing with China. You know, there's like all of these different dynasties. You know, they went through like, you know, the warring states, you know, all of this other stuff, right? But then you don't really know the social history. You only ever get the history through the lens of a Western view. So being able to have like really intricate histories like this, like presented in such a minute way to go through all of that, is really, really helpful to understand uh just like other countries and their like social interactions more clearly. Hi, Jumby! Hello, chat. Can anyone explain why so many Japanese JRPG games help you kill God? Capitalism. That is correct. It's shocking to me that this hierarchy is ingrained to the point that it overrides survival. Right? Because, like, the thing is like, if they survive, they're gonna have, like, reciprocating effects, right? They're gonna have a rubber banding effect of societal ostracization or something like that, or it might go on their permanent record that they broke rank or they talked back to their commanding officer, or they're you know, the higher ranked person in the room, like. So sometimes they just hope. They just hope that the other person will have the humanity to actually listen. But no, it's crazy. Also, hi Saudi. Hi Saudi. Hi. Thank you so much for 4 months. How was stream today, Saudi? What'd you do? I ate a lot of spicy fried chicken and also beef and broccoli, and I am so full now. So full. Beef, greens, etc. I am so full. I'm so sleepy now. but we're listening to Gacha Drama and the Korean Gender War, Part 1. Yeah. Hi, Daywolf!
Close
You
friends
cool.
or towards your immediate family. You might also elect not to use honorifics as it feels natural to do so amongst the people you're most comfortable with. But it is not this way in Korea. In South Korea, the use of honorifics even in informal situations is quite normal. If you spend any amount of time living in Korea and getting to know Korean people, inevitably you will be asked how old you are, as your age is critically important in determining the deference you are expected to provide to other people and the deference you receive, even amongst your friends. You might not even use a person's first name out of deference. In a friend group, every older male is hyung if you are male or oppa if you are female. Both words translate roughly to older brother. If you have any Korean friends who have moved from Korea to your non-Korean country, you might have noticed that it's very hard to get them to break the habit of hyunging and oppaing. The expectations of hierarchy in Korea are very strict, even by East Asian standards. Why is that? How did this happen? And what does any of this have to do with gender wars in gacha games? Well, my friends, this has everything to do with gender wars in gacha games. But before we dive further into the history and the context, let's go back for a moment.
Oh, you
to
played
our
Dark Souls.
Gacha drama. Ishmael's
Material
wetsuit
farming?
was completely contrary to the
Top
expectations
Gun must
of
be
the
a horror
Korean gacha
movie.
game community. This is not a true summer skin, they said. This is a joke. This is a prank. This is a malicious act. It has to be. The wetsuit design couldn't possibly be the work of a man. After all, no self-respecting Korean man would make something this subservient to the interests of feminists, especially not an artist who works on gacha art, right? As such, this artist must be a woman, and unlike other gacha artist women who happily draw what they are told to draw, or better yet, are expected to draw, this woman has bucked the status quo. We are on the lookout for a feminist. And not just a feminist, but a radical, a revolutionary. How else could this wetsuit art have ever happened? Each allegation was more severe than the last, and blown out of proportion, often with the intention merely to troll. And none of the accusations were backed up by any evidence other than assumption. The players demanded action against this radical feminist, and so they sought her out. Who is the artist in charge of these character CGs? Where is she? Well, she turned out to be a he. The designer of wetsuit Ishmael and the artist were both men. Disillusioned and perhaps slightly embarrassed, the angry mob dissolved. The artist in question isn't a woman and thereby isn't a feminist. He's just some guy with bad taste. But this was not the end, as people were still angry about the outfit itself. It was about who the developers seemed to be prioritizing. They were listening to women on Twitter and not to the men who were actually playing their game and giving them money. The incident had been caught up in the larger Korean gender war. Well, if the mob could not find a witch, they would make one, and their target was a different Limbus Company artist who goes by the alias Velmori. Velmori was a story illustrator at Limbus Company, but she did not design wetsuit Ishmael. In fact, by all accounts, Velmori had absolutely nothing to do with wetsuit Ishmael whatsoever. But Velmori is a woman, and Velmori had some history, deleted retweets of a half-decade-old archive from long before she had started working for Project Moon. So the angry mob had found its target, a vent for their frustrations, a cog in the machine not performing as it's supposed to. A woman who happened to be an artist working for Limbus Company, who had many years prior retweeted and then subsequently deleted a handful of feminist tweets. Even if she had nothing to do with the wetsuit, the mob argued, her radical feminism warranted her termination as per Project Moon's own stated policies. The usual internet witch hunt behavior ensued. Project Moon developers received death threats and their games were review bombed into oblivion. But the situation escalated. More accusations poured in concerning Velmori's involvement in radical feminism, and as the anger boiled over, a group of Limbus Company players went to Project Moon's physical offices and issued their demands, refusing to leave until they were able to talk directly to the developers themselves. And for reasons unknown, Project Moon's developers caved and allowed the protesters into their physical offices. It was there that the protesters allegedly gave the Project Moon team a list of their demands, and allegedly also issued threats of physical violence. Not long after the angry mob departed, Project Moon released a statement on Twitter apologizing to its players for many different issues, including technical errors, performance bugs, unintended nerfs, and more. The initial statement received a follow-up statement from Project Moon's director, which appeared to fire Velmori due to her ideology, and confirmed that Velmori's artwork would no longer be featured in the game. A victory for the boys. We got everything we wanted out of our Capitol riot, including the burning of our witch. Sure, we have to endure that wetsuit skin, but maybe in the future we'll get some looter skins now that the devs know who is in charge. But alas, this was no victory. The firing of Velmori changed everything. The wider world became exposed to this story and was not at all sympathetic to the plight of the Korean male gacha gamers.
Yeah.
Even when the situation was presented in its most favorable light to casual observers, their behavior seemed preposterous, immature, and entitled. In enforcing their demands on Project Moon, the gacha gamer men had fallen into a trap. Velmori became a martyr. The hierarchical systems in Korea that exist today have ancient roots. These hierarchical systems began, arguably, as Confucianism crept into Korean politics and culture vis-a-vis China, starting as early as 372 AD with the founding of the Confucian Taehak school in the kingdom of Goguryeo, and continuing through the unified Silla period in the year 682, which saw the founding of the Gukhak school. Confucian schools like these became the preeminent places of learning in Korea, and Confucianism established itself as a dominant philosophy in Korea, second only at the time to Buddhism. The influence of Buddhism in Korea reached its apex during the Goryeo dynasty, not to be confused with Goguryeo. But later Goryeo kings, such as King Sunjong, seeing Confucianism's centralizing power, suppressed the practice of Buddhism in favor of Confucianism. This trend then exploded during the Joseon dynasty, where Confucianism was elevated to the official ideology of the state. But the Confucianism that the Joseon dynasty adopted was of a very specific school known as Neo-Confucianism.
You just found the Yu-Gi-Oh channel, don't worry.
Developed in part as
It's
a
brand new.
retort to Buddhism, which had also become the dominant ideology in Tang China, just as it was
Genshin
in
music
Korea
now.
and Japan. This is going to be an extreme simplification, but where Buddhism teaches self-cultivation for the individual purpose of enlightenment, Neo-Confucianism purports that self-cultivation should not merely be a means to individual enlightenment, but also a mechanic by which one can contribute to a harmonious society. It's not just you, it's not just me, it's us, and we must achieve harmony together. Now, Neo-Confucianism had a lot of benefits for China and Korea. It was a more rational ideology than Buddhism, and its focus on the practical matter of statesmanship as opposed to personal spiritual enlightenment led to the establishment of more schools of learning as opposed to temples of worship, and the uplifting of ethics as a guiding principle of family and government. But Neo-Confucianism was not without its drawbacks, and issues in the underlying philosophy of Neo-Confucianism led to subsequent reformist thinkers such as Yang Mingzi, who developed, for example, the philosophical principle of I think, therefore I am, over a century prior to René Descartes. Yang Mingzi is considered one of the great masters of Confucianism in China and Japan. It's even been said that Yang Mingzi's teachings heavily inspired the Japanese philosophy of Bushido. But these reforms never really made it to Korea, and Yang Mingzi does not hold the same prestige in Korea as he does in China or Japan. Why? Well, it's because the Korean state threw itself wholeheartedly into Neo-Confucianism, so much so that it developed its own independent schools of Neo-Confucian thought, separate from what was emerging in China. Where China had Yang Mingzi, Korea had Yi Huang, known better perhaps as Togye, and Yi Yi, also known as Yulgok. Togye and Yang Mingzi were contemporaries. They lived at the same time period, the early 1500s. If you watch the video I made on Christian games, do you recall how American Calvinists, Puritans, were so deeply entrenched in their beliefs that their Calvinism failed to develop as Dutch Calvinism did? How American Protestantism branched away from Protestantism at large and thus failed to develop Neo-Calvinist theology as a counterweight to Calvinist Puritanism. Korean Neo-Confucianism developed very much in that same vein, as Ming Dynasty China evolved its Neo-Confucianism, thereby arguably softening the strict hierarchical systems that come with Neo-Confucianism, Korea doubled down. Hyun-Sun Lee, a lecturer at the Department of Philosophy at Seoul National University, states in his work, Yi Huang and Yi's interpretation of the Taiji Tu Su, focusing on their theories of Li Qi, quoting the traditional work Annals of the Joseon Dynasty. Yi Huang took to heart that China lost its tradition of Dohak or authentic Neo-Confucianism. In other words, Yi Huang, the preeminent Korean Neo-Confucianist scholar, utterly rejected Chinese developments in ideology in favor of a pure Neo-Confucianism. You may have noticed that I never described what Neo-Confucianists actually believe outside of their emphasis on hierarchy, and I haven't done this because it wouldn't make any sense to you at all. It's like trying to read and understand Hegel before reading Kant, but worse by a factor of centuries. Let me read you a snippet from the article we just discussed to give you an example. Zhu Xi claims that the Wuji and the Taiji are not separate things. He interprets the above phrase as formless but with Li, and describes it as the substance, what is above form. Skipping ahead. Whereas the Wuji and the Taiji mean the same thing, the Taiji and the Yin-Yang are to be clearly distinguished. In other words, they are explained as belonging, respectively, to Li and Qi. I'll stop there, you get it. I haven't explained Neo-Confucianism in full because I can't, but what I can tell you is that Neo-Confucianism puts an enormous emphasis on hierarchy as a stabilizing force of societal harmony. Yi Huang, the Korean master we discussed, who felt that Ming China had lost true Neo-Confucianism, was himself critiqued by Yi Yi, also known as Yulgo. Yi Yi felt that a more physical, more material approach to Confucianism was necessary. Self-cultivation, knowing oneself, one's place, one's capacities, are directly relevant to proper administration. In other words, Yi Yi's teachings deepened the physical bonds between the state and Confucianism. Not unlike in Japan and China, a rigid social hierarchy emerged in Korea, a caste system of sorts, in which the king sat on top, followed by civil leaders and military officers, then learned peoples, laborers, etc. Unlike China and Japan, however, this system was more rigid in its execution. This formal system was abolished in 1894, but the underlying hierarchical nature of Korean society was deeply embedded into the Korean psyche, and unlike in China or Japan, there would be no uprooting of this hierarchical system through a century of conflict with the West. China had the Opium Wars and the Self-Strengthening Movement and the Boxer Rebellion and much more, which did a lot to reduce the influence of Confucianism over China. And much of that on the Chinese side was intentional attempts to westernize. Likewise in Japan, you had Commodore Perry, the Boshin War, the Meiji Restoration, etc., which eroded the influence of Confucianism in Japan. But you will note, of course, that Confucianism was never eradicated. Strict adherence to Confucian hierarchy and customs remains in both China and Japan to this day. One of these countries is literally communist, and yet still has Confucian hierarchical values built into its society. Korea is both the most historically Confucian state, while also having had the least erosion of that Confucianism through external or internal intervention. And it was Japan, and not a Western power, that interfered most in Korea's modern cultural development. Although Korea itself was arguably forced out of its isolationism by, surprise, surprise, the United States. Let me explain. The Koreans called Shinmyeongyo, the Western disturbance during the Shimi year. In 1866, an American merchant ship called the SS General Sherman steamed up the Taedong River and attempted to illegally force the Koreans to trade. After some miscommunication and ignored demands, the Koreans dispatched a naval contingent to destroy the American ship and execute the sailors aboard in a punitive mission, as the Koreans thought that the American ship was actually a French ship. Look, it's a long story. The naval contingent was like something out of Age of Empires 2. 9 fire ships and a turtle ship. This fleet successfully brought down the SS General Sherman, and the sailors were captured by civilians on the shore and executed. A few years later, in 1871, the Americans dispatched a small fleet to investigate the missing SS General Sherman. The Koreans had a strict law at the time that no foreign ships could sail up the Han River. The Americans requested access to the Han River to ostensibly investigate the General Sherman, and when the Koreans said no, the Americans peacefully and cooperatively turned around and left. No, just kidding. Of course, the Americans ignored the order and steamed up the Han River. The Koreans opened fire but didn't do much damage, perhaps intentionally so. The US then demanded an apology for violating Korea's sovereignty, as is tradition. The United
It's
States gave the
tradition.
Koreans 10 days to apologize, and when they didn't, because why would they, the Americans opened fire and moved to capture the fortress of Gwanseong Garrison. After a substantial naval bombardment, the Americans deposited roughly 650 sailors and Marines who marched on the fortress, capturing it. The Americans fielded the Remington rolling block carbine. The Koreans fought back with primitive matchlocks. At the end of the conflict, the Americans had suffered 3 killed and 10 wounded,
A
and had killed
succubus?
243 people by the American estimate,
She's
and around 350 people by the Korean estimate.
She's a dragon.
The Americans
I
then
think.
attempted to persuade the Koreans
Of
to negotiate again
draconic
for trade,
origins.
which they naturally declined. As Korean reinforcements began to arrive, the U.S. fleet, realizing it was outgunned, left for China on July 3rd. But the brazen American attack had inspired a nearby rising power. A power that was trying to copy Western tactics and technology and ideology as much as it possibly could. That power being Japan. Japan, inspired by the American attack and remembering how their own isolation was forcibly ended by American warships, approached Ganghwa Island with its military in 1876 in order to purposefully provoke a Korean response, before then issuing a blockade of the region with their navy and demanding an unequal trade treaty under these familiar terms, ones that they learned from their own encounter with the United States. Give us what we want or be subject to incredible violence. And the Koreans complied, signing the first of many unequal treaties with Japan. This unequal treaty paved the way for other nations to force trade upon Korea, and before long, just like in China, just like in Japan, modernization in Korea came into direct conflict with traditional Confucian systems of government. But unlike in China or Japan, that process was cut fatally short. Tensions were rising between China and Japan, and the consequences of massive trade inflow through unequal treaties in Korea had led to political turmoil and famine. In Korea proper, the conflict between Neo-Confucians and the
What's
uncontrolled
that? That doesn't
influx
exist
of
in
Western
American
values and
language. It's
technology
real.
was
Sad.
also reaching a fever pitch, which erupted into the Donghak Peasant Revolution. Donghak means Eastern learning. It was part religion, part Neo-Confucianist school, and it directly opposed Seohak, meaning Western learning. King Gojong, the last king of the Joseon dynasty, requested aid from China to suppress the rebellion. The Japanese, fearing that they would lose influence, sent their own soldiers without Korea's consent. As the rebellion came to an end, Korea demanded the immediate departure of Japanese soldiers, which the Japanese refused. In July of 1894, Japan made its move, occupying the royal palace in Seoul and taking King Gojong prisoner. Before July had even ended, the Japanese had replaced members of the Korean government with pro-Japanese puppets. The Sino-Japanese War was about to begin, and the Russo-Japanese War loomed over the horizon. But the annexation of Korea by Imperial Japan was already underway. Korea did not get to experience a Meiji restoration or a self-strengthening movement from beginning to end, as it simply didn't have the time. The American attack occurred in 1871. The Japanese forcing open Korea occurred in 1876. And by 1894, less than 20 years after being forced open for trade, Korea was already under threat of annexation by Japan. In the year 1910, Japan formalized its annexation of Korea with the signing of the Japan-Korea Annexation Treaty. The Japanese occupation of Korea was brutal. The suffering of the Korean people, unimaginable. The horrors of the occupation are beyond the scope of this video, but I'll leave some reading in the description for you if you'd like to learn more. One of the most grotesque of Japan's inflictions upon Korea was the systematic eradication of Korean culture. The Japanese banned the Korean language, replacing it with Japanese. They attempted to eliminate the use of Korean names. They tried to change the very fabric of Korean history so as to assimilate the Korean people more easily. But as is evident, the Japanese did not succeed in eradicating Korean culture. The Japanese attempt at cultural eradication actually caused the Koreans to entrench their culture, to preserve it by any means necessary. As such, Korean culture thrives to this very day, brighter than ever, with each Korean generally quite proud of his or her cultural heritage and eager to share it with the world. Just as Korean culture at large survived Japanese annexation, however, so too did Korean Neo-Confucianism. And although the influence of this Neo-Confucianism deteriorated very substantially under Japanese rule, it was never completely quashed. For all of their imperialism and westernization, the Japanese imperial government was deeply hierarchical, with its own legitimacy tied inseparably to Bushido. You will recall that Neo-Confucianist philosophy had a lot of influence on Bushido. Bushido built upon the foundations of Neo-Confucianism, and Imperial Japan was built on Bushido. As such, Neo-Confucianism, and specifically Korean Puritan Neo-Confucianism, became deeply internalized in Korea to a much greater extent than it did in China or Japan. Citing here the Routledge Handbook on East Asian Politics, South Koreans believe their country not only as closer to China than Japan, but in administrative culture and familism, more Confucian than China. And indeed, in post-war Korea, this strict adherence to hierarchy was utilized in a big way to rein in the people and resolve the chaos of the post-war era. Quoting here from the book Economic Development in the Republic of Korea, proper order between senior and junior and loyalty to the state was used to be utility for the maintenance of Park's, referring to South Korean President Park Chung-hee's, autocratic political regime. To summarize what we've just discussed succinctly, citing again from Economic Development in the Republic of Korea, despite their efforts at modernization, this movement, referring to modernizing, was cut short by Japan's expansion into the peninsula, which ended with Korea becoming a colony of Japan. Only during the second half of the 20th century were leaders such as President Park Chung-hee able to put into practice on a massive scale some of these practical values inherent in Confucian ethics. In this body of Neo-Confucian ethics, anchored as it is in the Korean psyche, purposefully utilized by the South Korean government to unify and harmonize the people of South Korea, there are two crucial elements we need to extract in order to understand the Korean gender war. We've already discussed them in passing, but let's make them as clear as possible. Number one is the firm adherence to a system of hierarchy, and number two is an emphasis on uniformity and harmony. The system works and is harmonious if we all adhere to the system of hierarchy and we each do our part in the functioning of the state. The key to understanding Korea's gender war is in how the post-war South Korean government leveraged these two elements of Neo-Confucianism to build the modern hierarchy of Korean society and the consequences this has had on the Korean people.
I'm drawing
Korea
your
today
girl.
is very different than how it used to be. There's no more emperor and no more imperial court. Korea technically still has an imperial royal family, but they have no power and no formal title. The hierarchy is fundamentally different, and we'll see how the post-war South Korean government, with a little help from the United States, built a new hierarchy with a new emperor at the top. On Twitter, on Tumblr, on Reddit, and beyond, the call to war rang out. Once again, Project Moon received threats. Their games were review bombed, and Valmori's defenders poured out of the woodwork. They came from the east and from the west, from the north and from the south, from America and Brazil and Japan. A local union organization, the Gyeonggi Youth Union, published a statement denouncing Project Moon, calling the firing unjust disciplinary action via censorship, a statement which also served as a veiled legal threat. The union also published separate statements addressed to the governor of Gyeonggi, where Project Moon is based, and yet another statement to Project Moon's investors, Dev Sisters Ventures. The IT union, a different union, also issued statements condemning Project Moon. Interested parties staged signage truck protests, in which trucks bearing brightly lit LED signs drove nonstop around Project Moon's physical headquarters during business hours, with messages demanding answers and justice for Valmori. So fierce, in fact, was the backlash to Project Moon's decision that the story even made its way to the Korean national news. Things were moving quickly and snowballing out of control. The Project Moon announcement occurred on July 25th. The youth union's statement was issued on July 26th, the very next day. The story broke the national news on July 28th, just 3 days later, and by August 3rd, not even 1 week later, the youth union held a press conference in which it urged government action against Project Moon and viciously condemned their decision. On that same day, August 3rd, Project Moon broke its silence and issued another statement. In that statement, director Kim Ji-hoon apologizes to the worker who was harmed and issues himself a carefully worded statement, pursuant to very apparent legal consultation. Kim states that this was not a case of ideological investigation or unjust firing. The decision was made based on legal judgment and advice. The statement then went on to claim that various organizations, the media, and people were spreading and repeating false information based on circumstantial evidence, and that no such ideological investigation or unjust firing occurred. The statement also appears to threaten defamation lawsuits if such rumor-mongering continued. The conflict escalated further, but largely out of the public eye. Velmori, it turns out, may not have actually been fired at all. It was just a ploy to protect her, or so the rumors went. But then, on September 18, 2023, Project Moon issued a statement claiming that Velmori voluntarily left as per her own wishes and in her preferred manner. That same day, the Gyeonggi Youth Union published its own statement, retracting its prior statements denouncing Project Moon's unfair dismissal and all of its protests against their investors. They had allegedly confirmed via communications with Project Moon that Velmori was not, in fact, unjustly fired, and that Project Moon did indeed take the appropriate actions. In other words, no labor laws were allegedly broken. The swimsuit incident faded into obscurity, the initial parties all too confused about what happened to actually care enough to continue fighting. There were other battlefields anyhow, that required their attention. The situation as of this video is ongoing, but rather quiet. On November 8, 2023, Project Moon allegedly filed criminal charges against the PM User Association, labor unions, and their representatives related to this controversy. The PM User Association was a player-run organization ostensibly made to protest the ideological policing of Project Moon, which has since dissolved and reorganized as the Korea Game
Thought Korean men
Consumers
wanted clothes and more lewd.
The results of these charges have yet to be realized. The Ishmael Wet.
So the censorship laws were for the female artist who was fired. So the case would be brought to them in the fact that they were going to unjustly fire that artist for doing their job and censoring the artist due to political opinions. Criminal charges would be crazy. Yeah.
Suit incident ended without a conclusive, decisive battle. There was no resolution, nor will there be one. Maybe the former PM User Association will be nuked from orbit by Project Moon's lawyers, but maybe not. The Youth Union will probably settle. Everyone's moved on, but absolutely no progress was made. Ishmael's wetsuit still exists. Her outfits remain conservative. The game remains less lewd by design. Velmori was still either fired or departed on her own terms, which we know from the Japan video also often just simply means fired. There was yelling, accusing, screaming, trucks driving in circles, morning news broadcasts, and now lawsuits. For what? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But social harmony has been restored, at least for a time, and ultimately, it is social harmony that matters most of all.
Yeah, she voluntarily, yeah, exactly. She voluntarily
left. This is part one of a two-part video on the Korean gacha drama and gender war. We discussed a lot of history in this video and set the stage of understanding. In part 2, the gacha stakes get higher as an old wound and existing tensions ignites an even greater crisis. We'll also take a closer look in the next video at how miserable both women and men are in South Korea, how this came to be, and finally, why the Korean gender war is fought so bitterly in the gacha game community in particular. I've been your host, Mooney. Thank you for watching Moon Channel. And please stay tuned for part 2.
All right. So, in summary, Korea, extremely hierarchical. There is a large-ish, smallish contingency of very, very local, vocal, misogynists, who police these games for people for artists and self-proclaimed feminists, to harass if they deem them a threat. Project Moon is based. We already knew that, though. Project Moon is pretty based. Yeah. Yeah. So part 2 is going to cover more stuff. Are we ready? Part 2, here we go.
Not make very much sense to you. In part 1 of this video, we laid the foundation for understanding the Korean gender war. We discussed the nature of hierarchy in South Korea and how it derives from adherence to Neo-Confucianism, and an entrenchment of Neo-Confucianism as a response to Japanese imperialism. We also examined the Ishmael swimsuit incident wherein male fans of the gacha game Limbus Company got a female artist who goes by Vel Mori either fired or bullied out of the workplace due to allegedly misandrist tweets she retweeted when she was merely 16 years old. The drama surrounding Limbus Company has gone quiet, and developer Project Moon is off the hook for now. But like the tide pulling out before a tsunami hits or the calm before the storm, this short period of quiet was not a lasting peace in the gacha gender war. It was merely an armistice. A new gacha drama was about to emerge, one far more ferocious and far more pervasive than the last. A drama that has had lasting consequences and that continues to be fought bitterly to this very day. Before we get to this drama, though, we have to talk history. I can see you shuddering through your screens. No, not real history, at least not yet. No, before we get into this second, more severe, more pervasive gacha drama, we have to start with some gacha drama history, and a word from our sponsor. Once again, this video is brought to you by returning sponsor Brilliant. If you enjoy Moon Channel's content with its mix of video games and education, then I suspect that Brilliant will also be a... Before we can get into the most recent gender gacha drama, we must understand the roots of the conflict in the gacha space. And to do that, we have to identify some of the key players in this performance.
History time!
Is DC Inside. DC Inside is a Korean forum of sorts that functions like an unholy marriage between 4chan and Reddit. Much like 4chan, DC has a tradition of anonymity, and many of the Korean internet's favorite memes and inside jokes come from DC's memetic forges. And much like Reddit's subreddits or 4chan's boards, the site hosts many different communities called galleries, each of which talks about any number of different topics at any given time. A lot of the coordination of, we'll generously call them, information campaigns surrounding the Ishmael swimsuit incident, for example, came from DC Inside.
We'll generously call them campaigns.
It would be completely inaccurate to say that DC Inside as a whole was responsible for those campaigns. Now, DC has been around for a very long time. It was founded back in 1999 and has only grown since then. Although DC has a bit of a reputation for being a right-leaning forum, this isn't necessarily the case. DC has many galleries representing many different political perspectives, as well as innumerous non-political topics, and they all tenuously coexist on the website. Back in the long-forgotten year of 2015, one such a gallery was made concerning the then hot-button topic of Middle East respiratory syndrome, or MERS. You may yet remember a time when more minor outbreaks like bird flu or swine flu were the worst pandemics the world had to worry about. Well, MERS, also called camel flu, was one of those outbreaks, and it was responsible for the death of almost 1,000 people. Now, in the MERS gallery, a rumor emerged that 2 women who had contracted MERS chose not to quarantine as instructed, and instead went to go shopping in Hong Kong, ostensibly spreading this dangerous virus. Although this rumor appeared to be false, the outrage was nonetheless palpable, and the MERS gallery users were quick to insult these hypothetical super spreaders by calling them kimchi-nyo, kimchi women, a derogatory term for undesirable, gold-digging / empty-headed Korean women, which is contrasted, ironically perhaps, against sushi-nyo, referring to allegedly more desirable and submissive Japanese women. Which just goes to show you that Miyazaki was right and anime was a mistake. That was a joke, by the way. I thought I should make that clear just in case. Please don't drive a protest truck around my office. Where was I? Right. Well, the use of these offensive terms and the proliferation of this apparently fallacious story of 2 selfish women led to some backlash amongst the female users of DC Inside, who came into this MERS gallery and began trolling. But because the MERS gallery was relatively small and there were so many women pouring into this gallery to troll, something rather unusual happened. Women outnumbered men in a gallery on DC Inside and were able to seize control, however briefly, of the narrative. The women's trolling included making degrading statements intended to provoke men. They made bait-and-switch posts in the gallery that appeared at first to be supporting the male position, only for users to click through and discover a chart, for example, showing that 94% of felonies in South Korea are committed by men. The women also reversed common male chauvinist memes in a tongue-in-cheek way, taking kimchi women, for example, and turning it into kimchi men, in order to anger their male counterparts, a technique that would later become known as mirroring. This brief moment of control, of empowerment if you want to call it that, had a ripple effect. The vastly outnumbered and generally voiceless community of women on the Korean internet now had a tool, a successful way to troll and seek catharsis, albeit in an arguably rather toxic manner. And they took what they learned from the Maersk Gallery into the rest of the Korean internet, bringing with them their trollish tactics and a decidedly feminist slant. This informal organization of trolling women called themselves the Megalians. A combination of Maersk Gallery and Egalia's Daughters, a book by Norwegian author Gerd Mjøen Brantenberg, where women rule the world and men have the more subordinate role. I find this to be a rather ironic decision, given that the book asks the reader whether or not the problem is gender in and of itself, or whether the problem is power, is control. But I digress. We'll get to that topic later in the video. These Megalians, now tentatively organized, trolled DC Inside harder than ever. Misogynist terms and memes were turned into misandrist memes. Misogynist galleries were spammed with bait-and-switch posts, and as anger grew over the trolling, the DC Inside mods took action, banning a lot of these mirrored misandrist memes without similarly banning the original offensive phrases they came from. The Megalians themselves started to be banned en masse, and so they took to Facebook and organized there, before thereafter starting their own forum website, Megalian.com. Megalia was highly controversial in South Korea. Their mirroring memes disrupted the status quo and pushed back against the strict confines of Korean hierarchy in ways that are considered irredeemable within the context of Korean culture. On the one hand, Megalia's protests and fundraisers did assist in various women's rights causes and gave women in Korea a powerful, influential voice on the internet for arguably the first time in Korean internet history. But on the other hand, Megalia's culture came from DC Inside, which again is like 4chan, and the humor and language of such a culture translates extremely poorly into real life. DC Inside might be trollish and crude, but it isn't the face of the men in this conflict. Korean society as a whole is the face of men, so to speak. The feminists being largely represented by Megalia in the eyes of the public, that didn't necessarily go over quite so well. But as is typically the case with anything built out of the anarchic whims of a site like 4chan or DC Inside, Megalia's worst enemy was itself, and infighting in that community tore it apart, causing the Megalia Facebook group to go quiet in 2016 and the Megalia website itself to close in 2017. Megalia may have only existed for 2 years, but the legacy of those 2 years has been burned into the psyche of the Korean internet. Many of Megalia's memes and jokes and slogans still inspire feelings of frustration and hurt amongst many internet-going Korean men, particularly those who are inclined to using websites like DC Inside. But none of these memes, none of the mirrored phrases, nothing else bothers these Korean men more than this symbol, the Great Seal of Megalia, the little C, the pinch. What does it stand for, you might ask? Well, the little C represents a little p. It's a comment on the ostensible size of one's genitalia. And both this symbol and Megalia as a whole became internet boogeymen. To the Korean misogynist, the little c is everywhere, and wherever it can be seen, so too must there be radical feminists, attempting to both provoke them and upend Korean society.
Can you imagine being so insecure?
On September 2nd, 1945, Japanese General Yoshijiro Umezu signed the Instrument of Surrender in Tokyo Bay aboard the USS Missouri. World War II was finally over. Korea had been liberated by the Allies, and now it was time to turn the governance of Korea back over to the Korean people. However, with the Axis finally defeated, the remaining Allies had already begun vying for power in the emerging New World Order. Korea, as has so often been the case throughout its history, found itself caught between two major powers, each with an interest in bringing Korea into its sphere of influence. While the work of ostensibly restoring Korean sovereignty was underway, the United States and the Soviet Union both agreed to divide Korea at the 38th parallel, creating in effect two temporary states that were meant to be joined as soon as Korean self-rule was feasible. But we all know what happened next. The northern side of Korea was brought into the Soviet fold, becoming increasingly Soviet in ideology, and the southern side of Korea was brought into the American fold, becoming increasingly American in ideology.
I don't know.
Negotiations to
It's
unify Korea
crazy to
repeatedly
me that
failed,
people
and as mistrust grew between the
are
United States
so
and the Soviet
insecure
Union,
about things like that.
tensions started ratcheting up.
I don't
By
know.
1948, with no apparent solution to the Korean question in sight, the matter was brought before the
I'm
United
ace, I don't
Nations, which
understand this
also
shit.
failed to produce a solution that was amenable to the Soviet Union, and thus, it was decided that at least Korean self-rule could be restored to the territory that the UN still had the power to effect, meaning US-occupied South Korea. In May of 1948, South Korea held its first elections under the supervision of the United Nations. Voter turnout was allegedly 95%.
Allegedly.
And on July 20th, 1948, Syngman Rhee was elected as the first president of the Republic of Korea, winning with 92.3% of the vote. If those numbers are to be believed, 88% of eligible voting-age people in South Korea voted for Syngman Rhee. Understanding the trajectory of South Korea requires an understanding of its so-called
Syngman Rhee is also a crazy character to look into. 'Cause just
founding father. Syngman Rhee was born in 1875. He received a traditional Confucian education in a private school and became involved in Korean politics when he was only 20. Only a few years after getting involved in politics, Rhee was imprisoned for allegedly supporting a coup to remove King Gojong, the last king of the Joseon dynasty, from power. Rhee was released from prison in 1904, and shortly thereafter he fled to the United States. In 1905, Rhee met face-to-face with none other than President Theodore Roosevelt, during which he tried and failed to convince the president to intervene in the imminent Japanese victory in the Russo-Japanese War. Rhee then went to college at George Washington University, graduating in 1907. He received his Master of Arts degree from Harvard in 1908, and finally he obtained a PhD from Princeton in 1910. His doctoral thesis was titled Neutrality as Influenced by the United States. Rhee spent the next 40 years of his life in the United States and only returned to Korea after the Japanese surrender in 1945, in hopes of reintegrating himself into Korean politics. Rhee had lived in the United States longer than he had ever lived in Korea, and thus was, in many respects, almost a foreigner to the Koreans who had just suffered through World War II at the hands of Japanese occupation. But Rhee had an advantage that no other Korean politician had: a command of the English language and the backing of the United States. And it was staunch American support that allowed Syngman Rhee to consolidate the Korean conservatives and build a new mandate of heaven for Korea. Quoting now British diplomat Roger Makins on Syngman Rhee, "Americans have always liked the idea of dealing with a foreign leader who can be identified as their man." Rhee, upon taking power, with the backing and support of the United States as their guy in the chair, set about creating a new hierarchy, the consequences of which reach into Korean society, even today. At the top of that new hierarchy was, of course, Syngman Rhee. But the second chair in the hierarchy, the scepter of power, was capital, a new liberal system built in the American image by a Korean president who was picked by and essentially was an American. Syngman Rhee just so happened to also be the man with all of the capital, and he never intended to give up his hold on the scepter. Upon taking control of the government, Rhee purged his political rivals and consolidated his power, securing the support of moneyed interests, powerful and wealthy families, many of whom had made their wealth collaborating with the Japanese, known as the Chaebols. He had a vision, a unified Korea under one leader wielding the scepter of
have
capital,
entered the
with the backing of
chat.
the United States should anything go awry. Rhee's
Thank
time
you
in
for the
power
alert
is remembered for both
decided.
its extensive
Oh, wait.
human rights
Sarsaparilla.
violations
Thank
and
you.
its extraordinary economic inequality. His government was infamous for its corruption. Every layer on the hierarchy stole from the layer beneath it. But believe it or not, when one considers the whole story of history, Ri may have been the better of two evils. For you see, on the other side of the 38th parallel, the Soviet Union's strongman, one Kim Il-sung, had aspirations of his own. He too had a vision, a dream of a unified Korea, and he too had built a new hierarchy with himself at the top. Now look, there's a lot of nuance here that I don't have time to get into. North Korea wasn't always the way that it is today. But Kim Il-sung and his family remain at the top of the hierarchy in North Korea, which is the important takeaway. In South Korea, if you walk around the big cities and the places of greatest global importance, you will see what represents the top of the modern South Korean hierarchy. Signs and billboards and pictures of things to buy, of things you need, of the companies that you work for. In North Korea, if you do the same, walking around important places, if you're allowed to do that, you will see pictures of Kim Il-sung and his descendants. The Kim family remains at the top of the Confucian North Korean hierarchy, wrapped in a blanket of plausible deniability Juche ideology. And it is, in part, Korea's Neo-Confucian legacy that enables the Kim family to maintain its chokehold on North Korea to this day.
I watched...
on June 25th...
I watched this, 5-hour video about North Korean entertainment and history. Oh my god. Juche is a rabbit hole to fall down. Anyways, moving on.
1950, the North Korean military crossed the 38th parallel and began its invasion of South Korea. Syngman Rhee declared in a brave address that every cabinet member, including myself, will protect the government, and parliament has decided to remain in Seoul. Citizens should not worry and remain in their workplaces. In truth, Syngman Rhee had already fled south to Busan, and he had even ordered the military to blow up the Han River Bridge in order to prevent the North Koreans from following him. In so doing, he had trapped much of the remaining civilian population in Seoul. Throughout the Korean War, Rhee and his government acted as an anchor on the UN war effort. Consider, for example, the infamous National Defense Corps incident, where funds that were supposed to go towards military supplies were embezzled by the Rhee government, leading to the deaths of 50 to 90,000 conscripted soldiers and the incapacitation of another 200,000 conscripts to frostbite. Rhee was also heavily opposed to the armistice which ended armed conflict between North and South Korea, going so far as to deliberately sabotage peace negotiations. After the war, Rhee was quite unpopular amongst the legislature and was therefore almost certain to be voted out of power. Rhee, however, quashed his political opposition using force, including threats and arrests, which then allowed him to pass a constitutional amendment allowing for the public to directly vote for the president. He then ran without real opposition and very naturally won. Under Rhee's regime, South Korea was a democracy in name only. To Syngman Rhee, since he sat at the top of the hierarchy, Korea was not the country of his people, it was his country, his property. And everyone underneath him in the hierarchy existed only to hold his chair up. For example, when General Douglas MacArthur was sacked by President Truman, Rhee was furious. MacArthur's ideas were insane. He wanted to go for an all-out nuclear war against China, which would likely have invited a Soviet nuclear response. But Rhee didn't care. If nuclear war against China brought all of Korea back under his control, the ends justified the means. When MacArthur was sacked, Rhee blamed the British. Take a look at this once top secret, now declassified CIA dossier, wherein Rhee was reported to have stated to an Australian official of the UN that British troops have outstayed their welcome in my country. Tell that to your government. Australian, Canadian, New Zealand, and British troops all represent governments now sabotaging brave American efforts to liberate and unify my unhappy nation. My country, says Rhee. My nation. But Syngman Rhee did not end up like Kim Il-sung, an eternal president. On April 26, 1960, not long after Rhee's fourth term in office, the student-led April Revolution overthrew his deeply corrupt regime and forced him to abdicate. And 2 days later, on April 28th, as protesters closed in around Rhee's presidential palace, the CIA snuck Rhee out of South Korea and brought him back to the United States, where he lived thereafter in Honolulu. Ri was succeeded by Yunpo's son, who served as the president of the very short-lived Second Republic of Korea. The Second Republic of Korea lasted for only a little over a year, but factional infighting and an economic death spiral led to the rise of one of South Korea's most controversial and important leaders, a figure that we in the West barely even learn about if we learn about him at all. The third president of South Korea, Park Chung-hee. Park Chung-hee seized power from the Second Republic through a military coup and was elected president in 1963. Park, like Ri, was an authoritarian through and through. His government was noted for its very extensive human rights violations and for the Yushin Constitution of 1972, which made him essentially dictator for life. And Park, also like Ri, saw the value in both utilizing the Confucian hierarchical programming of Korean society, but also in placing capital at the top of that hierarchy. Park ostensibly wanted to do away with tradition, but some traditions could still serve his purposes. Capital would grant Park legitimacy, the legitimacy he needed to be the dictator of South Korea. But unlike Syngman Rhee, Park Chung-hee was both shrewd and ambitious. Instead of merely hoarding wealth via corruption like a dragon, Park Chung-hee knew that the true power of capital is not in hoarding it for oneself, but in using it to control others. Perhaps it was national pride, perhaps it was a genuine love of his people, or perhaps he just wanted the benefits of ruling over a more prosperous nation. Whatever the motives, the facts remain. Park Chung-hee was critical in changing the trajectory of the South Korean economy, pulling it out of the malaise of war and into the economic limelight. To that end, Park combined many different economic theories and models to develop a path that fit the Korean context. For example, Park copied the Soviet Union's 5-year plans as a means of spurring rapid industrialization. And to fulfill those 5-year plans, Park looked to the Japanese model of development, which intertwined industry and government in order to create and develop native industries that could compete globally after a time of development. Accomplishing this feat would require more than just absolute control over the government, however, and so Park Chung-hee built up the power of the number 2 in the hierarchy just as his predecessor did. He empowered the chaebols. If you watched the JRPG video, you may recall how powerful and wealthy families known as the Zaibatsu were leveraged by the post-war Japanese government and thereafter metamorphized into the modern Keiretsu, massive conglomerates that rule Japan's economy. Well, just as Korean Confucianism is more extreme than Japanese Confucianism, the chaebols are like the Keiretsu, but even more influential in South Korea, and even more exclusive in nature. A chaebol is like a financial conglomerate that is generally controlled by a very small number of people, typically a single family or a few powerful families working together. Some of these chaebols were preferential partners, we'll call them, of the corrupt Rhee government. And as we had mentioned, some chaebols even derived their early wealth from collaborating with the Japanese during their occupation of Korea. The Park regime promised to abolish the corruption of the Rhee era, arresting many of the industrialists behind the chaebols, only to then reduce the charges to mere fines behind closed doors in exchange for their cooperation. The plan was simple. The government empowered the chaebols by subsidizing their development, guaranteeing their foreign loans, and protecting them as they grew.
It's all
about
their
optics.
Goods
and
and
output
reached a point where they could compete in export markets, a plan of export-led industrialization. Park was happy to empower the chaebols as they reinforced his position at the top of the hierarchy. The growing Korean economy lent his otherwise brutal authoritarian rule substantial legitimacy. And as dictator for life, it would be simple for him to keep his hand on the scepter of capital, wielding that legitimacy when needed. But therein lies the problem. One can only be dictator for life as long as one's life is. And the problem with putting capital in the second chair of the hierarchy is that people live only for a short time, while ideas can potentially live forever. The Megalia movement, being a product of the
Let me check my internet, because the cats knocked something down earlier, and I have a feeling it's that. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know.